Smash it! Smash it!
Hey, chat. Trying to hype everyone up with some hype music. Yeah. Yeah, bust out the fucking oboe or whatever this is. Oh, the car is still up? Yeah. Well, don't forget. You know who's missing? From our overlay friends, you know who's missing? Oh, you're stuck. You got stuck. Gotta hold control. There we go. Now we're back in business. Put him back. What about like that? That's less scary. You can hear this on Figros? I don't know what that is. Okay, so we're doing another 3,000 comments today. We made it through 3,000 last time, but since last stream there's been 3,000 new comments on the last comment response VOD, so we're going to be streaming all those. I'm kidding, actually. We made it through a couple hundred comments last time, mostly on the Patreon upload, and only barely scratched the surface of the actual video. So today we're starting in the actual video's comments. I think that's probably going to be preferable for a lot of people. Ooh, mamma mia. Can I do a backflip? I just did it. Okay. God, it's amazing how quickly it feels like I published this video like a long time ago already. It's only been a couple weeks, but I guess like the Patreon was a whole week, and then oh my god, the fucking seagull's back. It's back in the same spot it was last year. It hasn't been there all week again. It's immediately back. It knows what time it is. It's like sleeping. Its head is turned backward. Actually, I'm gonna get a picture of it. I'm not gonna post the picture on stream, but I want a picture for later. The music, by the way, is Don't Wave Slave by Bandetto. Oh, it woke up. It heard that I was going to take a photo. It's awake again. I've captured the seagull on camera. Name the seagull? Alright, he can be Steven Seagull. Oh, he stood up. 26. From Javzi. No, Javies. Happy 6/6/26. It's Gaster's birthday. Oh, is it really? Oh yeah, 6/6/2026. Shoutouts to the number of the beast. All my Emperor Nero cronies and Satanists in chat. All my beasts who are called the dragon in chat. The whores of Babylons with 7-fold horns and 7 heads and all that shit. Seagull shows up for the lore. I'm the Horror of Babylon, says Amara. Sick. It's the Eve starting item in Binding of Isaac. The last stream reminded me that I bought Square Dance on Bandcamp a decade ago. Hashtag real fan. Okay. There's not as much to yap about this week, I feel like. I haven't been really doing too much this week aside from bumming around and hanging out. Occasionally adding plants to my room. Oh yeah, the roommate. I guess that did all happen this week. Yeah, so I have a new roommate. That's cool. It's... I don't know, it's chill. It's... I went a long time without having a roommate. Now that I have one again, it's like, oh yeah, okay. We're back to this shit. I guess I just sort of implicitly avoid talking too much about the roommates, because, like, I don't want to yap about them on some public live stream behind the back. Am I ready to be disappointed by a Nintendo Direct? There's more? I already watched... Toffee was streaming the PlayStation Nintendo Direct, and that didn't have shit. And then there was the Jeff Keighley Nintendo Direct like a couple days ago. Maybe yesterday? And that one didn't really have much in it. It had, honestly, I was more interested by the Wolf Among Us remake than most other things. No Deltarune, of course. Oh, we got $5 from... Who's that? Who's that? Sleepy Creature, thank you. Didn't get through the first stream yet. I know you don't have a horse in Friends identity, but are there any symbols you've noticed with them? They're vaguely demonic. They have horns. That's kind of the main thing you can draw attention to. But that mainly links to the fact that, like, Chris used to have horns. Usually when you have, like, horn symbolism, it's like either the Dreamers, or it seems more pertinently it's like refers to Chris's old red horns. Of course, Chris's old red horns is vaguely demonic and hell related as well, and some people did kind of get on my case for not mentioning that more explicitly. So yeah, I could have gone into like more broad hell analysis, I guess, if I wanted to, but it just didn't lead anywhere particularly satisfying. What do you think of the Fallen Star sticker in the dump backstage room? I mean, that is a fallen star. I didn't notice it. Honestly, just didn't know that was a thing, really, so I didn't consider it. If I were to consider it now... could Spamton be a fallen star? I mean, that's sort of pointing toward, if you're going to run with that angle, it points toward all the secret bosses being their own kinds of fallen stars, and like the fallen stars distributed throughout them and isn't one particular entity, I guess. I can turn this down a little bit more. A little bit more. But I don't know, really. The fallen star cried bitter soak up the fallen star, making rivers with its tears, and from the bitter water something grew, which like glass. Like, you could just write that whole passage off as just a reference to how secret bosses get shadow crystals, but I don't know about that. Because again, what the fuck, the Spamton robot? How did Spamton get the crystal out of a robot? Are all the secret bosses really like fallen stars? That would mean that Eram had to be. And but Gerson's not a fallen star. I mean, he's dead, I guess. Maybe that counts. But he wasn't crying about anything. Yeah, Gerson's shadow crystal just kind of appeared in his desk. Like, maybe the knight gave it to him, maybe not, but... Yeah, at least I think Gerson breaks the pattern of, like, the secret bosses aren't all just, like, broken-hearted losers who generated crystals out of their own despair. Alright, alright. I thought that line of thought through. Now I can address $10 from Witchbird, thanks. Been making a Mapo Tofu a lot because you mentioned it in a previous stream. It's very good stuff. Oh, fuck yeah. I actually made Mapo Tofu yesterday. I got some leftovers to go through. Mapo Tofu. Alright. Let's move to the more listenable music for the background. Same shit as always, it works. What if Gerson wasn't supposed to get the Shadow Crystal? I mean, it's my suspicion that Gerson didn't actually even find it, because he says the quote is, "It feels like someone really wanted me to use this," and like, why would he say that if he really just found it in the point A? It's like, I kind of suspect that he might have just like been given it off screen and just kind of lied about it because he didn't want to bother us. But even if he did literally find it in the desk, in that case, why did Toby write? Why did Toby make Gerson say, "It felt like someone really wanted me to use this," if he just wasn't supposed to use it? Like, what? He could have just not added that line of dialogue if it was supposed to be more ambiguous. The idea that the Ice Palace in Chapter 3 Mantle game is the Dark World version of the Holiday Mansion. I don't think it's the Dark World version. Or do you mean like if we did open a Dark World in the Holiday Mansion, it would be the Ice Palace, and that's like just a representation of it? Like, maybe? I could see that. I'm not sure why exactly it would just be mirrored there. And that would also kind of point toward like the rest of the board, the Tenna game, being representations of other Dark World locations, which we haven't seen, which would be kind of strange. So I don't know if it's that literal. I do think that there's elements of the Chapter 3 backstage game that are very allegorical for elements of like the real world, the light world I mean. But I'm not sure about the specific Holiday Mansion Dark World. Okay, I should start reading the chat comments and start reading the comments. Otherwise we're going to be here all day. We'll be here all day anyway. Okay, do we have visuals? Alright, everyone tell me right now, did I fuck up the scaling again? Because on the previous stream, the text was hideous. I didn't know it was hideous. No one told me. But I had the scaling set wrong in OBS, so now it should look normal and crisp. Okay, it's good. Yeah, it was on like pixel scaling basically, point to point. 500, wait. That's that's actually $500? What the fuck? Nice video, pretty cool. French fries? What the fuck? Oh my god. Why would you do that? I mean, thank you. That is, okay, by far the biggest one I've ever gotten. I wasn't prepared for that at all. What the fuck do I even say? Nice video. I guess you liked the video, dude. $500. Do I? Are you sure you don't have any lengthy, annoying theory that you want me to read for that sum of money? Like, you could do it. Just type up a comment, ping me. Nice video, pretty cool. Well, thank you a lot, French flies. I guess you really liked the video. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, how did I move on from that? Nah, you don't have a theory, okay. What a fucking Chad, indeed, indeed. Yeah, who's gonna be the first person to donate 501? Break the donation record! Then I have a little ticker on the bottom. It's like, top donation, $500, and it stays there. And I'm like, hey, if anyone beats this, I'm gonna give them a special role in my Discord server. Anyway. Bro's rent is not getting paid. Nah, I'm just gonna assume that anyone donates $500 for a live stream is one of like the what do you call like a suspiciously wealthy furry who's not necessarily a furry? One of those, you know what I mean. Alright, well, we're gonna soldier on with the comments. That was a great start. I've already raked in my quota. I can stop the stream now. I only stream to make money, actually. So once we get to like around 1,000 in donations, I'm just gonna stop. Why is the donation not like showing up on the top of my chat like it usually does? Something wrong with my UI? Or maybe it's because I have the viewer activity tab open so it doesn't show up at the top. Maybe that's it. Okay, you can all see it. That's fine. I'm just gonna keep the donations like tab on my backend analytics open, so hopefully I can catch donations that scroll up too quickly. But that means I can't see the number of viewers actually. How many viewers we got? 500. All right. 500 is the theme. Let's continue reading comments. So Ezio Eagle was the next one. This is Ezio Eagle. Okay, fantastic video, really good analysis of the symbols and how they relate to each other. I'm super interested to see where it goes in part 2, assuming it survives chapter 5. Fingers crossed. We didn't get the announcement in the Jeff Keighley Direct, so another 9 months in localization for sure. I love the idea that our hope is that hope that's powering the soul. Yeah, and it's a great way to bring more meta aspects into it, how the driving force isn't just determination, but our own real-world hopes for the game. It's a cool twist on how Undertale did it, something that that only could have worked for his second original game since we were all hyped for it, versus with Undertale, the vast majority of people found out when it was already out. Yeah, it is very unique to Deltarune. There's a lot of things that are super unique about Deltarune's like existence in the real world, like its development history. It's kind of just a unicorn, and there's that actually ties into the meta narrative too. Like there's meta narrative ideas that like you could not execute with a game that is not Deltarune because of how fucking specific its existence is. The fact that it's releasing in chapters only amplifies that, although to be fair, Toby did originally plan to release chapters 2 to 7 all at once, so I wouldn't put too much stock on that specifically. Yeah. I mean, I think even if the game came out all at once, there was still like an enormous amount of... It was an inevitability that the Undertale fanbase would absolutely flip shit over a sequel to Deltarune. And when this was being conceptualized, you have to remember like the environment of like early-ish, like the first few years of Undertale fandom were like people just ravenously banging down at Toby's door with battering rams trying to get him to like add more endings to the game and shit. Like people such as me were fucking obsessed with this game and still are, so I think it would be hard not to take that into account when you're thinking about how your second game will be received. It's like Deltarune kind of is an AU of Undertale in a way, and like so many fans were desperate for that, and that's why like Undertale AUs become such a big thing anyway, because so many people were just desperate for more, for different Undertale stuff. So it's like the ultimate fan service in a way, like the soul is powered by fan service. The fact that it's releasing in chapters, yeah, okay. Can't wait for the next video, whether it's part 2 or some chapter 5 video. The same comment left on the Patreon cut. Oops! Did I read this already? Oops! Oh well, this is fine. The music choice throughout these videos is consistently good. I sometimes get distracted listening to the music and don't hear any of the words. That's funny. Mirror Temple distracted you. There was like a couple comments that said the music, well, this I guess is saying the music was distracting in a good way. I don't think it's an actual issue though. I very rarely hear that feedback. Sometimes people say the music is too loud, but that was, I think I dialed it back a bit in this video anyway. But yeah, I do put a lot of time into picking out the soundtrack, so I like when people are receptive to that. Okay, we got €6 from Ixnoa, thanks. Thoughts on Apple Girlington stolen from Toriel's school desk living in Asgore's freezer for the frozen mountain top dark world? Fuck yeah, an Apple disaster. All of Deltarune was just a ploy so that Toby could reintroduce Apple Girlington as a relevant character. So back. Lots of hype comments. Grandmaster Flash reference, but it needs 5 confused symbols and not 3. This is a deeper level of Grandmaster Flash. Oh, is this because the Furious 5, right? Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5, was that the band? I think that was the band. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really know shit about Grandmaster Flash until I decided, like, I need someone to represent, like, mixing, because that was the pun. It was like mixed signals is like audio engineering. It's like doing a mixing board. And I was like, who's known for mixing real good? And I was like, I've heard of this one guy from way back, the Antediluvian Mixmaster, Grandmaster Flash. I'm like, yeah, sure, he'll be good. Really, really old school hip-hop guy. I did listen to one of his albums, though. You know, just for completeness. The Ring of Heaven's call can be the literal ringing we hear when approaching the third sanctuary's fountain. As Rousey puts it, do you hear that the second fountain is calling us? I think I got a previous comment about this too, and I just literally did not pick up on that whatsoever. It would be kind of lame if it was just that. Like, none of the other fountains do it, and like it's already happened by the time you see the prophecy anyway. Which, like, some of them are like that, but that's usually pretty obvious references to, like, you know, Lancer says toothpaste boy, just kind of like wink wink nudge nudge. The events were prophesized. Haha, you did exactly what I planned. But that, like, having it be something that already happened and you didn't notice probably, and also is kind of put in this very ominous context, just seems like that's probably not what it's getting at. Okay, we got €5 from the Redness the Red, thanks. Hi Andrew, so sorry I can't give $500, but what was up with your tunnels arc on Twitter and how did you escape the tunnels? You'll have to ask whoever runs my Twitter account. I've never met them, their identity is a secret. Sitting down for lunch, we're back. Okay, Deltarune is really good at making you feel like you're experiencing a mere slice of the totality of what the world has to offer. Sort of like during Undertale 10th anniversary, when Toby talked about the underground is as big as you want it to be. You're made to feel as if this is a full lived-in world and your experiences is just one of many, like seeing a bustling city street and realizing each of those people down there is living their own full life just like you. To them, you're a random stranger. It's an interesting thing to say about Deltarune. It's perhaps right. It's not a feeling that I would associate too strongly with Deltarune or Undertale. If anything, Undertale more than Deltarune, because there was a lot of allusions to like there being an underground. It existed. Deltarune feels, if anything, a bit more isolated. Like we have a whole town of people, but it's there's not really a sense of anything existing outside of that town, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of, we could be floating on an asteroid. Maybe the Dark Worlds it applies to? Because the Dark Worlds are just like fully generated universes that we only get a small slice of. It's, yeah, no, sure. Seeing someone give praise to a game you like for something that you never actually considered to be a quality of the game. I'm not really sure how to respond to that. Was the intro a play on Pathologic's opening? Maybe, but I've never played Pathologic, and I wasn't really thinking about that. I suspected while making it that it might be like Pathologic, but it wasn't a reference to Pathologic. Does that make sense? I've never played Pathologic, but I know enough that it contains like stage play shit. Current song playing, we got, this is Undertale Lo-Fi Beats to Say Determined To by Lewis Plays Guitar, the Sands remix. Oh my god, another $50. Jeez, guys, thank you. This is from Chris A. Your videos are such wonderful experiences, and every time I love hearing you say big words. Dude, antediluvian. Dude, woebegone helter skelter demiurge. enraptured in a tarantalasmic sway, especially when using said words to explain 9 meaningless scat-adjacent tirades that go down all roads just to end up back at Rome, aka Homestuck. What a wending and poetic description of my own writing style. Scatological tirade. I do vibe with that, though. Nothing is funnier to me, I think I've said this before, than just like adding just like Renaissance art and like religious depictions of like Jesus into Deltarune videos, just because of the sheer stylistic contrast cracks me up every time. But yeah, thanks a lot for the $50. Very generous. Call me him, 'cause I'm hauling in money. I'm the master of the sound, your disaster on the ground. Get ready to get blasted by my gaster blaster in your effing snout. We got another dono. Arcane Akuna with $5. Message retracted. Did you delete your own donation? Oops. Was that on purpose? Thanks for the donation. Oh, we got it back. Okay, another $5 from Arcane Akuna. What's your opinion on World of Darkness? World of Darkness. Deltarune reminds me of Changeling and Mage. Isn't that a tabletop game? I don't know anything about it. I've never played it, so it doesn't... I don't have an opinion, unfortunately. I think that's like a tabletop game with vampires and shit. Oh, it's from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline, same universe. Interesting. Have you seen the Backrooms? No, I haven't. I know that Red Letter Media liked it, which is kind of astonishing. Another $5 from Cooper Maxwell. Thank you. Demiurge, hometown isn't Catholic or Protestant, it's Gnostic. Look, okay, Gnosticism, it's a thing. People reference Gnosticism. It's extraordinarily complex. What the fuck Gnosticism even is? Like, ridiculously complex. I tried to watch some videos about Gnosticism from the Esoterica channel, like Valentinian shit. It's a whole can of worms. Like, the very, very basic principle is you have a higher god and a lower false god. And, like, it's sort of act as a coping mechanism from the transition from, like, monotheistic Judaism into Christianity, because we had this Jesus guy who people were all suspicious. We're like, is this guy supposed to be a second god? And this was, like, pre-Trinitarianism. They hadn't really codified all that shit yet. And so some of the early Christians adopted this kind of Gnostic mindset where, like, the Old Testament God was a separate guy who was actually, like, pretending to be God and was masking the true God, which was kind of the New Testament deal. I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I'm summarizing a lot of very detailed information. But that kind of exploded then into this whole ridiculously complex cosmology of how, like, the original god bifurcated themselves into all these different aspects of the universe that are, like, were those the archons? I don't even remember. But then, like, they tried to create the demiurge, which was like this imperfect lesser god, which then created the world or trapped the world in illusions, which stops it from connecting to the greater god. So yeah, bringing a Gnostic analysis to a setting is kind of like dropping a nuclear bomb. I'm not, like, if you just want to call Gaster the demiurge, that's okay, but I don't know, it just seems like more trouble than it's worth sometimes. But we got $10 from Pup64HCP, thank you. Hi from that comment. Oh, this is your comment about the making you feel like it's a broader world than it really is. What I mainly was getting at is that, for example, all of the weird dialogue that feels like a reference you're not in on to stuff that you weren't there for, watching the last 30 minutes of a movie. Oh, I see. Yeah, like, so I guess there is a lot of obscure, I'm guessing, like, stuff about the history of Hometown, like in the light world, but in the dark world you also have a lot of lore that tapers off and doesn't actually connect to things that you've seen or understand. So yeah, like in that way we do have a pretty narrow window onto the things that actually exist in this universe. In more of like a mystery kind of way than like just an expansive universe kind of way maybe. But okay, that kind of makes more sense. That's I'm trying to connect this to like, because when I think of something that creates the feeling of a bigger world than you see, I think like Dark Souls, where there ostensibly is this like extremely detailed pile of like lore and places and names, or like Elden Ring is even worse for that. Better or worse depending on context, where there's this huge amount of potential lore, but it does just feel like you almost get a random sampling of it by actually playing the game, and it doesn't really care that much if you can construct a full picture or what picture you can construct. The point is that you have a limited window onto it, and it becomes almost like an archaeological task to figure out what the original intent was. Very unique. Okay. Pathologic. Taboo to break into the gaster before noon is funny and accurate. Yeah. I hope it's noon. I don't know when the canonical time when the office workers are allowed to go and start day drinking is. Probably 6 a.m. if you're watching Mad Men, but I did not expect to see the Echo VN referenced in this. Well, you should expect the unexpected. What can I say? You're just going in circles. I usually watch theory videos at work, but okay, we got 20 bucks. Okay. I thought we'd get less donations this stream because everyone already donated on the first one. Nope. Okay, 20 bucks from Brig Colby. Thank you. Hey Andrew, I don't know if you'll remember this, but during your Discord stream premiere, someone in the call was saying the Japanese text Onion Song implied the song you heard as lyrics. Did you ever look into that? No, I think that slipped my mind immediately. Like immediately. I don't look into the Japanese stuff, okay? Because I don't speak Japanese. I could just take other people's word for it, but it's not something that I can really pursue myself in a satisfying way, because I just don't know anything about the language. And it was $2 also from Tyler. Gnosticism is basically Christianity for academics. I mean, there's a lot of academics who also study Christianity, though. It's kind of like an extended universe version, maybe, but it was based around the idea of gnosis. Like, it's called Gnosticism because gnosis means like enlightenment or knowledge. It was like seeking salvation not through faith, but through study of the cosmos. Like, understanding the nature of the world was how you found salvation, as opposed to simply like the Protestant ideal is just believing in Jesus hard enough, or stuff like that. A lot of spin-offs on Christianity, well, especially early on, because they kind of like filtered it down over time, but early on no one knew what the fuck it was. They were trying to figure out like, how do we even worship this guy, you know? $2 from Arcane Acuna to say furry Twin Peaks has happened 3 times already. You mean there's been 3 pieces of media that are furry Twin Peaks, or that there's been 3 comments calling out my reference to furry Twin Peaks? It's Neoplatonic Christianity. See, I don't know what Platonism is, so there my understanding bottoms out forever. I usually watch theory videos at work, but I know this. I know that I'd be missing out on it a lot if I did that right now, so I'll be back in 8 hours. Well, see you in 8 hours. I hope we get to the comment. What, the first thing, so you're saying there's 3 different examples of furry Twin Peaks? Can I think of what they are? I mean, Echo, obviously. Night in the Woods? Maybe? What the fuck's the third one? Because Echo is pretty similar to Night in the Woods. Oh, Deltarune. Oh yeah, I guess mostly they're furries. True enough. Okay, more donations. Wow, 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 said Steve Jobs. $5 from Chris A. Noelle having a dream about Des falling into a pit or something. No, sis! She's been Gnostic. Fuck off. $2 from Momo, thank you. This is now the Read Dono stream. RIP comments. Well, this is every comment response stream. And then $5 from Jan Noah. Platonism is also concerned with levels of reality / truth / objective forms of objects, so it's an interesting connection, actually. Well, okay, yeah, Platonism, the idea is, like, I could never intuitively vibe with any of this bullshit where, like, you have the ideal form of a thing that exists in heaven, then reflections of it that are our perception of the object in reality. I'm sure it made sense. You had to be there, though. Like, certain philosophical ideas just don't parse into anything. Like, why would you think that? Like, what does that get you? What does that even explain? But I've never studied philosophy formally. I don't really want to study philosophy formally. It's kind of annoying. But the idea of there being, excuse me, some perfect form of a thing that is hidden behind some sort of knowledge gate, like a skill check that you have to pass. Yeah, that does sound kind of Gnostic. I can see why that would carry over. This is metaphysics, we just make shit up. Exactly, but like if you're making shit up that doesn't have like intuitive appeal, then you don't have any like evidence for it anyway. You're not supposed to be giving evidence, so all you can really do is make like an intuitively appealing narrative, and so if it doesn't have that, then it loses my interest immediately, right? $2 from Definitely Not Gaster to say, surely this leads nowhere, you should stop digging. Thanks, Gaster. Doopy doopy doo. I wasn't even looking at the screen and you knew I would use the blood quote. Oh, you just heard Loud Niagara scream in a reference to a wibbly wobbly world building. Yep, blood lore, yep. I don't think this is a fruitful enough avenue to be worth a mention in the next video, but I'd like to hear your thoughts for a second as to the presence of stone in the story. Ooh, it's a big one. Big one. Big. Big. Toby Fox's alt was the Gaster. Another $2 from Tyler. Forms are dumb and stupid nerd shit. Like platonic forms? Or like ones you fill out for the government? Both are true. Both sides are bad. Okay, let's talk about rock. I think I've talked about rock a little bit in previous ones. And I was just kind of saying it didn't seem that relevant compared to ice, or it seemed too similar to ice, whatever. Let's see what the comment says. Specifically, it appears to be associated with a sort of absolute darkness which is not tampered by light, or tempered. It's what makes up the cliffs. A dark world seemingly not influenced by Lightner's will, and perhaps a sort of base dark world is what darkness turn to when they aren't within the influence of their fountains, i.e. the Lightner who made it, and the material from which bursts the Titan. Yeah. Connecting the cliffs to that seems a bit strange, because am I misremembering this? The beginning of chapter 3, you're walking over like a boardwalk, I thought. Which isn't actually made of stone. I could be misremembering. So I don't know if I would connect like just the ground to be symbolic, because I don't know, rock is, even in real life, is kind of just a default material. Like if no one has developed an area, it's gonna have rocks and shit. It's just the earth itself. Oh, I gotta get the dono before it scrolls off screen. We got $5 from Ardenet. Thank you. I posted my comment 2 hours after the video went up. Should I give up and copy paste my comment into a donation? 2 hours might be doable. I honestly don't remember exactly, but 2 hours you might have a chance. I'm gonna be going for like at least 8 hours. I'd say that it acts as a sort of boundary between the regular, darker than dark darkness of the dark world. Sublunary lovers love, the darker than darkness of dark world. And the pure grade stuff that Gaster swimming in down in the depths that forms the dark fountains or titans. It's a little baseless. Yeah, we're back to the depths again. And the idea of like different grades of darkness, that does seem to be supported by Deltarune, because like you have Titan spawn coming in like the darker places of the dark worlds, Shudda implies that you can have lighter dark worlds that are like less similar to the cliffs, which is kind of weird. Okay, the donos keep coming though. Okay, we got $5 from the Babitat. Thank you. Gaster and Death were actually just 2 forms of disappearance that will be continued in future titles Nut Dealer and Unaltered. I hope so. We get to chapter 7 and Gaster and Death are still fucking mystery boxes. Another $5 from Definitely Not Gaster. Additionally, why was your chat last time obsessed with that Gaster person showering like he likely does not appreciate it? That was just one guy who kept donating. I don't know what to tell you. Nude Gaster alert. I also... okay, what was this saying? A boundary between the regular dark... Oh, so the stone is a boundary between the dark and the super dark. Like, it could be... Acting as a boundary only really makes sense in the case of the petrifying Titan fountain. Like, the darkness turning to stone... They don't, like, contain more darkness than usual, but... I don't know. I also think it's interesting to think about in contrast to glass, both that and it parallels it and how they are formed from darkness or water, which is already established as pretty much just being the same thing, respectively, and through their IRL similarities as tangible, earthly, physical materials, though notably glass is brittle while rock is tough. This could mean that in whatever Deltarune is using these materials to represent, rock is some sort of advanced glass. It kind of makes sense. In terms of like the physical analogy, they're both formed from darkness and they're both solid. We don't have any really good examples of glass forming in front of us. It's funny, like stone does that. We see things petrify, we see the Titan form. But I'm not sure that... We don't really have anything that indicates that glass just spontaneously forms out of darkness. It seems to be specifically water in that case. So I don't know. I don't know how easy it is to connect rock to glass. There's an edit to the comment. I think it's a good exercise to try to ascertain why Toby would pick these random materials to symbolize these specific themes. I think the intro to chapter 3 explained pretty concisely why darkness is fantasy. Yeah, and while I don't have the full grasp on glass, I think it has notable associations with mirrors, device screens. Yeah, a lot of people have pointed out the fact that you're, like, the glass of a TV monitor is sort of like the boundary between reality and fiction. Which is interesting because I was saying it symbolized fate, which... That's more of darkness's purview, is the boundaries between reality and fiction. The penumbra, phantasm, whatever the fuck, but... I'm not totally sure. That's something I honestly tried not to think too hard about, was like, why pick these specific things to be like symbolically meaningful? I don't know. I don't know why glass. I don't know if there specifically does need to be an explanation. I don't think symbolically in terms of like constructing narratives. I don't really have an intuitive connection to how or why people bring in these more abstract symbols. It's alien to me, and so I analyze it kind of like an alien, where like I'm not really going to try to reverse engineer the thought process behind this, but I can look at what it seems to mean regardless. And another edit. I saw someone point out that the line "truth written in glass" is a deliberate alteration of "written in stone." Carved in stone. Yeah. Is it usually... Is the term written in stone, or would it be set in stone? I guess you say written in stone. So glass being a fragile parallel of stone is probably intentional. It could be. I just don't know what to do with stone. Like, we don't have that big silver bullet of just like glass being all the prophecy murals or something like that. That's kind of the engine that powers a lot of the speculation. Or the shadow crystals, for like, those are pretty huge. The fact that darkness petrify and that linking to the Titan, that's weird. It seems like it's related, like too much darkness petrifies shit. But the whole process of like the Titan hatching from stone like an egg, that's fucking weird. And I think that ties more into like Titans are weird than maybe glass, because I still just don't understand how the fuck Titans work. Like what is a Titan? Why does it have to hatch from a rock? Is there a way to make a dark fountain within a dark world that doesn't summon a Titan? I don't know. We know nothing about Titans. They're very confusing creatures. Okay, next comment. Legendary pull. Excellent. Starving dog type viewer. 3745. You're forgetting about the Starwalker birds. They literally ring a bell to tear off its angel wings to make a star fall. So literally the Starwalker. I mean, you were right. I did forget about the Starwalker birds. I did forget about that. Oh my god. So you open off with you forgot about Starwalker birds, then there's a fucking essay. Okay, what is this about? I thought I'd add a bit of a preview of my video relating to the topic since you were curious. Wait a minute. This is a channel that I looked at last time, isn't it? Yeah. So I've already read this comment? I must have already read a comment by this person, right? I don't know if I can read a second comment by someone. That seems like kind of stream sniping at that point. Like they just edited the comment to have more stuff. Oh, did I mention this last week? It was on the Patreon. Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to disqualify this because I've already read the comment on Patreon and that's just kind of gaming the system. Okay, an hour-long Andrew theory, but it's part 1? Yes, it is part 1. Okay, an edit for future reading. The reveal at the end that you believe the falling star to be the origin of the prophecy itself is something I never expected and find rather fascinating. I'm very curious now what you think the fallen star is, since under that reading it surely cannot be death beyond a metaphorical level. And I suppose, since I doubt her fall was the source of the prophecy. Yeah, I agree. I've kind of given it away in the previous stream pretty extensively, but I plan to argue that the fallen star is Gaster, I think. It's more just the puzzle piece that fits at that point, rather than like the point of the theory is not to make Gaster the fallen star. It's just kind of like he makes the most sense as the source of the prophecy. Like if like I don't like Player Angel as the source of the prophecy because like I didn't make the prophecy. I don't like Noel Angel because I don't know what that means. Like it would have to be some sort of weird time loop or some metaphorical shenanigans. Like, but if you take the angel as like literally the source of the prophecy, or like I guess the fallen star more than the angel, but they may end up being the same thing. Like the easiest way to actually satisfy like something that made the prophecy is Gaster. Like the other candidates don't really fulfill that easily. Because it has to be like a creator role. It's like outside the narrative of the game, like metaphorically an author, or metatextually maybe an author is the better way to put it. Okay, $5 from Chris A. Another $5 from Chris A. I think, if you think about it, the Roaring Knight uses the sword to make a stone, a reversal of King Arthur perhaps, Evil Caliber. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure King Arthur is really the way here. Okay, we got 10 euros from Awkward Game something. It got cut out. Awkward Game Dev, thank you. Since we know more about, since we now know more about the Shadow Crystals, the Firefox tab crashed. It does this because there's too many viewers for some reason. I'll get it back. Since we, it goes to Top Chat again though. Fuck off Top Chat. Let me read the dono. Okay, since we know more about the Shadow Crystals and their connection to the Knight specifically, what do you think it says about the previous Gaster illusions from Chapter 1 and 2 Secret Bosses? Oh boy, that's a can of worms. I don't know how much we know about the connection to the Shadow Crystals to the Knight. Like, that's the thing. my assumption was pushed pretty hard toward the knight being the one who delivered shadow crystals to the secret bosses initially, because, well, honestly, this is going back a while. My initial assumption was that the fallen star was the knight, and that the tears that it cried turn into shadow crystals, and it gives those out like Halloween candy. That was my initial thought. And honestly, I'm going to struggle to recall a lot of the relevant details, because like analyzing where the shadow crystals come from is actually really fucking complex and has a lot of different data points you need to keep in mind. But the one main thing that pokes a hole in that is Spamton Neo, and the fact that Spamton's shadow crystal just came from a robot in the basement. Like, he didn't make it himself, he didn't get it himself. He found it in a robot, which is like, if the knight is giving these out, why the fuck did knight just put a crystal in an inert robot in the basement? Weird thing to do, right? And but also at the same time, if the shadow crystals are generated by some inherent property of the secret bosses, then again, why did Spamtons end up in a robot? Like, it just breaks all the patterns that you can assign to the shadow crystals. But the Gaster connections, that's interesting, because I think it was very popular to assume back in Chapter 2 that Gaster was the one interfacing with the secret bosses, potentially via phone call, and was the one driving them insane or something with his, you know, crazy meta-knowledge. That was a very appealing narrative, and which is supported by my like vehement argument that there is Gaster's theme baked into the freedom motif. Blah, blah, blah. But I think the new chapters, like, the knight has kind of supplanted that role a little bit, because the connection of phone calls, like, phones became such a bigger thing in Chapter 4 after we saw Chris talking on, like, the group chat or whatever. And, like, the Ring of Heaven's call was mentioned, which I think you argued in the video that that does mostly point toward the knight. Don't ask me to repeat the argument, it's very complex. But yeah, overall, like, the phone shit, combined with, we now know the knight is, like, potentially, well, at least has its own shadow crystal, and is now more actively appearing in Dark Worlds and doing stuff, and we know that Jevil met the knight before King. That's almost the biggest one, I almost forgot about that. The fact that Jevil knew the knight before anyone else did in Chapter 1 Dark World, and just happened to be the one with the shadow crystal, like, even if the knight isn't the source of the shadow crystal specifically, it may still be true that the knight is the source of the secret bosses in some way. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't want to necessarily assign causality to how the shadow crystals form, because you have to deal with the Spamton robot, but it may still be the case, and I think I'm leaning toward the knight having influenced all the secret bosses to be like that, regardless, because Spamton definitely knows the knight. Jevil definitely knows the knight. And, fuck knows what's going on with Chapter 3. Okay, I think I've talked enough about that. I've really... I've gotten so behind now. But that's a really, really complex topic. Actually, I wanted to make a whole video about that. That was my previous idea from what this video turned into. I was like, maybe I can just do a video on shadow crystals. But it ended up being, like, almost more complex than I wanted to get into. It didn't really have any strong conclusions you could draw. Fuck. Okay, $5 from Fernando Vacanez. Fernando Vacanez. Thanks. Hey Andrew, it's the guy who said he would be back in 8 hours. I never made another comment, but my full attention was well worth it. Great video. Well, thank you, guy who waited 8 hours. Okay, we got €2 that keep coming from the Awkward Game Dev. I guess desk could just be Gaster's FedEx delivery. Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, I need tea. My voice is already sore from reading all these. Ay, 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 ay. Is there a possibility of the knight not being Des? I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. I mean, yeah, there's a possibility of fucking anything. It just seems like the most likely option. Okay. Did I read this? Oh yeah, one would expect that in this reading either Gaster or the Angel would be the source of the prophecy, but Gaster does seem fairly anti-prophecy, and I'm not sure if the Player Angel can work if the Angel is the source of the prophecy. Yeah, that's basically what I was just saying before the donos. You have already given me much food for thought. Yeah, I think the main thing to resolve Gaster making the prophecy while being anti-prophecy, that's kind of my white whale that I'm chasing, is like, I think I can make it work that like both are true. And mainly that's meta-narratively driven. You can't really use much hard evidence to support it, but you can say this creates a compelling meta-narrative, so that's what I'll be doing. Please stop scrolling to the right. There we go. The crack theory might break theorists who want the game to work in both narrative and meta-narrative context. I have no idea what that's referring to. I'm not. It's fine. Yeah, there is someone who subscribes to my Patreon called Sebastian Wolf. I don't know if it's the same guy. God knows how I would even confirm that. But yep, there is a Sebastian Wolf who pays me on Patreon. I got another 2 and a bit euros from .nask. Thank you. Deltarune is an allegory for phone bad, book good. True. We know that because Queen says so in the... I remember watching Jabroni Mike stream Deltarune Chapter 2, and he was reading like Queen's dialogue during her boss fight, and he's like, so this game's about phone bad? Phone bad, okay. I was like, that stuck with me. I was like, I guess kind of. I guess like there literally is like this weird undercurrent in Queen of like Toby Fox's 5-second stint of criticizing social media. It's like, all right. Which everyone subsequently proceeded to forget about. Commenting before finishing the video, obviously. This is still within an hour of the video coming out. But I've had some thoughts in my head about Deltarune's 4-letter words and the way they overlap since 3 and 4 drop. Snow, cold, tail, hell, call, ring. Excited to see if you can do anything with them. Oh, you're just hoping that I can figure it out. I mean, yeah, I tried. $2 from Invar to ask how are those amygdalas doing. The amygdalas don't come unless you try to connect too many things at once. They came a little bit. I had to connect a lot of things in this video, and it made the script writing pretty slow because of the amygdalas, but there's still a lot that I left out. Like, I wasn't talking about ERAM, I wasn't talking about Friend, I wasn't talking about The Forgotten Man, I wasn't talking about ice symbolism, I wasn't talking about pretty much any character arc stuff, any character study whatsoever, all that's sidelined. And I wasn't talking about shadow crystals, so really it's pretty pared down relative to how bad it could have been. Can't believe my offhand Reddit comment from 4 years ago has made it into 2 Andrew Cunningham videos. What Reddit comment? I don't even remember quoting a Reddit comment. I remember quoting one in my Undertale video. Really am sorry to... Oh, this one! Yeah, I had to go way out of my way to find examples of people complaining about me. Because I wanted to do that like sarcastic rant in the Gaster video, so this was like one of the few examples I could find of me being lightly roasted on Reddit. It's actually chill, I don't mind the comment at all. Oh lord, this made my day. God praise Deltarune theorists. Okay, I've watched too many of these videos and it's shocking how few actually try to define symbols of Deltarune. Something which anyone with a high schooler education should be capable of. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if they teach you how to analyze abstract Deltarune symbols in high school, but whatever. I'm not trying to present my media certificate badge, media literacy badge, I mean. Mostly this analyzing the symbols is difficult because they're really fucking vague and overlap a lot. I don't think this is necessarily a normal use of symbolism where like you can do fucking math on them and shit. Like symbols through some mechanical process. The stars produce water, which produces glass, which is fate. I think this is kind of advanced symbolism. maybe avoids the wordy of your high school education. It's also kind of the reason I titled the video Symbology instead of Symbolism, because like I think I got one comment just yelling at me like, why didn't it's called Symbolism, not Symbology? I'm like, I know that symbolism is the usual term, but like, A, symbology sounds better in a title, and 2, this doesn't feel like I'm really just analyzing what the symbols mean. This is some weird bullshit where like the symbols interact with like alchemy. I think that counts as symbology at that point. It looks great stapled to image friend's ass. Did I want to use that line since the beginning? And then I cut out the hell section, then I'm like, nah, I need the hell section because I want to talk about image friend's ass. Yo, $10 from Ridgie though. Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on eggs as symbols in the game? There's weird eggshells in the cage and stone fountains. Gaster keeps talking about birth. Does he? When does Gaster talk about birth? I can't recall the quote where he talks about birth, but more to the point, eggs being symbolic, I don't know. Even if I'm going to talk about the Forgotten Man, I don't think I'm going to ever really have a take, at least with the current information we have, about like what the eggs mean. They're really weird and mysterious, and like maybe you could analyze them, but like I'm not going to try, they're too hard. Okay, we got $13.99 from Guru Sandhu. Thank you. Might be nice to see your video mention a cult with heaven, a cult with hell even just as a microcosm. Demons in the ritual in Chapter 3 Susie. Title in Act 3. What is Susie's title in Act 3 of Chapter 3? Like, we're talking like the Dark Knight thing that appears on her, like, equipment menu, right? I don't actually know what that is. Possibly being analogous for anti-religion or anti-prophecy. Well, I thought I did mention that. Like, I made the case in this video that hell represented effectively anti-prophetic sentiment, like the closest equivalent to the unholy in this world, where the prophecy is holy, would be to violate the prophecy. So that kind of is what I was arguing already. I just didn't explicitly talk about like the occult demon summoning thing. I referenced that, I think, in background text. No, I did talk about that. I mentioned summoning a demon, so I think I did kind of cover that. I just didn't have that much to say. And there's been another dono since. Okay, we got $5, our bucks even, from Moss. Sick, Moss. What do you think it will be Rudy's role in Deltarune? I don't know. I don't think he's the knight, if that's what you're asking. His role could be Noelle's father. I don't know. It's kind of like asking what's any character's role? What's Toriel's role? Like, she's Chris's mom. She's not the queen of the underground anymore. Asgore may have a dark world about him. That would be cool. But, yeah, I don't know how to answer that. If you mean, like, will he be plot relevant? Yeah, I don't know. His role is to be Asgore's ex, yeah. What he will accomplish narratively. Why is he there? Why he has such weird interact. It seems like a leading question. Why not ask us about anyone else? I don't think Rudy's particularly strange compared to the rest of the cast of Deltarune. They're all there to just be relationships with the characters to flesh out what they're like. I pretty much ignored all the character stuff for this video deliberately, because I really don't think it intersects very much with like the really weird mechanical lore details if you go deep enough. Undertale's meta narrative crossed over with its character stuff somewhat, but mostly with Flowey. Like, there was kind of one designated character who will like merge the meta narrative with the narrative. And like, I don't think Papyrus had much to do with Undertale's meta narrative, for example. Okay, we got $5 again from Definitely Not Gaster. Woo! I loathe speaking without my line breaks, but I fucking hate punctuation even more. Anyway, I would not expect Rudolph to be around for much longer. Says Santa, bringing out his rifle behind the shed. Yikes. You're like, oh, you just reminded me that I read that Cormac McCarthy book this week. I guess some stuff did happen this week. I got the book that I made Courier New read the quote from, the Passenger by Cormac McCarthy. I read that this week. And it's a cool book. It's very weird. I'd never read anything by Cormac McCarthy before, but he has a very like weird style to his writing where he avoids a lot of punctuation and just spams the word "and" over and over again. I heard about that before I even tried reading the book. That's just kind of a meme about him. Extremely verbose, but also not... It doesn't ramble, but he just uses crazy vocab. Obviously, it reminded me a lot of Courier New, because Courier siphons shit tons of inspiration from the guy. But yeah, I can see why his writing style has such a following. It's very unique. It ends up kind of sounding like the Bible. If you, instead of using commas, you just like concatenate things with "and," it sounds biblical. It sounds very kind of grand. It's hard to describe. Like he put on his shoes and rose from bed, then opened the door and made himself a plate of bacon and eggs for breakfast, and then... not even "and then," he wouldn't say "then," it's just the "and this and this and this," and the sentence eventually ends. What's Cormac McCarthy's books about thematically? Well, I've only read one book. This one would take an hour to describe even what I think. It's about everything. It was a book where nothing happens, but it's about everything, if that makes sense. It's just a guy wandering around and having conversations mostly, but they're like really long philosophical conversations. It's kind of just boiled down to the author having philosophical dialogues with himself, which is kind of fun. If you're a good writer, that's fun. Yeah, he wrote The Road, he wrote No Country for Old Men, Blood Meridian, The Outer Dark, which is like a meme within Courier Fix, I've noticed, where like I've never actually gone and counted the number of times that Courier New has just used the phrase Outer Dark, but I always laugh when I see it. It's so fucking common. We got more donuts, of course. $2.79 from Guru Santu. Thanks. Dark actor participates in occult acts. Oh, for Susie there. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think Toby Fox knows what the fuck the occult is or means, but the fact that it's dark... What was that referring to, though? Why does Susie have that role? It's probably explained by what you do to get it. I just don't know exactly the details of what gives you all the different, like, blurbs at the top of the stats page. Oh, Chillin's read The Road. I felt like I was in it when COVID started because I found a shopping cart and was wheeling it down an empty street. That's what The Road was about? Crazy. I think if you want to feel like you're in The Passenger, you have to be the most profoundly depressed person in the world who's drifting through life with kind of a sort of the apathy of the already dead, if that makes sense. And you also have to have like been in love with your own sister at some point. That's hard to describe. That may be a stricter requirement. But yeah, you're not doing well if you feel like you're in The Passenger. You're not doing well at all. It's about The Road is about a father and son surviving the apocalypse of either nuclear fallout or the supervolcano. Oh, it's apocalypse thing. Interesting. I think a lot of Cormac McCarthy stuff is kind of like, it's like, yeah, apocalyptic or like violent in the West, the Old West. So courier did tell me that the passenger is like kind of an exception to a lot of things that are typically associated with McCarthy. I don't know exactly what, but it's the only book of his that I've read, but I may read more. You were gonna say that, so me before the second stipulation hit? I know, it's a big one. It's a big one. It does contain incest, but it's like a weird, very particular angle on the incest that kind of just, I don't know, it sort of makes sense in context. I'm not gonna try to describe it. But basically the guy ends up really fucked up because of it. Among 1 trillion other reasons. Oh, does Dostoevsky do incest? I don't know anything about Dostoevsky. But I'm talking about The Passenger by Cormac McCarthy. I need to move on to talking about something else. But no, $5 from the Rigi, thank you. Gaster is like, I can feel it quickening now. In one of the chapter 3 and 4 tweets, and quickening is the first time you feel the fetus move in a pregnancy. Okay, maybe that's an intentional reference. I have no idea. But, I mean, eggs aren't the same as pregnancy regardless. That's kind of the opposite of pregnancy. So, checkmate atheists. Do. 1331. Funny enough, Susie's chapter 1 description and the power menu says deals damage using dark energy. We're not kidding when you said this was going to be your version of device theory. I guess it kind of is. Was I talking about Susie having the power of hope here? Because, yeah, I don't know what to do with that, because like there are a few references to like Susie being dark in the power menu, I think. But dark is such a fucking everywhere symbol that like I never really even paid attention to it that much. I don't know what to do with that exactly. Yeah, Ralsei using light to heal as opposed to Susie dealing damage with the dark. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, I've never really thought too hard about like the reference to darkness and that, because darkness is just so fucking, it's spammed so much in this game. It stands out much less than references to light. Hi Jules. That's the Splatoon lassies. It is. I had to edit out my funny reference to Splatoon when referencing Ink Theory because I rewrote that part. I'm only a few minutes in, but one thing I don't see you get enough credit for is presentation. Oh, I think I get quite a bit of credit for that, but thank you. I don't know if you do all the editing yourself, I do, but even if you have someone to help, what you've managed to accomplish in this and many other videos is nothing short of jaw-dropping. It's simultaneously smooth, quick-fire, and common. Your way of using the visual medium for video essays makes your already very sharply written videos hit exactly the right buttons when needed. That's just a big pile of praise for the video. I appreciate that. It's interesting. Simultaneously smooth, quick, and common. Like, I can kind of see that. I mean, I don't know exactly what I go for. I just kind of go for like whatever my own style is. It's kind of codified at this point. But I think Molly has described my videos before as having a rhythm to them, which kind of might be the key to this, where like it has a sense of constant movement to it without necessarily trying to be hyperactive all the time. Where like just cutting a lot relative, like I never try to hold on one image for too long, because that like creates a lack of motion. It kind of lets the energy wane. And even if like the motion isn't too extravagant, if there's no like crazy comedy memes flying across the screen, just like keeping things appearing at a steady rate is it helps you keep engaged, I think. That's all I can drill into if you're looking for like tips on how to do editing, is like just keep a rhythm to it. Like don't hang on things too long and try to keep something moving to maintain energy. Doopy-doopy-doo. Wow, this is overwritten? It's not bad, but it could have been a third shorter. Holy shit. Holy shit, I got the device theory comment on my video. Dude, do you know how fucking long I spend trying to wring out every bit of not redundant information from my script? Do you know how fucking... That's fascinating that I'm getting that feedback. Because if anything, I assume that my videos push, like, the comprehensibility limit. Like, if they were denser, you would not be able to internalize the information. It would just be like a list of bullet points that would leave the viewer to infer everything about what they're supposed to think. Fucking wild. I have no idea where that's coming from. Whether or not you ever managed to make the second half... Oh, this is Agiria's. Old community member. Whether or not you make the second half of this theory, I do sincerely believe that this video on its own is wonderfully well made and a masterpiece, etc. Okay, well, yeah, I hope so. I cannot wait to see what the discussions of the game will be affected by it in turn. It's so exciting. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, as always. And now we have a lot of theory stuff. That's not too bad, I guess. It fits on one screen. Another €2 from Dotnask. Thanks. In Bulgarian writing, water usually refers to danger. Bulgarian writing. I had another comment telling me that in, like, the Hero of a Thousand Faces Jungian archetype framework, that water is always transformation or something, so it clearly has a lot of associations outside of Deltarune. 2 books from Gassard say, I am proud of you, son. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, in general, I tried to block out any external presuppositions for what water was, both because I have never formally studied any of this and would be useless trying to do that, and also because I think it's just probably more efficient to look at what Deltarune's doing with it specifically than try to weigh it against canonical interpretations, or tropes. I guess it's called the trope. We got 50 Australian bucks from Stop Asking Why and Just Read It. Okay, I'll read it. Thoughts on symbolism of moss? I think it's related to the real-world origins of the Marimos mentioned by... What is a Marimo? Mentioned by Noel in Chapter 2. The only named breed so far. What is a Marimos? I have no idea what that is, but I don't think that there's any symbolism to moss. I think that the moss is a joke. I can't even pretend to have any other thoughts on moss. Marimos or moss balls? Oh, okay. Shoutouts to moss balls. Is that mentioned in Deltarune? Hang on, let me get the dialogue done. Fuck. Go away. Oh my god, there's a line of text in Deltarune that says, I guess Marimos and stuff are kind of cute. When the fuck, how do you get that dialogue? What? I've never seen that. Alright, sure, Marimos. Show Noelle the moss, and then she tries to relate to Chris by saying Marimos are cute. Fucking wild, I've never heard of this before. Okay, I gotta read the comment. I was about to talk about some long tangent, then I forgot. Probably for the best, actually. I think the one mystery out of all of them that I want to touch on is the fact that the rather paradoxical appearance of the Titans, being created entirely out of the purest darkness, fresh from the depths, without being contaminated or affected by elements of the light world at all, like standard darkness are, etc. So for the all intents and purposes, if the angel is a being of light and nothing else, Titans should be wholly antithetical to it. Is the angel a being of light? Do we know that? The light of the angel is the only line that comes to mind. And I associated some light things with heaven, but also dark things with heaven. I don't know if we can assume that the angel is a being of light. Yeah, we have that one line, but like this was all covered in the video. Like there's a lot of conflicting symbolism pointing at the angel being light or dark, because like the dark fountains are all holy and shit. And Titans have angel wings anyway, yeah. And yet, there are beings with the strongest visual symbolism to an angel. Yeah, Titans are confusing. Part of me wants to find a way to dismiss this, saying it's a form of mocking mimicry or a false idol after the bald head form of the Titan. I don't know what the fuck the bald head Titan is. That's a guy from the Valve intro. I delete that guy from my memory. The bald head doesn't match up at all. It could imply that we're actually seeing an illusion of sorts. The dark singular characteristic is literally fiction, aka trickery. Or it could be even more of an angelic thing, and how biblically accurate angels actually do disguise themselves in the forms of more comprehensible to the human mind. Either case, the idea that we don't actually know the true form of Titans is scary. Well, we see its hand. That would check out to me more if we didn't just like see its hand come out and it just kind of looks like the Titan already does. If there's some true form of it that it cloaked itself, then... But yeah, I don't know what the fucking bald head is. Why is that there? I have no clue. Not even a single idea. Another $5 from Not Gaster. Not Gaster has a lot of money to donate to the stream, apparently. Thank you. Whoever used me as background noise, know that you have been observed. It's Shaq. Yeah, clearly it's Shaq. The shadow is its wings? I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I've looked at that a lot of times, like fading back and forth between like whatever the fuck that silhouette is and the Titan, and like there's no real similarity between how they look at all. Not that I can tell. Oh, Courier showed up to plug Illusion of Gaia? For some reason. Alright, shout out to Illusion of Gaia. I have to plug on with this comment. Part of me wants to find a way to read that. That said, I suppose the simplest answer, and one that goes well along with your video, is that Titans and the Angel are both fundamentally holy, but are nonetheless locked in an unending tug-of-war that would shatter both worlds if they were allowed to meet, aka the Roaring. But without either being labeled as diabolical or unholy, both light and dark are part of the prophecy and thus equally legitimate in their status as beings of holy nature. Yeah. Yeah, light... I mean, yeah, I'm not sure that light is necessarily anti-prophecy. I did imply that in the video because, like, Gerson is very tied to, like, not necessarily breaking, but kind of circumventing the prophecy. And he was talking about the power of light overriding the dark, but that's kind of a more of an inference to go from, like, well, Gerson is all about circumventing the prophecy, and he's telling Susie about the power of hope that she possesses. And then I tied hope to light. But yeah, I don't know if hope is, or light is directly opposed to the prophecy necessarily. It's more just opposed to darkness, whereas hell is the thing that seems more likely to be opposed to the prophecy. It's honestly pretty hard to say. But yeah, like the Titan definitely does seem to contain a lot of light imagery, or a lot of angel imagery if nothing else. But I don't really have any brilliant ideas about how to explain the Titans beyond that. They're just too fucking weird. They've just been introduced, and they're just a confusing mess right now. They have all these different symbols stapled together. Yeah, burning bright, burning black, burning with a story, burning up everything. That's some crazy shit. I want to find a way to make sense of that line, but it's so hard to do. Are Titans in the depths devils in hell, or is this title held only by those who wish to destroy the current order between the separated worlds? Maybe. Yeah, I don't think just being dark makes you hell-related. I think that's at least we can rule it out. Because dark and light do seem somewhat orthogonal to the principles of, like, heaven and hell. They don't have any alignment one way or another, for the most part. $2 from Jack Doubt, thanks. If Gaster is the start, then is the night glass? I'm not sure why one would imply the other. I need to take a quick piss break. I'll be back in a minute. I am returned. I'm gonna pour a bit more tea. OMG, the knight has whole hands? So stigmatic, or I agree chillin'. Knight having whole hands is a reference to them actually being ASCII from Koru Observer. I'm chewing the cookie. What? Homestuck homunculus? Who's asking about homestuck homunculi? I don't remember making one of those. Did I make a homestuck homunculus? What kind of cookie? It's a chocolate covered one with some caramel in it. Yeah, the Gaster whole hands were kind of just like a fanon meme because of like a couple pixels on the Mystery Man sprite. I will fully concede that. Then hand plates made that like the core of the entire story, like literally named the comic after the fact that Gaster has whole hands. Classic. Or no, wait, was that hand plates I'm thinking of? Gaster like punches holes out of his hands to like sample his DNA. Is that the hand plates? So then it just became canon forever. I smashed... Wait, I need to know about the Homestuck homunculus. I'm trying to find this one person commenting about it. Gen X Riddler. I smashed him up. I don't know what Homestuck homunculus that is, but we got $10 from Witchbird. Thank you. I do wonder how much of Gerson's speech about prophecy is Toby's view on canon with his own games. He's always encouraged fan stuff and always insisted everyone's individual Undertale is canon. I mean, yeah, you can read it that way pretty easily. Stories being changed and being rewritten, that could apply to more broad IRL type topics. It could even literally apply to the Bible. It could be a religious commentary that's not even off the table, but it's also very ex-Homestuckian to have that opinion about fan content. So yeah, I mean, that's probably a part of it. $2 from Not Gaster again. We got the Knight's Hand is not a clue, trust me. Hand plates is not canon. Oh, that was the Twitter. My Twitter account made a Homestuck homunculus. Okay, I've never seen that then. I'm curious. Someone will have to send that to me later. Boop. Okay, watching it again after the Patreon one. This is a big pilot, complete on its own, but ready to lead to much more. Yeah, kind of. Be the lore that to come. Be the new theories to be made. Be something darker than dark, or you know the next part. Welcome back, Pissingham. Okay, thank you for that lovely comment. Now that you've tackled this, it's time for a why am I choking? 10-hour analysis video about the one rabbit that asked if it hurts to be made of blood. That exists. It's my last comment response stream from my previous video. A positive comment. Justin Sledge is here. Yep. Definitely not Edmund McMillan. I used this music in my old narrator video, I remember. Because I remember I accidentally got the spreadsheet scrolling to sync up to the beat of the music. That wasn't intentional, it was just like a frame rate thing where like I slowed it down so much that it only moved every certain number of frames and it happened to sync up to the beat of the song. Deltarune's endgame boss pointing panickingly at the prophecy and being met with the chorus of "I can't read, I'm an Undertale fan." What is this pointing at? Reference to timestamp.
Boom, clickbait title. The light inside Chris's soul is actually Deltarune launch hype.
Because the game's being played by Undertale fans, I guess is the joke. Yeah. We got lots of love for myths are 100% true. I've probably used that OST more than anything else in the world at this point. Just a wild guess. Very funny. I've never played the game. I just follow the composer on Bandcamp. Soulsov OST. Yeah, I really wanted to make that that track work for that segment because it was called Hunger and Light, I think, and I was talking about light. So yeah, I like it when the name lines up with what's happening in the video. And it is by Toby Fox, you know, it's fun to introduce non-Deltarune or Undertale Toby Fox music to a video about Deltarune. It's always funny to me. $2 again from Definitely Not Gaster. Handplates is propaganda and the homunculus is mine. Yeah, Handplates was kind of Gaster slander. I was trying to get him to lose custody of his kids or something. What a weird fucking thing that was, Handplates. I never read the whole thing, but it was like super influential. But it was this kind of like really grim and kind of edgy backstory for Sans and Papyrus. I wonder where that came from. Like what sentiment was driving that? I never really got it. I guess people just wanted the backstory for Sans and Papyrus. Because you never see their hands? Oh. I've never heard that before. I guess it's true. Wait, no, you see Papyrus? Oh, he's wearing gloves. It's because he wears gloves. Okay, sure, fine. Do I like Gaster being the middle brother? I don't know about the middle. I mean, I've been implicitly have assumed that Gaster's been a skeleton brother ever since reading 1 by 1. That kind of just set my head canon forever. I prefer it to Dad Gaster anyway. Third brother Gaster has always been fun for me. We have a $5 donation from Stop Asking Why and Just Read It, clarifying the Marimo lore. For your information, the Marimo symbolize the love between the Lake Akan village's chief's daughter and her forbidden lover, who both drowned themselves. Moss needs water. Wait, in what? What's the context? In what story? Symbolized, but there's no Lake Akan and there's no village chief in Deltarune. I don't know what you mean. But okay. Where was I? This one. How big does it get? Not that big. It's Japanese folklore. Okay, thank God for the context. I'm surprised he didn't mention the fountain in the 3rd sanctuary calling to the gang according to Ralsei. Okay, but a lot of people remember this somehow, and I just never noticed it at all, but I responded to a very similar comment at the start of the stream where, like, I'm not sure. That doesn't really go anywhere. Like, the prophecy being about something that happens just, like, literally that chapter already, and is barely even noticeable. And that being just opposed to, like, the tale of hell. It's weird. Like, that's kind of a nothing burger. $2. The river person quote made most of us assume he was evil. Just beware the man who speaks in hands. Yeah, I guess that would do it. I mean, it didn't make me assume he was evil. I never assumed that Gaster was evil. I think that's the kind of thing that, more so than any one piece of evidence leading to it, it just sort of... It's like how matter and antimatter interacted after the Big Bang, you know? Like if they were evenly balanced, there shouldn't be any one reason why we would have matter versus antimatter be dominant in the current universe, but like just random fluctuations early on just kind of necessitated that one had to become dominant. So like that's what happened with Gaster lore. People just kind of, a few things got picked up on almost out of the random background noise of the cosmos, and those became canon, like the turtleneck, the Sans and Papyrus brother shit, and various ideas about his personality, I guess. More donations from Not Gaster. Those kids are definitely fine and tall and alive. They're tall. Was there a plot point in Handplates about the height of Sans and Papyrus? It's fine. I'm okay not knowing. And we have 12 pounds from a Bon might be here. Thank you. Will you ever cover fire symbolism in the next video? It seems pretty important with how fire opposes ice, the burning eye stuff, how it can bend glass, how it associates with knowledge and literature. No, I've adjusted fire symbolism a couple times now because I just don't see it really being in the game. You have burning eyes and you have like the suggestion that Ralsei can maybe do fire magic from that one prophecy or the legend painting thing. But it doesn't come up anywhere else. Like it's just not really there. And like, I'm not going to really talk about it based on like what it might do, what it would logically maybe do, or how it would interact with other symbols that exist, because I just don't really see it as part of the game at the moment. Yeah, we didn't even get Toriel Firegrave, dude. Everyone was thinking Chapter 3, Weird Root, Toriel kills Undyne with fire. That was a thing. I've addressed all this before, including the Ralsei Censor Act, where he lights up the doobie. Yesterday I was looking... I didn't finish this one. The image of heaven, used for heaven's call, prophecy uses wings. Maybe this is referring to the angels' heaven calling to the heroes. Maybe, but ringing and calling screams telephones to me. I think that's, there's no point throwing that out. Yesterday I was looking if you dropped anything new. Here we are. Well, there you go. Legendary refresh pull. Not even a quarter of the way through the video, but props for putting the myths are 100% true OSTN. Yeah, well, once again, the real fans coming out. Imagine I put a gif of the boss dapping up Pim here. I don't know what that's a reference to because I've never played the game. Good try, though. Is that an EBF Epic Battle Fantasy portrait? I think that's No Legs. Can I zoom in on that? Yeah, that's No Legs. Thick EBF reference. The donations keep coming. Another €2 from Nask. Why does Black Knife have Burn in Despair motif? The rhythm is similar? I don't know. I have no idea. Is it even exactly the same, or is it just vaguely similar? Because it is just a rhythmic pattern. They do sound similar. $2 from Definitely Not Gaster again. He is not evil, and you should give him your keys. Gaster has never asked for my keys, and he'd probably drop them because of his whole hands. Is it Desriel propaganda, or is it Asriel Knight propaganda? I'm thinking it was Asriel Knight propaganda, but either one, whatever. I mean, drum beats can be motifs. There's no reason they can't be. The Terminator theme actually is an example of a drum beat being the motif. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Like, that is the main theme, basically. Doopy doopy doo. Next comment. It's crazy how you immediately interpreted Heaven's Call to be about a phone call when the other prophecies avoid modern terminology. Well, but it doesn't mention a phone. Like Queen's Chariot it's talking about a car using archaic terminology, which is exactly what the Ring of Heaven's Call would be doing. Weird thing to take issue with. My immediate thought was about Heaven calling out to something or someone, though I don't know about that. Like, it could also be that, but like, I thought a deeper level of insight was pointing out, like, this is actually just a big fucking workaround for talking about a phone call, which is actually much more relevant to the, you know, the existing mysteries we have to juggle right now. Like, obviously, yeah, Heaven could be in some generic, ambiguous sense calling to the heroes. Sure, that doesn't actually tell us shit, though. That's a meaningless word salad. My immediate thought was about Heaven call. Okay, one thing I would like to note is the literal ring under the text that no one is talking about. A couple people mentioned there's a ring, like the ring being the thorn ring of Heaven's Call, like the thorn ring of Heaven's Call. I just don't see how the fuck that works. Because the thorn ring comes from fucking Spamton. We have no idea how Spamton gets the thorn ring, or even what it is. And we don't hear it. It doesn't make noise, so I don't know. We're pretty far off in understanding anything how to interpret what that means if we are indeed interpreting the Ring of Heaven's Call to be the thorn ring. Like, maybe it's possible, but like, I have no idea what to do with that right now. Another $5 from Moyo. Thank you. I'm concerned about what's going to become of Rules, a Darkner who struggles to find a place even among other Darkners. You and nobody else, I think. Sorry, that was mean. I've never seen someone say that you're concerned about Rules before. That's very funny. I mean, a $5 from Cyber Soul Gem. Thank you. The prophecy is a shadow crystal. TV world shows a destroyed TV. What? Okay, TV world shows a destroyed TV, Lord of Screens cleaved, and in prophecy rooms its text doesn't warp. What does the first thing have to do with shadow crystals? I don't know what the first thing has to do with shadow crystals. See, this is why trying to dump your theories into donation comments, the word limit renders them incomprehensible most of the time. The prophecy is a shadow crystal, but like, then what are shadow crystals? Are they the prophecy? What does that mean? The prophecy exists outside of any physical form, I think. Like glass being effectively how it manifests, I'd stand behind, but yeah, like specifically saying the shadow crystals are the prophecy, that's a lot of that's a much stronger statement, let's say, which I don't really think helps very much. Because the shadow crystals were retconned into the game. I do want to occasionally remind people of this. I do think shadow crystals are important to analyze and like probably mean a bunch of stuff, but I also don't think they're necessarily maybe as important intrinsically as some people like to think, because the idea for secret bosses predated the idea of secret bosses having shadow crystals at all. We had Jevil as the secret boss in Chapter 1, and then in Chapter 2, shadow crystals were patched in retroactively, starting with Spamton, and then Jevil got one retroactively. So like, I usually encourage people to think more in terms of like, what do the secret bosses mean, as opposed to what do the shadow crystals mean because the secret bosses have them. Does that make any sense? Look, the seagull's back. It's loafing. So many donations. Oh, okay. Another $2 from Gaster. I heard that guy is sensitive about his hands. Man. I bet they're sensitive after the laser cutters were through with them. $5 from Half Moon. Thank you. Writing to inform you that the Inferno of Jealousy doesn't refer to Asgore, it refers to Caddy. She's crushing on Noelle and is jealous of Susie. I wasn't even talking about that, dude. I wasn't. It shows a field of flowers. You're telling me the flower field refers to Caddy? You're coming at me with some out of context, like, contrarian propaganda. I wasn't even talking about that, dude. I wasn't even, but now I've got to talk about it, and now I have to think, like, you're saying an Inferno of Jealousy, well, there's a fucking flower field. Bruh. It doesn't need to be Caddy. Why? Why is that your... I just don't get it. Sorry, I just don't get it. Where did that come from? Okay, and $5 from Slick G. Thank you. The Ring of Heaven's Call is actually a ring ID place is actually a... If the Ring of Heaven's Call is actually a ring, comma, I'd place actual money on it being a ring used to decode a cipher. I guess you've already placed $5 on it. I don't know where that's coming from. Ciphers aren't really ever mentioned in Deltarune aside from Wingdings theoretically being a substitution cipher for English text, but... $2 from Definitely Not Gaster. Stop calling me Rules, I'm fucking not. Dude, I'm not calling you shit. I don't even know who you're talking to, Not Gaster. Okay, what was the next comment? It was... Oh, this one's super long, actually. After the first comment response stream... Okay, I've decided I'm not going to be reading comments that are edited after the first stream. That's too much. That's gaming the system. Gaster's getting ideas from the video. People are still replying to that $500 donation, which, again, I can't see for some reason, and, like, the UI. I wonder how long it's going to stay there. Probably a long time. There's a new... These are all short. It's heavily hinted that the Song of the Sea is Death's related. The whole playing of Raise Up Your Bat is done in Atlantis, and that resolves Onion Sign hearing the song a lot cleaner. Yeah, I didn't really take that into account. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the song was Death related. I think that was a lot of people's assumption. It's like, what's the most mysterious thing it could be? Oh, it's Death. So, like, yeah, why not have that check out? Atlantis Stadium is playing a Death song kind of underwater. Fair enough. Oh, it's a self-reply chain? Interesting. I guess I've been reading other people's edited comments. Under this reading, we also have to come to the conclusion that Onion Sun is the reason the night is late. Do we? I don't think we do. I think that's out of nowhere, actually. Yeah, we do not, in fact, have to hand it to Hulk Hogan. This is still people watching the video actively. Oh, and this is how long it took me to pin the comment about the comment response stream, Lamau. Another $2 from Definitely Not Gaster. LASIK surgery on my palms was an expensive mistake. The heaven symbol is a titan from above. It could be. I'm not sure why it would be. It has the angel wings, that's about it. As always, you bring incredible analysis that even this early I can tell is going to be fundamental to the future of theory crafting. Wow. Yeah, thanks, that's cool. Fundamental to the future. That's my nickname. Andrew, fundamental to the future of theory crafting Cunningham. I'm moving like Oppenheimer, or I guess Einstein is better. Gauss? A thought I had while watching. Prophecy is written in glass. The shadow crystals are invisible for everything but its shadow, but feels like glass. Perhaps shadow crystals are pieces of the prophecy. Like literally, or more exactly, a corrupted piece of broken prophecy. How does this lead to this? Or them being invisible, but you can see their shadow. I just don't see how this connects. It's written in glass, and these are invisible but for their shadow. I just don't see how that relates. Pieces of the prophecy. They are a corrupted piece of the broken prophecy. It can explain why the holders gain knowledge about their beyond their comprehension. I don't think that explains that. I don't know why a piece of the broken prophecy would make them go insane. The prophecy being broken at all implies that you can break the prophecy, which is kind of wild. I'm not sure how you could do that. If anything, it seems like the secret bosses are struggling to break the prophecy because they're fated to be miserable like Spamton. That's the kind of the rotten glass I was playing off of, where he was trying to escape a fate that was foretold, but he couldn't do it because, of course, that's already fate. So I don't think this really explains anything at all. I think that Gerson proves that having a shadow crystal doesn't make you stronger. It's more of a correlation that of strong darkness being given crystals. I mean, I'm fine with that. That could be true. But none of these statements actually tie together at all. They're just kind of independent statements. 2 seconds in, Molly Star shows up. Yes. And so wept the fallen star. With how much information and lore is packaged into these 4 chapters, it's kind of hard to believe we're only halfway done. Yes, it is. Clearly, Toby's setting up some big reveals later on, and with how good of a writer he's proven to be, I'm just going to trust whatever he's cooking. Yeah, me too. That's me too. This guy gets it. It's, you can try to predict stuff, but it's easier just to have faith that Toby's going to be able to execute on what he's setting up. I think he's earned that. Fucks up with that one part of Crumbling Tower where he's just like glitches. Wait, what? Is this a broken comment? It starts halfway through a sentence. Crumbling Tower, is that a song from the soundtrack? I think that's a song. I've only heard it listening to the soundtrack, but I don't know if it plays in the game. What? Track 66. Okay, let's listen to it. I have no idea what this is actually getting at. Let me dig it up. Music, Deltarune 3 and 4, track 66, Crumbling Tower. That's when we fight the Titan, clearly. Oh, at the end of the soundtrack version, there's a glitch noise. Did you hear a glitch? Not a 219, okay. 219, I'll start it at 210. Still didn't hear a glitch. That was 219. It's only in the... Okay, this is irrelevant. This is just an uploading error that was actually corrected in all subsequent versions. Never mind. Toby here is quite the move. Oh, they're talking about Toby Hess, not Toby Fox. Toby Jedediah Hess. I know what they mean. Okay. After Chapter 5 is released, there's only 2 more. Yes. What is this? What is this comment? It's just like, I'd be really sad if Toby stops. Shut the fuck up. Enjoy the game. The combination of water and glass for depicting the prophecy is interesting. It's tricky to find 2 materials more different from one another. The music is gone, sorry. To find 2 materials more different from each other, and in any other story, that would be a dichotomy. Glass is both unchangeable in shape and fragile, whereas water flows freely. Yeah, that's true. Its shape conforms to its container and is nigh indestructible to mundane forms of force. But in Deltarune, the 2 overlap constantly. Were they not displayed as thematic next-door neighbors, I'd say this implies the prophecy was a hard and sharp outline with an undefined body that ties into Gerson's musings on reimagining the prophecy to regain free will. Yet their extreme closeness has me seriously doubting that, as if Tricky Tony has presented an intuitive thematic reading while concealing a comically sized sledgehammer to smash it. Well, I think the workaround for this is the glass. I mean the ice, which I've not mentioned in this video, but yeah, like the way you get from water to glass is via ice. So that probably is where it comes from in general. But there kind of still is a dichotomy between water and glass, I think, because, like, water being darkness... I explained this all last time, but, like, I sort of consider darkness in its original state to be kind of a free-form case of, like, an imagined world that hasn't been actually made into a narrative and is therefore open to possibility. It can flow still. And glass being brittle is once you've condensed it into a narrative, you've written it down, and it's actually now fixed forever as a prophecy. Only one set of events can happen. So that's how I interpret the dichotomy. Other people have talked about the whole thing of glass being the screen, so I won't dwell on that. I will say it's very reminiscent of the whole Black Mirror double entendre. Cool, yeah, Black Mirror. Like your phone screen. I think I missed 2 donations from... There's a million donations from Definitely Not Gaster. Andrew Oppenheimer Cunningham. You must know, December is not real, but Halloween is. Shoutouts to Halloween holiday then. What did I bring up? Reading this dialogue for the first time and being mind-flooded with thoughts about why he knows whatever Onion-san was talking about. only for it to be the Hammer of Justice was insane. Oh, this is about Gerson talking about the ringing of the Hammer of Justice. Yeah, extremely weird dialogue. I was thrown for a loop by that. Like, what do you mean you're the ringing from the, you're the song from this? What the fuck are you talking about, Gerson? I still think that doesn't explain it. Like, there's going to be more about that in the future. There fucking has to be, because it just doesn't make sense still. Oh, and $10 from Snossip, thank you. Rude busting it down Gaster style. Inked up blue they on that goner juice in a darker yet darker style. Excellent. Every time that meme is repeated, it becomes like more AI generated. It's awesome. Rude busting it down, Gaster style. Inked up blue they on that goner juice in a darker yet darker style. Justin Sledge. The first Darkner you meet is Lancer. You don't meet, you encounter. I said meet. You used a different word. You fucking saboteur. I can wait a bit longer for a newsletter, and Andrew Upload is filling it for now. Yeah, hopefully not for too long. Toby, gotta move on. The L word was light. I hope this was obvious in context. Oh, this is an Umris reference. I think this is this was an Umris ending. I just remembered that. What do you mean? Lesbian? Not Gaster, $2. Hey, that juice is fucking mine. The goner juice. Was it a Scott Pilgrim reference? I think someone referenced a Scott Pilgrim joke in an Umris ending, because I know it from an Umris ending. Could the reason the heart as an arc in the lyrics from Raise Up Your Bat be named like that? Wait. Could the reason the heart as the arc in the lyrics from Raise Up Your Bat is named like that be related why it's called the heart and arc? Okay. Be related to Darkners that you save and all recruits. Oh, like you're the arc that carries them. They're not, it's not your heart though. Chris just literally drags them to the other room. Our actions can cause previously otherwise doomed Darkners to be saved due to the darkness we recruit. But that's not tied to your heart still. Like, Undertale and Deltarune, neither of them really use the heart as a symbol of kindness. They pretty rigidly stay away from that association. It's an ambiguous symbol. I don't think that's it. Which is notable that it is done by collecting certain numbers of around almost every type of Darkner. Yeah. Darkners becoming lost may actively fully perish, or any subsequent death adjacent status permanently befall them. Why is this so hard to read? Darkners becoming lost may fully perish, or any subsequent death adjacent status permanently befall them, save for your recruits. I don't know what, I can't actually parse that sentence. Tenna and Jackenstein may then be special recruits. Tenna and Jackenstein. Needing certain conditions to be applicable for saving. You mean later? Like, because we don't bring them back to the Dark World. King and Queen and all of the Card Kingdom might be mandatory recruits just because of Lancer's efforts. I think this is just a bunch of like fan fiction about recruiting Darkners. I don't really know what to do with any of that. $10 from Obenar, thank you. Hey Andrew, I love your videos. Your Silk Song playthrough is top tier background audio. It's an unusual thing to call out, but thanks. My comment is coming up, I think. I'm sorry for editing it 3 days ago. I had more questions. Well, I can't tell if you've edited it. That's the thing. Top Shelf Zaza, $5 from Moyo, I should say, but Top Shelf Zaza, 200% pre-rolled joints, rolled and revived just got me reading the book of the prophecy. We are indeed close. 200% re-rolled joints rolled and revived. No, pre-rolled joints rolled and revived. Sure, dude. Mint flavored dust. Wait, people are saying let the comment cook. I should read it more carefully, maybe. Need King and Queen in all Card Kingdom might be mandatory recruits. Oh, so this is basically speculating about future, like, late world plot lines to maneuver Tenna, but Tenna seems like the end of his arc is just living with Mettaton as, like, gay roommates forever, right? That's chill. I don't think we're going to be getting Tenna back. Jackenstein is weird. I never really thought about why we don't get Jackenstein back in the Dark World. Yeah, I wonder where he is. And we don't get a Ram, of course. That's weird, too. Susie says they'll take him later. Easy enough. How many viewers we at? 800. Not too shabby. Oh, Jackenstein gets used in the festival. Never thought about that. I thought King calling you Lightbringer was a Linkara reference. I don't know what the reference would be. Pretty sure it's not a Linkara reference. This was a comment referring to Echo. Echo has entered the Andrew's current obsessions, quickly referencing the video club. I replied. Oh, someone talking about 9 souls, and I'm like, yeah, that's my profile on Discord. True. $5 from definitely not Gaster. Okay. Jackenstein is my special boy. He is under the ground where he is safe and well fed. Cruelty unto him invites doom upon thee. My special boy. Very cool. Then $2 from Basilius Basil to say Lucifer means Lightbringer. I mean, yeah, we there have been plenty of comments about that. I'm more curious now what the Linkara reference is. Excellent video. I agree with pretty much every conclusion besides the throwaway take that the knight is spammed in the caller. The phone call is described as garbage noise, which already links it to Gaster, but if that's not enough, Spamton strings are the exact same color of green as the Chapter 1 Gaster menu and battle box. Bringing in green Gaster here is kind of novel. I have thought about this. The garbage noise being the phone. I was honestly rethinking a lot of assumptions about Gaster. In terms of, especially the garbage noise. This was, I think, spurred on by the thought that the knight could be the caller instead of Gaster, whereas, like, we associate the garbage noise with Gaster because of Entry 17. It's the background noise that plays during the Entry 17 thing in Undertale, which that's kind of the ground. It's where a lot of Gaster lore bottoms out. It's a lot of shit comes from that load bearing. But it's the Entry 17 itself is talking about what is pretty clearly, I think, Gaster making a dark fountain. Or being in a dark world. And so I was thinking, like, what if the Gaster noise is actually just the dark world noise? And we associate it with Gaster because he was making a dark world at the time. And we hear it in every dark world. Like, Chris isn't necessarily calling Gaster. We just hear the phone call because Chris is in the dark world itself. So that might actually not be Gaster's thing. It's an interesting thought. But the thing about the green, like, I do put some stock in that for as little as I really pretend to care about the green Gaster take. That's existed for a long time, like drawing connections between the color of the battle box and the color of the pre-chapter 1 completion save file menu with all the Gaster dialogue in it. That is green, and Spamton's strings are very green. So that is somewhat Gastery. It all disappears behind the big, scary DM screen of, like, what is Gaster's relationship to the world? What is Gaster's relationship to the night, potentially? Another reason that Gaster being the color has kind of fallen out of favor for me is we've gotten a little tiny bit more Gaster characterization as of Chapter 3 when he's commenting over the night fight, if you're taking deaths to the night. And it seems like he's ambivalent about the result. Like, he's not trying to really influence things, he's just spectating, and it's hard for me to believe at this point that, like, Gaster really wants an active role. Like, that he's reaching through the screen and fucking with these secret bosses and making them go nuts and stuff. Like, to the extent of actually, like, having, like, a phone call relation, like, just talking to them over the phone. Like, it doesn't seem like, and also the introduction of the night has supplanted some of the burden of needing a character to be orchestrating this. Like, if you needed a character to be, like, calling everyone up and, like, doing weird shit, now that we know the Knight kind of is in a, like, an organizational role, like, has a conspiracy and isn't just acting as a lone force, that puts the Knight much more in the role of, like, someone who would call up the secret bosses and fuck with them, as opposed to Gaster being the nuclear option of, like, the most mysterious thing. There are still some threads, well, like literal threads in Spamton's case, that are tying, yeah, maybe Gaster is involved, but it's lost a lot of gas since Chapter 3 and 4, I think, is the main point. Like, it's no longer necessarily, like, the most compelling interpretation to say that all the secret bosses are being contacted by Gaster as opposed to the Knight. Okay, a bunch of donations have rolled in since. $2 from Definitely Not Gaster. Rumor has it Greenster is the fourth brother. How could he be in between if there was four? That there's no in between spot then. I hope someone knows what the fuck I mean. And $10 from Fig Fauscher. Thank you. I'd like to throw in an odd lead at you regarding Deltarune symbols. Try putting Icy's 3 catchphrases into the Wingdings font. It looks like a little teaser of Deltarune. Oh my god. Okay, what are Ice 3's catchphrases? Gyastaflebreber? That? Gyastaflebreber? What are the catchphrases? Okay, I'll read another comment in the meantime. Another $2 from Definitely Not Gaster. I hear Gaster is just shy, but surely it is false. Shyster. I'm looking for a follow-up from Fig. Spelled 3 different ways? This sounds made up as fuck. I was gonna reference there was like a famous like non-scandal a while back when, like, in the Wingdings font, if you spell, I think, NYC as in New York City, is that what I'm thinking of? There's some way, like, something you type in Wingdings, it looks like a reference to, like, 9/11 or something. Where it's like a Star of David and then, like, an airplane and then something like with a skull and crossbones. It's like some, like, Jews did 9/11 conspiracy. I don't know what the fuck it would, but people were upset about that. And it turned out to be about nothing. It was just an accident. That's what it made me think of. It's like just finding random, like, the things that Wingdings look like when you spell words, like, makes up imagery. Oh, did they change it to be the Star of David heart thumbs up? Was there a Star of David? I don't fully remember what it was. It was some 9/11 conspiracy thing. Definitely Not Gaster invented New York City and the planes are a lie. Okay. Does Google Docs even support wingdings? How would I even test this? Okay, first step. Does the dialogue dump even have Gastaflbreber? It does. And then we can go to a text editor and enter that in Wingdings. I don't think Google has Wingdings, does it? MS Paint has Wingdings? I do remember what the Wingdings translate to, but I can't like visualize the whole word. Okay, MS Paint, you're not gonna see it. Just let me fucking do this. What do you do with these hieroglyphics? Hang on, I think I can bodge this in if you give me a sec. Fuck, how do I make it bigger? Here, here, here. Bazinga. Okay. Now we squint at this. Up, high five, peace, droplet, right, left, sad, right, left, hand, okay, sun, I don't know, dude. This is how to give yourself psychosis. I'm not looking at this anymore. Damn you, Steve Google. We will duel again soon. I don't know why Google Docs doesn't support Wingdings. Stupid for that. That's a good, like, how to unlock Luigi playground rumor. It's like, if you type Gastaflbreber and Wingdings, it'll give you the future of Deltarune. No, the real thing with Google Docs that pisses me off is that it doesn't use your computer's installed fonts. Like, I can't access those at all. And I don't think there's any way to upload fonts to it either. It's just kind of stuck like that. I'm reading this comment next, I think. Yeah. The last piece of evidence is up to interpretation since the Big Shot lyrics are hell to isolate. Oh, fuck, the Big Shot lyrics, dude. I forgot about this. I personally think they are fingers coming from the ends of the phone, which would tie the phone color to hand imagery synonymous with Gaster. Yeah, hands are synonymous with Gaster. But where does that come from? We got a hint on the Spamton Sweepstakes Twitter replies about, like, FIN is the first 3 letters. That could also be Find Her, which seems more relevant to what was going on then. Yeah, looking into the Big Shot lyrics is a nightmare. I don't know. Fingers in his ass. We're in a kind of a limbo right now between, or at least I am, between the old school Gaster secret boss connections and the new school. What if it was just the knight and Gaster's actually the distant entity? I still lean toward Gaster being distant at this point, because we have this new fancy knight that seems to be able to do all the things that we thought Gaster could for the most part. We don't know much about the knight's properties in terms of how it would drive folks insane or anything, but we know that Jevil met the knight. That was like a huge different a huge piece of information we didn't have access to before. Like the strange knight that Sean was talking about, that was who Jevil met. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get too sidetracked on this because this is a whole different field of analysis that the video was not supposed to be about. Continual use of Homestuck should be considered a physical attack. People get weird about Homestuck. I know it's like a bit, they're doing a bit, but like, what's the big deal? Like, Toby worked on it. It's just Homestuck, guys. I could make much more scary references to things. Homestuck is overhyped, is what I'm saying. And not in the sense of it's being overhyped as people say it's better than it is and it's overrated. It's overhyped in terms of being like a crazy, fucked up, esoteric thing. Like, it's just Homestuck, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's a webcomic. It's not even that long compared to a lot of fucking visual novels. I just realized you talk like H.P. Lovecraft narration. Not really. At best, I talk like Cormac McCarthy narration. Not even. Not even. If you think that I'm verbose, yeah, go read the Cormac McCarthy writing a thing. He gets weird. Yeah, it's not Lovecraft. There's not enough slurs. Lovecraft narration is when you use the word blasphemous a lot. And, like, unknowable. You basically just say blasphemous and fetid with an O and an E. F-O-E-T-I-D. That's what Lovecraft does. At Cyclopean? Yep. And, what's the other one? Does he say non-Euclidean? I thought he did. Cyclopean is good. Fetid blasphemers. Squamous. Ooh, and decadent. He loves decadence. But in the sense of, like, cultural decline, not like a really rich chocolate torte. Hysteropolis. Why did I read that? It's, okay, Lovecraft comment. Not in a bad way, but much more fun and detailed explanations with lesser used vernacular. The slightly dispassionate scientific lens you take while analyzing the nearly eldritch story of Deltarune. Yeah, that is kind of, that's the vibe. To be clear, I like it. Just couldn't place where I'd heard it before, until now. I feel like there's probably better examples than Lovecraft, but it works. Whatever works. Maybe a Homestuck. People usually compare me to Homestuck. That's probably it. I love your Deltarune videos. Theories are so convincing, and editing is snappy and satisfying. Music is good. Just saying the video is good. Thank you. The flow on this video essay is fire. I didn't know his writing was this fire. So many fucking paper clips. They're multiplying, dude. I know it's like a thing. It's like some sort of, like a, supposed to be like activism or something, but like, I literally can't tell them apart. Anytime I see someone with that profile picture, I just implicitly assume they're the same guy. They all just blur together. It's like kind of weird. Here we are. I think the pointed tail just means it's made of points or dots. This is wild take. A truly wild take, especially considering there's the literal one with the point that is just in the game's files. Like, not only are we supposed to use this other weird definition of point, but like it implies that Toby originally he drew the same tail made of points with an actual point, and then decided, wait a minute, the dots are already like points, and then he's like, Timmy, erase the one with the point, tear down the set. We can use just. It's very hard to comprehend how that would actually have happened. $10 from Notgaster now with Home Stuck. Thank you, Notgaster. Home Stuck. But I mean, yeah, it's made of points, sure. Hence the sharp bit being removed. But why make it with a real point and then just remove the sharp point? Like, if he was thinking of it being a literal triangular point enough to have the asset produced, then why is it actually not that? It's so fucking... I just don't know. Like, once we have access to that information, for better or for worse, I don't think we can unlearn that it was like, there was just a point on the end at some point. At some point. The fact that darkness and water, the prophecy and glass are connected is very leaning on the fourth wall, given that most people who are into Deltarune, even those like me who have never played the actual game, are seeing the world via glass screens. Yeah, we have this again. Quite a lot of them given the Phantom's numbers. Well, you're playing it on a computer, like, you don't need to specify people who are either playing the game or not. I think we can assume the game assumes that you are playing the game, except for Undertale that one time with Flowey, but that made no sense. But yeah, either way, you have to use a computer to look at Deltarune. More donations. Okay, $2 again. Definitely not Gaster. Lovecraft lives in hell, but Clippy is my home. Thanks for the lore drop. And €6 from Game Saucer. Thank you. Rain falls from heaven. There's also water below hell. The same water at different... Let's scroll up. The same water at different times. Also, roots grow down to suck water to grow. They do. I mean, that last bit's novel. At least I've never heard that before. Like, I thought about rain being the vector from heaven to earth for water. It links water to heaven, but the roots going down to hell to bring water back up is actually kind of cool. I didn't touch roots at all because I don't know what the fuck they are. I don't know what to do with that. This is still one-shot music. You'd love to see me tackle the Japanese localization. Nope. Nope. Sorry. Nope. I don't want that. Not doing that. Sorry. Yeah, that's not me. I don't know about Japanese. I don't do localization content. I placed Ralsei in the pro-prophecy category. Well, I placed Prophecy in the pro-prophecy category with a big arrow pointing the other direction because he changes in Chapter 4. As we will see... Discussion sorting factions into pro... There you go. See? There's an arrow. He moves across. But that's why you're not supposed to look at the other context diagram and try to figure out all my takes. Yes, that is what I meant. He doesn't actually believe that starting in Chapter 4, he starts to have friction with the prophecy. A more personal question. Oh boy, I hope this isn't weird. I'm a beginner creator who has been feeling pretty stuck. I think you're the best Undertale essayist. Your theses feel the most insightful and structured. Etc. Thank you. But in the same admiration, makes me feel like I'll never reach that level. Interesting. I don't truly understand what makes an analysis deep versus surface level, or how to structure my thoughts in an interesting way. Because I'm not confident I'm not confident that I even know what good looks like. I just get scared to create anything, like I'm not motivated. Very interesting. I think I can actually give an answer to this. which hopefully is encouraging if people are feeling like this. Whereas, like, I don't think that I'm doing anything that special. And, like, I know that's frustrating to hear. Sometimes people who are, like, really good at a thing refuse to admit that they're good at a thing, and they make you feel bad. I'm not saying that. I think I'm a very good essayist. I think that I'm very good at making Deltarune videos. Yes, but what I'm saying, though, is that I don't think I apply many specifically special skills to do it. Like, as far as editing goes, I always try to tell people who ask me for editing advice, like, I don't do anything fancy. All of my editing just comes down to essentially, at least 90% of the time, just moving PNGs around. Just like sliding and rotating PNGs, that's all. And just doing that a lot. It's painstaking, but it's not, like, fancy. There's no special knowledge required to do that. I don't have After Effects. I don't have any fancy, like, filters I run or any kind of, like, shaders that I run over videos. I don't download presets, aside from very limited cases. I don't, like, browse the, you know, editor forums and find, like, cool new tips. I just do the same shit over and over again, basically. So that's point A, is, like, my editing is just because I pay a lot of attention to keeping things moving around, and I take a lot of time to just have a lot of things happen, but none of it is fancy or complex or hard to understand. In terms of what makes the analysis deep or surface level, I don't know. I don't know if my analysis is deep. Most of my videos, I think you could argue, aren't particularly deep. They are just collating a lot of evidence and seeing, like, what I think it means. This video maybe is more of an exception than usual, because I did have to tunnel down further into, like, synthesizing an interpretation from what the game gives us, but, like, most of it's still, like, I boil down to a workflow of, like, identify a bunch of things that you want to gather and compare, and then gather them up and then compare them. Like, most of my videos just boil down to that at the end of the day, is gathering things up and, like, just seeing how they look together. Going for a deep analysis, I don't know if that's something that you can, like, aim for. It's just the depth comes from looking at the game and having ideas about it. That's basically all you can do. There's no way to gauge how deep or shallow the ideas are. You can gauge how many things you considered to arrive at the idea. You can gauge how many angles you looked at it from and how deeply you've thought about it, I guess, but what comes out in the final product is ultimately just going to be you expressing what you think the game is about, what you think the game is trying to do. That's for me anyway. And justifying that as much as you can based on what you can point at as evidence. So I don't think there's anything that makes my videos particularly deep compared to others. It's just I look at as many things as I can, and then I say what I think it means. That's all there is to it. So I think there's a lot of people in my Discord server, for example, who know way more about Deltarune than I do, and that have even thought about Deltarune more than I have, somehow. Like, they spend more time thinking about this stuff. The third piece of the puzzle, then, I guess, is just have your own takes. Like, they don't need to be the best takes in the world. They don't need to be the true takes. If you just want to express what you think about the game in the format of a video, and you put in the due diligence to justify that, and, like, actually to consider as much information as you can of what the game's actually giving you, then that's enough. Like, you can just present a take you have, and that's good. People will want to look at that, probably, as long as it's supported and it's an interesting take. So I wouldn't say that I'm, like, the end of the line. But okay, that was a long response, but they wanted a response of that nature, so I hope that was what you were looking for. They're also asking, how did they get past that early phase of feeling that everything was mediocre? It was easy for me than I think a lot of people, because I only got to make one video before my channel blew up. At least relatively. I never had to make a video that no one responded to and have to move forward from that. That would be hard, but my first video was difficult to make because I felt kind of inherently stupid writing the script, because I was like, if you don't think of yourself as a YouTuber, it's hard to write a script for yourself to read on YouTube. it just feels wrong. It feels like you're being stupid somehow. I don't know, you just push past it. I'd recommend experimenting with finding a voice that works for you is the key thing. Because I tried to write a bunch of drafts of my very first video script that just felt like they just didn't... they weren't a good fit for how I talk or how I wanted to express things. Like, figure out what your energy is. How would you talk about this game? Like, you obviously like the game. You have enthusiasm. If you were talking to a friend about the game, you would want to express yourself. You'd want to highlight certain things you like about the game. And you have a certain way that it makes you feel. So figure out how to, like, express that and let that guide the more factual things you're writing about. I think that's the best advice I could give. It's probably not very specific advice, but that's kind of how I think about it. Like, you articulate facts and knowledge that are inherently dry, but you infuse that with your enthusiasm and your love for the thing you're talking about to make it more entertaining. That's all I got. I hope it helps. And it's nice that you value my advice on these matters. Okay, how many donations did I miss? Oh, not too many. It's just Gaster telling me to learn, not Gaster telling me to learn Japanese. Okie dokie. That was a big long block of creative advice. Am I getting chilly? I'm gonna put on another shirt. Hang on. Did the chat freeze? Or is it just, are people not typing? I can't tell. It seems like it hasn't scrolled in a while. I'm gonna refresh the page. It's taking forever to load. I think it might have been frozen. Is my internet fucking up? I think my fucking YouTube backend is fucking up. It's frozen again. I'm just gonna keep refreshing it and hope. Oh, it's like super fucked. It won't refresh anymore. What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's happening. The whole page is frozen. I've never seen this happen before. I'm afraid to close the tab completely, because that might, like, end the stream. I'll just give it a minute. Still not showing me anything. I've never seen a web page where you click the refresh button and it like doesn't even do anything. Like the tab is frozen completely. Okay, what if I open just the YouTube backend in a totally new tab? Will that help somehow? We've never tried this. We're doing black magic. How do I go to my own YouTube stream UI while streaming? Does this work? It does work. Oh, that worked. Okay, so I had to move to a new tab. The old tab was like corrupted. It's working again. I just had to literally make a new tab and open the same page in it. Whatever. Okay, I probably missed 100 donations. Who did I miss? A few. There's another Notgaster. If you were not special, I would not be here. Heart. Okay, I'm not saying I'm not good at what I do, but I'm saying the bar to entry may be a bit lower than you think. Just maybe a bit lower. Okay, we got €6 from Game Saucer. Thanks. Thoughts on the use of a and the? An angel versus the angel, a girl versus the girl? Does anyone ever call the angel a? Maybe not red herrings, but different ways of being important. As far as the girl goes, I have no idea. I haven't really looked into that. I know it's a big topic, but I haven't looked into it. But like an angel. I guess we need the dialogue dump again. It's okay, this is every example of an angel being used in Deltarune. An angel is watching us. Which, who says that? That's familiar, but who says it? Is that in church? Does like monster kids say that or some shit? Oh, I think it's Clover. I think Clover says that. Okay, weird. And everything else is an angel doll. So there's only one line of text in Deltarune that actually refers to the angel with an indefinite pronoun, or an indefinite article, I mean. So I'm not sure what that comment is actually getting at. I don't think Clover's flavor text is implying that there's multiple angels. That's fine. As to the girl, yeah, I don't know. Okay, there's another comment, another donation though, another again from definitely not Gaster. Thank you, that was genuinely inspiring. Oh, I'm glad, not Gaster, that was inspiring. If possible, I want to encourage people to do creative things. I know that it's difficult if you make yourself do that. Oftentimes life circumstances preclude doing that. And I don't want to give any impression that I'm a guru or that I know how to make your job YouTube. Fuck knows how to do that. I think I got lucky as hell. And I think that you'll have to get lucky as hell if you want to do it. But if just advice about making things, yeah, sure, I can give you all the advice you want. Why am I choking on tea again? Fuck. There's an interesting comment, but I can't tell what it's replying to, even if you have nothing new to say. Was someone talking about feeling like they have nothing new to say? Because I agree, like, I don't think that what I'm saying in my videos is even necessarily new. I don't check. I specifically don't check if my ideas are retreading other people's ground, because that's not the point. I'm not trying to follow the zeitgeist and produce only new, never before seen ideas. I'm just trying to produce what I think is correct and interesting. And articulate that, like, even if someone said it before, I want to say it better than them. I can usually count on that at least. Or even if I can't say it better than them, I can say it in a different way that is more reflective of my actual specific takes. Whatever. Yap, yap, yap. Let's move on. I've been going through your stream VODs for the past few months for background noise as I do other stuff, particularly the Deltarune streams. It's great to see you're finally able to put the pieces together and formulate your thoughts, and not have to argue with chat. Oh yeah, like, if you follow my streams, you'll have the whole, the road leading up to this video was just me complaining about, like, for months and months and months, I would just reference how the video was going on live streams. But, especially during the Deltarune streams themselves, trying to argue with chat live about the theories at, like, ground zero is such a nightmare, dude. Those were fun, but they were like comment response streams, but worse. Because I didn't have time to like think about or predefine my takes at all, and the donations are just coming so hard and fast. Exhausting. But thank you for the comment. Great video. The only critique is that it's not long enough. This is what I mean. That previous comment's gonna haunt my nightmares now. It says the video is too long, it's bloated, the script is bloated, it can be 1/3 of the length. That is one of the funniest comments I've ever gotten. Because now we immediately have a guy who's like, it's not long enough. I know, it isn't long enough. It's not long enough. I had to cut so much shit that I wanted to talk about out because I don't have time to edit videos that long. There's a reason device theory is 10 hours. I don't even agree that device theory is longer than it needs to be. Like, maybe it's a bit longer, but like, you could maybe take out an hour or two out of 10. Yeah, people who say that you could condense device theory into an hour, they don't know what device theory is. They're thinking of like the first summary that you can say about like its layers of fiction or something. That's not device theory. Device theory is like that and then 9 hours of other shit that is also very interesting. You can't just cut it out. It's not just about the one thing that people use as the summary. It's like a very comprehensive analysis of many, many parts of the game. Why am I glazing device theory for no reason? That's fine. I just still see Molly replying to people giving that critique. And she just kind of like has a rote response at this point. Okie dokie dokie. Time to read more. Ignoring the following, if you read my comment... Oh, I did read this comment in the Patreon cut. Yeah. Wait, did I read this? I don't remember any of this. Amalgamates? Did I read this? The possibility of darkness being related to determination, shadow crystals containing something akin to will, that's from the newsletter, and the general weirdness of darkness creatures being amalgamate-like. Interesting. Oh, this is from the Patreon post? Because I don't really remember this. Darkness creatures being amalgamate-like. Is this just referring to the start of chapter 3? When, like, Endogeny appears for some reason? With Friend on it? Maybe there's that. It has interesting implications for the night, and might actually... Oh, they're trying to bring an Undertale lore. I see what this is. Damn it, I kind of hate this, though, because I went to my determination rant last time. Jumping on Sham's little glimmer of determination bait to bring in like an amalgamate lore. That really annoys me for some reason. I don't know why. I just have an emotional response to that. Like amalgamate lore was very specific to Undertale and was kind of necessary to like create some plot contrivances in that game, but the fact that they melt, like that would require Darkners being meltable. But we don't have any lore on Darkner biology, that's just not a thing. Whereas in Undertale, it at least establishes that Darkners melt from determination, but the whole Dark Fountain apparently is made of determination, or it's made from determination, but also we don't know what determination is until we forgot that it exists. So, I think that's why I'm immediately so negative on this. Because dark worlds are created through determination, the shadow crystals contain something akin to will. Furthermore, there is a somewhat far-reaching connection between darkness and determination through the darkness entities being weirdly akin to amalgamates. I think this is just kind of... this is all just referencing the chapter 3... the beginning of chapter 3. Like, most darkners don't look like amalgamates, they just look like monsters. They're exactly the same as monsters. Are we not talking about darkness? We're talking about, like, the Titan spawn, specifically? Because I don't know what a darkness entity is supposed to mean. Darkness being related to determination might explain save points. And can be connected... No, this is going, like, a hard left turn from anything that I've thought about Deltarune for the last, like, 5 years at this point. It's just not the direction. It's... yeah, God, this feels like a blast from the past, almost. All the Undertale baggage still being relevant. Like, at least, if one good thing came of the chapters 3 and 4, that, like, I think people will finally stop talking about Undertale so much. except for like, you know, thematic relevance and maybe like Sans. It's nice that we can not have to take into account like determination lore for a while. We got $2 from Eritigui. Thank you. How does milk play into the water symbolism? Milk is like water, but with what, fat and protein, and you have to put in the rennet to curdle the protein out of it into curds and whey. So you could grow curds from the bitter water of milk, which leads to cheese theory, but I don't really want to go there. We have €6 from Game of Saucer. Thank you. This is an update to the previous donation. I mean, I partly mean multiple people fit one prophecy role. But fitting the description can still be important even if they don't end up filling the role. Wait, what is this replying to? The last comment said... Oh, that was about the definite articles. A and the... Multiple people fit one prophecy role, but fitting the description can be important if they don't end up filling the role. Well, for the girl, yeah, but like for the angel, there's like... That would be the case if we had any examples of people referring to multiple angels. They just don't really exist. Everyone just talks about the angel except for that one line of Clover dialogue, which I'm definitely not really going to put too much stock in. Like, there may even be multiple angels. Like, maybe Noelle is also an angel, but like the way to get there is not through article analysis. I missed the donation. When? Oh, it's this one. This one. Wait, how do I scroll up to it? It's by Luxon T Macaroni with €2. Thank you. Do you know about? Do you know the Another You theory by Garrett UTDR? No, I don't. I don't really follow many other theories usually. I don't really keep pace. Oh, didn't they say it's kind of redoing Flowey? Well, yeah, okay. So that I was rambling on about determination and shit. Full Andrew Cunningham raise at your back cover when? If I make enough videos, I'll eventually have to sing the whole song. Okay. There's the No God quote, a classic. I did get a lot of collabs. I kind of just wanted to see how much I could flex, basically. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, I'm not gonna bring on all the notable figures on the Deltarune YouTube scene. Just flex on them. Sick. But it was fun. It might have a double meaning with ring in the PlayStation release. The achievement ring can be gained by either ringing a bell or equipping the ring on Noelle. You know it's rough when you're getting the PlayStation achievement names. I mean, I'm not even saying that's not interesting lore. It's just like, Jesus Christ, the PlayStation achievements. That's actually kind of cool. I mean, explicitly acknowledging duality between ringing bells and equipping rings. What about phone calls? I still don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Beyond, like, that was the double entendre that I arrived at was, okay, phone calls. The thorn ring is a dead end. I don't know how to relate the thorn ring to heaven's call. It's not tied to heaven, and it doesn't call. And it doesn't cry. Well, I guess nothing says it would cry, but it doesn't call. Oh, the phone call is another way to get the ring in Spampton's shop? So it's a fucking Trinitarian ringing. Oh my god. Okay, $2 from Vivi the Huntress to say that. You got sniped, but thank you. And ringing a bell? Like, when has ringing bells been relevant except for chapter 4 that one time? It kind of hasn't ever. So maybe it just means all those things. But yeah, pulling the string and letting it ring as guitar connections. That was all in the video. Is it useful to overload the word ring with like 4 different meanings? Maybe. I'm not saying it can't. But I don't really know how to process it. $2 from Cooper Maxwell to say Gaster does have special comments on the achievements. I know that Gaster talks about if you do it with no achievements, he says something, but I haven't really looked into the PlayStation exclusive lore. I'm trying to read chat. Everyone's just kind of freewheeling on like the... Whenever a bell rings, angels get their wings. Like, what can we do with bells? Get all the bells in here. Then like a guy runs in with like a duffel bag and dumps out a bunch of letters on the desk that all have like every reference humans have ever made to bells. And we're like, yeah, it's good stuff. Like, I'm just lazy. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. It's like... I don't think that bells have been a particularly emphasized symbol so far. It's the same as fire. And phone calls very much have been an emphasized thing. Whereas the ring is more tantalizing, but it's specific to the weird root, and it doesn't... I don't really see anywhere to go with that immediately. Would you look at that? $20 from Leaf Blady, the recurring character, whose channel I've looked at twice now, thank you. Wanted to apologize, I didn't know the edit I made to my comment went against any rules. Well, there's no rules, you don't have to apologize. I'm just like trying to keep this moving to some extent and like give people a chance to have their comments read in the order that they were written. I just wanted to show I was actually planning to release a video and not just some weird spam bot. I didn't think you were a spam bot. Thank you. I was just confused. I assumed that because you talked about having a Deltarune video, I wanted to give your channel a shout out if possible because it was, you know, easy for me to do, but there was no Deltarune video, so that was that. This is going to be a long one. Oh, it's not even that long. Not a long one. I'm gonna have to eat soon. Maybe after this. I have some leftover tofu. I don't have to go and make pasta for half an hour. In the initial Chapter 1 Prophecy cutscene, I think the Chapter 2 Roaring cutscene... Yeah, we see images of the Calamity or whatever. The Roaring might be called even. When I first saw 3 heroes appear at World Edge, I assumed it was a desert landscape because it has dunes, but I think that's wrong. I think it's snow. Interesting. First of all, we see something similar in Chapter 3 at a cold place. I think the Roaring has something to do with a massive blizzard. That's interesting. This even leads more into the darkness and water symbol interchangeability. I don't know Dark World physics, but what if the Roaring is doing something in a Dark World that makes a blizzard in the Light World? You know better than I, but it's worth noting. Well, the Roaring is always... It's being tied to a flood. I think, like, I don't want to mess with that. I think that's solid. Flood, liquid water, fine. What you're saying, though, is still interesting. I never really thought too hard about what the landscape is there. It does look like a desert, but it being snow would, like, there's not really any relevance to deserts in Deltarune, whereas there is relevance of snow. There's nothing wrong with that idea. But when we see them going to fight whatever the angel is, that looks like a column of light. I don't know if that means like that's what the roaring looks like. That could be sometime after the roaring. That could be the angel's heaven. I don't know if that needs to be literally what the roaring looks like, because we see the roaring happening a couple times, and it looks mostly like an earthquake, and there's titans in the sky. I don't think there's a blizzard happening. So those might be separate. And ice imagery, I think, ties mostly into glass, like being a crystal that grows from water. I know glass isn't a crystal. Don't fucking nerd snipe me, okay? But it's glass-like, and glass is tied to fate, I think. So if anything, a lot of snow would have relevance to the angel insofar as the angel could be the source of the prophecy. Could be a thing. I still don't fully know how to bridge the gap between like glass and fate, and then what is snow doing. What is ice that is different than glass? I don't exactly know, but that's like probably an interesting thing to think about. I think you might be onto something there. Another €2 from Game Saucer to make €20 total. Thank you. I'm heading out. Take care. Well, thank you for all the donos that you've contributed. I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, here's the Omori music. Ice was the icy who is real and eats kids. Fuck yeah. Complete tangent. I think the hardest I laughed at Gravity Falls ever was the part where the big like Grunkle Stan blimp is like falling out of the sky with flames coming out of its eyes, and like the sign that says "I eat kids." I think I'm remembering that. I laughed my ass off at that. Sometimes you can't just beat a good slapstick gag. There's more to the comment. Why did the knight stay in the church after summoning the Titan at the end of chapter 4? Assuming it's in the closet? Yeah, good question. I think it was there to help the fun gang if they couldn't kill the Titan. It has a sword meant to kill... Oh yeah, you're fucking right. The black shard is from the knight's sword, and that kills Titans. I never thought about that. You make a good point. This guy's got some good points. It was there to help the fun gang, as the sword meant to kill Titans. I don't know how stats translate to items exactly in the Dark World, but imagine the black type is much stronger than the black shard. Yeah, we can imagine this. Maybe they didn't expect Gersten to show back up. Maybe not. I mean, like, I said at the end of my Knight conspiracy video that, like, the Knight summoning a Titan probably wasn't intended to destroy the world, so like that would imply they had to have contingencies in place. Like, they knew that if the Lightners couldn't kill it, then they wouldn't have the Titan actually destroy the world, so that does make sense. So them just kind of hanging out as a contingency checks out, honestly. It's not a bad thought. Have I heard of Gurden Demon Knight theory? No. Up next, how do you feel about the idea that shadow crystals allow the holders to use... Shadow crystals allow the holder to use them as an item on one turn, and on the next do a full screen attack. Oh, I mean... My immediate thought is that they don't need to do that. You could just have secret bosses able to do that. That would be just as easy, because like Jevil, again, in chapter 1, didn't have a shadow crystal. They were retconned in. They were a MacGuffin. Like, they may be meaningful, but they are fundamentally a MacGuffin that was retconned in. So I don't think retroactively transcribing properties of secret bosses to shadow crystals is helpful. If anything, the reverse is helpful. Understanding shadow crystals by virtue of the secret bosses. I'm missing a donation. Hang on. $10 from Cinny the Excellent. Okay, thank you. I think some aspects of darkness represent creation and possibility, which ties to water being the source of life. Ice then freezes that possibility to a single form of fate. Basically, yeah, like take or leave the abiogenesis metaphor, but like, yeah, basically I think that's kind of how it works. The frozen state is like linearity. It no longer has potential. It has a single predefined course of narrative. Okay, using the Shadow Crystal as an item. The closest any other enemy besides Spamton, Javelin, and the Knight do with a full screen attack is Tenna. However, Tenna is shown to be able to teleport the Fun Gang somehow. I lose interest very quickly when we're analyzing, like, the fucking stand powers of Darkners. Maybe that sounds a bit condescending, but, like, I just don't have any faith in the, like, mechanics of how Darkners, like, fight and what they do in combat actually having a consistent framework behind it. Even if you look at the game's code does not have a consistent framework behind it. The elemental system is like a fucking bodged together disaster. I just don't think Toby really thinks along these hard and fast terms when coming up with, like, the powers that things have. Ralsei even acts surprised at this beginning of the Doom board. Spamton has the what's for me phone call. The Knight does the cha-cha. And then, yeah, I guess the whole thing this is leveraging on is that Gerson doesn't have a full screen attack despite being a secret boss because he doesn't have a Shadow Crystal. I just think this doesn't... It's just kind of null and void. It doesn't matter. It literally just doesn't matter. It's like independently true or false without affecting much else. Thanks for reading all this. If you did, I came for Deltarune, but I've stuck around for your channel for much, much more. Oh, that's nice. Even working through the backlog of my VODs and my Silksong playthrough is amazing. Is it really? There's been 2 different comments so far shouting out my Silksong playthrough. I wonder why it's Silksong. It wasn't a bad playthrough. I just don't think... Silksong doesn't come to mind as like one of my classic streams that I've done. I guess it's just a recent one with a popular game. Maybe that's why. So a lot of people watched it. But then again, not my Silksong streams didn't even get that many viewers in total, so that's not it either. It's one of my favorite streams. I think Little Goody Two Shoes is excellent. I remember Nine Sols being good. Koru, of course. And Little Kissy Cutie is the all-time classic. Some other older ones too. I think my Night in the Woods streams were good. Mostly they're informed by my experience doing the streams though, so it's maybe a biased perspective. Like, if I had lots of fun streaming it, I'll remember it being a good stream. Oh yeah, Hypnospace was good. You liked the off stream? The first one I ever did? Guess I had a strong start. Yeah, the Rain World streams have their own kind of demographic they appeal to. They're pretty different though, like I don't talk as much during those, it's very gameplay oriented. And those streams don't really usually appeal to me as much in retrospect. Oh yeah, the fanfic streams are all a blast too. The Azzy Pants streams are classic, the humorous endings. I got £2 from Lots of Gold just to say I love the Interloper references. Thank you. There's a lot more Koru references than just the Interloper appearing. The stupidest, of course, is just using Akazet as a platonic representation of the word small. Classic. Election Trucking was peak. I have a lot of good stream series, I think. I think my streams are pretty good. Controversial take, but yeah, I do like streaming. Guess that's why I've been doing it for 4 years. Yeah, I had to go to the Koru server and just ask anyone if they had those the conflict clause, because like the image just came to me. I'm like, yep, I need those. I was gonna go eat food. Okay, I need to take a bit of a break to eat. I should be back in like 10 minutes or so. I just gotta reheat my Mapo tofu. I will leave you with probably an album though. I could put back on the one that was playing. That should still have a few more tracks, right? Oh yeah, that should be long enough. Enjoy Bandetto. BRB. Oh yeah, banging tunes. Take that down a bit. Alright, I'm back. Shit, I just ran out of my own phone charger with my chair. That's fine. What's the name of the album? It is Daunt Wave Slave. I should just... No, I can't really link it, I guess. It's by Bandetto. There's only like 3 Bandetto albums, you'll find it. This is a positive statement penis music? You know what I gotta do? You know what I gotta do, right? Hang on. This is not in fact penis music. Because this is. This one's a Jackal Queenston. Listening to this now. In 2009, truly vintage. Oh, you know what else I was reading? I finished the Cormac McCarthy book, but I picked up 3 books at the bookstore when I went to get the books from the bookstore. One of the other books I got, well, I got Piranesi, I haven't read that one yet, but I got Project Hail Mary. Because everyone has been glazing the shit out of Project Hail Mary. On puffer. Everyone's been saying it's good. So I'm like, okay, I'll read the book. But, I haven't read anything by Andy Weir before. The sheer whiplash between finishing the final novel of Cormac McCarthy and then starting Project Hail Mary was brutal. I don't think that Andy Weir is a particularly good writer. I hope that's not like a controversial super hot take. I really don't. It's pretty rough. It's pretty brutal, actually. And it was made worse by the fact that the last thing I read was Cormac McCarthy. The book is interesting. I'm still reading the book. It's kind of like the premise is really, really cool, but like, he's not a writer. He's a guy who has fun ideas about sci-fi stories, I think. It's kind of cringe a lot of the time, especially when he's not talking about science. So unfortunate. But, yeah, Piranesi I'm curious about. I really just picked that up on a vague hunch because I heard Jacob Geller talk about it once, maybe. I know vaguely what it's about, but I don't know why people like it, so... I was just kind of at the bookstore and I was trying to bring to mind anything that was like, what's a book I've heard of? I need something. Yeah, I've heard the audiobook is really good for some reason. And the movie I'm looking forward to watching. And I'm gonna read the book anyway, the book is cool. It's just like... I wish the writer of the book was better at writing. What can I say? What can I say? This isn't an analysis. I was just kind of disappointed. Well, we have courier opinions on Piranesi. I've never heard of Neural/Strange, but is this fucking song still going? Oh my god. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't really broken that much into what you may call literature, just like the stuff in the bookstore that is in the fiction section. It doesn't have a subgenre. So, I don't know, I'm trying to break into that a little bit more. With Cormac as the flag bearer. We're on a first name basis because I finished one of his novels. Apparently it's not his real name. He changed it at some point because I forget his original name. It was too similar to some other guy. Like a Robert Fox situation, you know. We're now listening to the Penis Music back catalog. This is like listening to Smash Mouth songs that aren't from Shrek. How many people in the world could tell you what song comes after Penis Music? Album, by the way, is Flop by Jackal Queenston. Walking on the Sun, okay, but that's the other Smash Mouth song that anybody knows. Other than those, you got nothing. This music plays at Sans and Nagito's wedding. I agree. Deleting my tofu. Om nom 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 nom. Nabe tofu's good. It's had a couple days to marinate. It gets better if you leave it in the fridge. Is it bad that you fuck with this? Nah. I mean, this is just another one of those, at the time, Lapbox aliases. It's the one who was like in universe was a Nazi for some reason. It's a long story. I don't know. They like euthanized him at some point. This was back in 2009. To explain why there was just kind of a Nazi character. The creator of the music isn't a Nazi. But yeah, penis music made by Nazi epic lore. Aside from that, he was just the drum and bass alias, kinda, but like not really like the specific kind of drum and bass that's like the neutered two-step version that like Pendulum plays. I don't know. I don't really like most of Jackal Queenston's stuff that much. Yeah, no, Renard is the well, over time Renard became the Raga core alias, and Raga, I had to research all this. That is like the original kind of jungle back from Jamaican dancehall roots. And so, but drum and bass usually refers to kind of like a more mainstreamified version that kind of crept out in the wake of jungle. I don't know, EDM subgenres are a whole... You could spend a lifetime studying those suckers. But this far back, like we're talking 2009, right? Like most of the aliases sounds weren't really even codified then. It was a much newer system. Like what the fuck is this? I don't even know what this sounds like. You're watching The Break. I'm eating tofu. This is break time. Yeah, Renard doesn't exist anymore. Does anyone know the deep lore? What happened to Renard? Does anyone? No one knows this. Take it from me, but I'm pretty sure that canonically Renard became Greenhouse. Like he wandered into the wilderness, like into Kokiri Forest, and got lost and became a Stalfos, i.e. a different alias. The source for this is like lurking the Haley Labs Discord server. But there was lore prior to that about like the if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, I'm sorry. This is like I mention this on stream so often that I assume people just kind of know what I mean. This is an ancient like internet free musician who has a bunch of different characters essentially they compose music under. That's all you need to know, but it's the most esoteric thing imaginable, just like bullshit lore for the sake of lore. It's awesome. The Soul Blazer / Illusion of Gaia / Terranigma trilogy has never been re-released in part because of the head of its parent company vanished in mysterious circumstances. Courier's bringing the Illusion of Gaia lore today. That's awesome. The album ended. We can go back. It's something else. Organized crime related. I feel like there'd be a Wikipedia page. One of the Wikipedia list articles, just like list of media or list of franchises disrupted by untimely death of creator. It's like the list of songs about car crashes page or something like that. Yeah. If you go far enough back to like 2006. Or maybe 2008. Yeah, Renard was just like this little sad twink. They completely redesigned him to be like, whack, crazy Gerard Way. Like, that shit predated the scene era. Imagine. Dragons. I'm talking out of my ass, though. I wasn't there for any of this. Everything I know is retroactive. Okay, let's go to a different one. Some company made ActRaiser. See, all of these RPGs, all the old RPGs of this era, they're united by the fact that I never played any of them. Right? I consider them a genre by virtue of like I know that I have not played any of them. So I just have no perspective. I've been talking about Renard. Let's just play the Intensive Care Unit EP. That's the famous one? No, is the famous one Trauma? What's the really, really famous one from back in the day? ICU or Trauma? ICU is the big one. Let's go. This was the height of like emo furry culture in 2010, what you're listening to right now. Or this is the peak. What does this even sound like? It's barely even breakbeat. It's got a 4-chord progression. This was used in 12 Warrior Cats Newgrounds Flash animations. God, I hope so. I missed the whole Warrior Cats thing. I know that like it spawned a whole genre of like furries, but I never read any Warrior Cats. Was there a YTPMV for this? I mean, I'm sure there was, but fuck if I know. Oh, there's the breakbeat. Alright. You had to hold out for it. I just knew there were a lot of YTPMVs for Rainbow Tylenol. I didn't know there was any for this. You remember a Battle for Dream Island one? Battle for Dream Island is an alien rabbit hole that I've never really tried to contend with. I know it's deep. I know it goes deep. Banger alert? Indeed. We have reached the platonic ideal of rave music. You have some high-pitched sample being spammed and a kick drum going donk, 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 donk. Fuck yeah. But not donk, 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 donk in the kind of gabber way where it's goofy. It's like a restrained donk, donk, donk. Oh. Then you have a random pop culture sample because it's a Renard track. Yep. Wait, we're just gonna get a copyright claim. We're skipping this. As if I'm not already gonna get a copyright claim by Ho-Ho Jazz later. Oh, there we go. This is more what I think of when I think Renard. This is like proper breakcore. I've listened to the entire back catalog of this artist. The Renard stuff is probably the most common. There's more of it than anything else, but it's never been my favorite, really. Like, it's not bad, but it kind of blends together into this overstimulating soup after a while. And I think it's made worse because a lot of the tracks get re-released between albums and compilations. I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue! Airplane reference, right? That's a classic. Yeah, breakcore being popular as far back as the 2000s is kind of funny, because I associate it with being like a modern genre, like an internet meme almost, but I guess that's just a breakcore revival that happened. Because it goes back probably like the 90s. It's retro. What's happening on the stream? This is a break. I'm eating tofu.
Selected Microsoft Sam as the computer's default voice.
Forgot about this one.
Why don't we have a chat today, young girls and boys? I can say whatever you want me to. We can do what you want to do. My name is Sam, but I'm just a Joe, living in your screen, day by day. What does this life mean?
This is deep.
You have selected Microsoft Sam as the computer's default voice. Why don't we have a chat today, young girls and boys? I can say whatever
This is
you
off.
want me to. We can do what you want to.
It's not Vocaloid. I'm pretty sure it's Microsoft Sam. That's why he keeps saying my name is Microsoft Sam.
Living in your screen, day by day. What does this life
But this is the whole song, yeah.
You have
It's an a
selected
cappella piece starring Microsoft Sam.
Sam as the computer's default voice.
This is not Lemon Demon. This is the only other person it's possible to be. I look up a song on the internet from way back that you remember is not by Lemon Demon. It's by this person. It's a Sora and Xehanort situation. I'm almost done. Okay. Drinking some coconut water. It's been a while since I've gotten some. Oh, I made a new cocktail this week with the coconut water. That's why I got it. It's called Sky Juice. Combination of coconut water, gin, and condensed milk. It's actually really good. I thought it might be weird. It's good. It's like eggnog, but refreshing somehow. It's from somewhere in the Caribbean, I think. Coconut water tastes like sweat. It's kind of salty. Yeah, it's got salt in there. But I think people say it's good for like electrolytes for that reason. Oh, I did get the Fernet. God, I forgot to talk about everything. Yeah, I did buy Fernet. And it turns out it tastes kind of like mouthwash. I didn't know it would taste like mouthwash. I've tried a couple things with it. I've mixed it with Coke, which is a canonical way to drink it in Argentina. And I've done a cocktail called a Toronto, which uses a bit with mostly whiskey. It tastes like mint mostly. But if you take a few sips and get desensitized, it's not so bad. Like, it's not terrible. I just wished it kind of tasted like maybe something other than mint. Alright, this music's getting stupid. I'm shutting it off. We're going back to comments. I walked in the liquor store to buy this stuff, and none of the guys knew what I wanted. There was 3 guys there who, like, one by one, I was just sort of like, I probably could have just gone to the section and found this myself, but like the guy was like, well, can I help you find something? I'm like, yeah, I'm here for one specific thing. It's called Fernet Branca. And he's like, something Blanca? I was like, oh no. I was like, Fernet Branca. He's like, what is that? I'm like, it's an Amaro. And he's like, what's an Amaro? I'm like, then he was like, is it like a liqueur? I'm like, yeah, maybe. And then he started bringing me over to the shelf. And then I passed the guy while I'm going over at the till. And he's kind of looking like, hey, what you looking for? And I'm like, Fernet Branca. I'm like calling back as this guy's telling me away. And then he also doesn't know what that is, so it doesn't help. And then I think by the time we get there, we meet like a 3rd guy who's by the shelf and also doesn't know what it is. But at that point, he's just gawking. He's just like looking at this scene of like me explaining what the fuck Fernet Branca is as I find it myself. Unfortunate. So I guess it's not very popular. But I think when I got there, he thought it was bitters. Like, he was saying, like, we have Angostura bitters also. But I was like, okay, like, it's bitter, but it's not a bitters. I don't know. They were very confused. I felt bad. We may continue. Okay, I read that. Okay. New Andrew Cunningham video. Congrats. Just one thing, people don't care as much about editing as you do. Perfectionism isn't good. Damn, I wish I could give myself that advice and follow it and make a lot more videos. I haven't watched the video yet, but I'm hyped as hell for the comment reading stream. Damn, I hope it was worth it. We finally made it. The loop was closed. What do you think about how the knight's body transforms? This is gonna have nothing to do with what I was talking about. No matter how I look at it, I can't get over the fact that it doesn't seem to be fully corporeal, like a soul wrapped in liquid darkness or some BS. Darkness does not have a lot of, or darkness does have a lot of connections to water. When I think about Rudy Knight theories, my mind immediately goes to the Knight shape-shifting, and I feel like it makes no sense unless he has exposing ribcage. As predicted, this has nothing to do with the video even slightly. It's a Rudy Knighter has wandered in off the street and is musing aloud. That's fine. I don't have any thoughts on that. Lots and lots. Birdly narrator. Awesome. My nose is running now because the tofu is spicy. I took the fallen star to have two meanings, both in the literal sense of falling stars, as you tied to darkness in this video, but also in the sense of someone who was once popular but has since fallen. Yeah, I'm familiar with both of these. I believe this ties into the Death Knight stuff. I'm only at 49 blah blah blah, so maybe you mention it. Well, I don't. Yeah, like, you could go down that route. I've considered going down that route of arguing Death's Fallen Star Knight all being one guy. That works okay, but as I've said 100 times by now, it's, I'm kind of fated to... I need to slot Gaster in there instead. For meta-narrative reasons. You all have run into things to talk about? I don't know how they got that impression. There's way too many things to talk about. Far, far, far too many. I couldn't cover all the things I wanted to talk about. And apparently none of the other videos coming out these days talk about the stuff that I've been talking about for the most part. Jesus. I'm interested in seeing how all these motifs connect to eggs, man country, and Chris going to art therapy, if it connects at all. Those are all things I didn't mention though. These motifs and all the other lingering weird shit feel like puzzle pieces that I'm not even sure it's possible to arrange into coherent shape. I mean, you get the assignment, that's how I feel too. I started off this, I had all these, like, the eggs, and I had the man country, and I had all that stuff in my big soupy lore document, or my my notes document I was trying to compile, but so even though this video is such a broad scope, I still boiled it down from a bunch of other things that I could have talked about. My own multi-part Deltarune thesis. Yup. For better or for worse, here we are. This start of the video is structured like a Tumblr web weaving post? Okay, I don't know what that means. Can someone explain this? It sounds fascinating. I need the old Tumblr lore. What is a web weaving? Hung up on how the grayness in Man Country is filled in, but in the art therapy room the grayness on Chris must be washed away. Oh, you mean the monochrome. I never considered the different approaches of dealing with monochrome. Honestly, I've been kind of shying away from thinking too hard about it, because the copies being monochrome, that screams to me like it's some top-level bullshit about, like, but you have to, like, leverage the connections between Undertale and Deltarune and what they are relative in some sort of higher meta-narrative to, like, which one is the copy and what's the original. We have these grayed out goner people and the Gaster followers in Undertale, but what are they copies of, right? Like, copies implies an original, and I just don't know what that is. Unless they're copies of, like, it makes me think of the original Deltarune game and how Undertale was originally kind of a successor to that, despite it never coming out. And, like, is Undertale a copy of Deltarune? But most of the characters aren't gray. So which characters are copied and who are they copied from? Ah, it fucking hurts my brain. I missed the web weaving lore, by the way. No idea what they mean. No idea. No fuck. Okay, no one who uses Tumblr even knows what this means. Okay, that's disappointing. The goners are copies. Well, yeah, we can assume that, but, like, why? And what does that mean? Like, what is the larger idea that's getting at? What is copying them? it's probably meta-narrative in some sense. The idea of copying ideas in multiple places. Characters exist in Undertale and Deltarune. The same character, the same idea duplicated across 2 different creative works. That's a copy, but they're not grayed out. Like, Toriel isn't gray in Deltarune because she's copied from Undertale, so it's not as simple as that. I just don't know what the trick is. Okay, someone knows. Parallel post, also known as web weaving, are collages of decontextualized quotes from responding to the same theme, often taken from contrasting sources. Oh, so it's what I did. Okay, great. I was web weaving the whole time. It was a collage of disconnected dialogue, which may in fact be connected if you know the deep lore. Maybe it was popular in certain subcultures on Tumblr, but not others. Do, 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 do. Excuse me. Alright, lest we forget, after Susie shattered that panel, which saw her, what she saw which upset her, that specific panel never reformed elsewhere. Well, we don't know if it did, because we can't go back. Like, the night stops us from backtracking there, and that may specifically be to prevent us from finding the reformed version of that prophecy panel. Is that what the replies say? Yes. Basically, it's what the first reply says. I still think my favorite weird esoteric moment in Deltarune is the moment at the very beginning of Chapter 4 Dark World where you can walk back to the beginning. Yeah, and reach out to someone. Yeah, that's what I was just referring to. That is a super weird moment. If you try to backtrack after Susie sees that prophecy, someone from off-screen, perfectly out of view, will push your hand back, and then Chris just doesn't go further. That's fucking chilling. I love that. And it's probably the night, and it probably means something to do with Chris working with the night, which we already knew, but it's just so evocative. And the silent guitar sound. Yeah, whatever the fuck. Like, in the code, it plays a guitar sound at 0 volume for some reason. Thanks, Toby. It's very, very weird and cool. Morty. Andrew, what if shadow crystals being glass implies having enough shadow crystals allows you to make a panel of the prophecy? It etches itself into being fate, which is how it could overturn the prophecy by adding on to the prophecy after the finale. Did I talk about this 10 to 20 minutes after you realized this? I don't think I talked about that. I talked about not wanting to think more about the shadow crystals because they're confusing. I've seen that a couple times, I think. Like, you get every shadow crystal, Sean makes the pure crystal, then that is its own prophecy mural. It's a cool thought. Like, getting around the prophecy by extending it, which is interesting, but again, yeah, the shadow crystal is just, you can't do much to, like, confirm or deny ideas like this because of how little we have to work with. Yeah, the further we go in the comment response streams, the greater the proportion of comments that are just repeats of ideas I've seen previously. It's kind of inevitable. I have a question relating to the lyrics of Raise Up Your Bat. When the demon heart is crying and the blood is gushing bright, it does seem to imply that some sort of heart is tied to the concepts of light and hell. Because it says bright? Maybe. But would that not also tie us, the players, or at least the soul, directly to the pointed tail? I mean, maybe, like, if you just assume the demon heart is the soul, which is the obvious thought you'd have, but I was serious when I said I've never known it to do any crying. Like, if we know one thing about the demon heart, well, we know 3 things. It's a demon, it's a heart, and it cries. Then we have one thing that's a heart, but we don't know if it's a demon and it doesn't cry. So like, are we really gonna jump to that, being that's our guy? Like, why would it say that it's crying if it doesn't cry? It just, yeah, it's not a very strong stepping stone. The angel makes a cry. Yeah, the angel might have a demon heart, sure. But we don't know what the angel is still. I feel this this is at least tertiary evidence potentially supporting Seek's big friend theory. What the fuck? Where did that come from? The big friend. Is this what Seek was trying to tell me about? Where like fucking Eram is Mike or something? I don't know about that. Large pal, big lad theory. Oh, it's not. I think I misread this. It's just a friend theory, which is big. It isn't the big friend theory. I legitimately read it as the big friend theory, but it's not capitalized. There's a big friend in my boot. Hey. However, what I don't know what that theory is. We're trying to tie the player's soul to the tail of hell, and that somehow has friend implications. Okay, that's fine. That's not my wheelhouse. However, the specific choice to say that the demon heart crying is extremely specific and also ties in with the tears motif, despite that specific narrative through line being tied with the angel and heaven, not hell. Yeah, the angel cries, the bitter star cries, the demon heart cries, but not the soul, I guess. What do you think about it? Do you think it's referring to both? Well, I think over the course of yammering on, I've probably articulated vaguely what I think about it. The short answer is, as the philosopher said, I don't know, ha ha ha, I don't know. I don't know what the demon heart could be. There's basically nothing to go on with the demon heart. The one thing nearly everyone can agree on is that friend has atrocious vibes. It's definitely not pleasant, yeah. It kind of has white face vibes, you know? That's the guy from I'm Scared, right? Just a floating face that's spooky. I mean, I think people are primed to see that as an antagonist. Doopy-doo. From the Patreon. I think I read this on the Patreon upload. I remember my password. Bro doesn't watch the streams, but yeah, it was like the better part of a year between uploads. Fair enough. $5 from the Slacker. Wow, thank you. In regards to the angel knowing things, the angel and knowing things about it, there's a hidden panel that apparently depicts it. We can't see it, but the fun game can. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I've only ever seen that used as evidence that, like, the angel is the player because it's supposed to be a black screen that reflects your face, which is dubious, but maybe. What it tells me is that the angel's not Noelle, because otherwise the reaction would be, hey, isn't that Noelle? And then else is like, hey, that's the angel. So, like, not literally a character they recognize. Somehow that actually does give us information, thank God. It ties further into what would Noelle being the angel even mean. But it's not literally her. It's not just literally her T-posing there. But it could also be Gaster. No one would recognize what the fuck that looks like. Not even we know what Gaster looks like. Honestly. People think it's Mystery Man, but that's never been confirmed canon, so yeah. I enjoy how personal your videos feel with interjections of your own interests here and there. And I always feel a little rewarded for actually watching instead of just listening. Quality work. Well, as long as you're a little rewarded. As long as there's some slight benefit to watching any of the editing. Oh god, the horror. How many people watch this tabbed out? That is nice though. We cooked. Something about the water stuff makes me think Dessa's body is in the lake. Something about it, eh? This is just a black profile picture. I almost missed it. About heaven having ties to both dark and light. Heaven for Spamton is the light world. Heaven for Lighteners could be the depths. And heaven for whatever lives in the depths is our world. You're conflating the depths with the device layer, which I don't know why people really want the depths to be a thing. This is a recurring theme now. Is like the depths are like clearly non-specific enough. People just kind of can shunt them into whatever they want, but like I was never a depths guy. I'm not of the school of thought where you needed depths to be the name for the thing that Molly calls the device layer. But sure, but if you're just, that's what you're referring to, with it, if I ignore the term, then like that seems about right. That's just kind of device theory. My Susie voice is your headcanon, but with a Boston accent. I have no idea how to do a Boston accent, honestly. Not even a little bit. Oh, there's more to the comment. There's a certain pattern to it. 10's minigames showcase places that have a lot of light that also exist in the light world. Darkners live in some sort of fantasy world. The light world is more realistic and looks like our world. The depths... We're seeing it's alternating? That is actually somewhat interesting. Hang on. They're saying that the Tenna game is like the darker than dark world, but basically it looks like a light world. Then you go to the dark world and it's dark, and you go to the light world and it's light. Then you go to the device layer and it's dark, and you go to the reality and it's light. That's actually kind of true. But the reason I'm reacting to this is because it ties into something that's kind of been gnawing at my brain since that line that Gerson drops about the white pen overriding darkness, is that like, if you use a white pen to write on black paper, could this be a cyclical process? You write on a white paper with a dark pen, but if you write too much, then the whole page is dark, you can keep writing with a white pen. You could keep repeating this process in theory, but that doesn't really naturally map on to what we see in Deltarune. Like, there's not really any explicit mention of, like, alternating light and dark worlds. It's just, like, dark is down and light is up for the most part, so I wish there was more evidence for that, because it does seem like a compelling idea. I just think keeping darkness in mind as ink is like really valuable, but I don't know if we can fully act on that yet. It just seems like it's going to be the key moving forward. Like, just keeping this in mind, like, the visual of black text on a white page is kind of what dark fountains are. The light world is the page. Darkness is the ink that creates a story on them. Gerson talks about burning bright, burning black, burning up everything, and what he's talking about is a story burning in Susie's eyes. He describes a story as burning white and black. So that's, like, dead on that same imagery. It's so tantalizing. I want to do more with it. But I don't know if I can yet. Anyway. TLDR is that heaven in Deltarune is whatever plane of reality is higher than the planes being talked about. I mean, I said that more or less in the video. Also, each plane of reality is copying the one 2 steps above. Yeah, the idea of it alternating is a novel concept. I don't know if it's totally consistent, but it's at least interesting. Susie ate all the white chalk. Yeah, I've heard that a couple times. Yeah, the chapter 4 art therapy. And I don't know, the question you have to ask is, Is graphite ink, is it the same or is it ontologically different because it's gray? Is it supposed to be different? Does Chris using a pencil mean something different than them using a pen? I hope not. I don't want to really think so, but I also don't know. Let's look at Omori for clues. Thanks, chillin'. What good advice. Okay, I should continue. I just spaced out for a sec. More tea. Yeah, people are saying that pencils are erasable, pens aren't. I don't know what the significance of that as applies to dark worlds are, though. Like, clearly you can erase the dark worlds, whether they're made of ink or not, by shining light at them, so it doesn't carry over very easily. Is that Pun Pun? I think I see a Pun Pun. I want to comment now, but I gotta watch the video. I'll comment when I watch the video. Oh, this person didn't do the meta of editing the same comment. Splatoon. This person stood up at their computer and clapped. That's sick. This was actually quite helpful in helping me find a view of how to think of heaven and hell in terms of Deltarune. Heaven and hell is not eternal reward or punishment. Heaven is one state of the world ordained by the angel, and hell is all the forces opposed to the angel's rule. Yeah, basically. I did want to at least make that point clearly, because I think some people may have been struggling with that. It's a bit of a speed bump if you're really thinking of heaven and hell in terms of like the real world's perception of Christianity. You can get stuck on that, but yeah, I think they're just opposed concepts of some fucking sort, which is how they're often used in JRPGs regardless. The Angel's Rule, I think this could frame how Friend could be more of a sympathetic villain while still being creepy and weird. He's not our friend, he's a friend of the characters, but this kind of strives into fanfic, so I'll leave it there. Cool. People love Friend. Is this Gnosticism? I have no idea. You've inspired my view of heaven and hell in real life. We could make a religion out of this. This heaven and hell stuff sounds promising. I'll assemble the apostles. Honestly, the history of hell within Christianity is interesting to me, but I don't care enough to really go out of my way to research it, and I don't think there's any esoterica videos that are directly on that topic. That's one thing I kind of wish you had a video about. All is that there's a progression of the afterlife from like old school Judaism where they just had Sheol and that was it, which was pretty similar to the Greek afterlife, like Asphodel kind of deal. And then at some point they had Gehenna that was introduced, but it's debated to what extent that was like the hell from the Bible, or it was some sort of transitional technology, but I just don't know how we ended up with like, the codified, like Catholic-ass concept of eternal damnation. It seems kind of important. I feel like that's kind of important to world history that we had that. I know about Gehenna because of the Binding of Isaac repentance. It's the shittiest layer. Yeah, a lot of Dante's Inferno, probably. I think step one, you have to figure out like how much of it is just Dante's Inferno, and probably how much of it is Milton. I think, well, Dante's Inferno, I'm assuming, predates Milton, but like the two biggest sources of biblical headcanon is Paradise Lost and the Divine Comedy. So get rid of those. That's Apocrypha. But the concept of eternal damnation must have existed before Dante for him to write about it, at least, even if it wasn't as codified with like the boiling shit and all that. Oh, we got $5 from Autumn Wolverton. Thanks. Won't ask you to read my long-ass comment on the Patreon post, but thoughts on Susie equals Undertale fandom and Ralsei equals the goat? White pen equals Susie saving the goat. That's wild. Hang on. I need to parse this. Undertale fandom, Ralsei is the goat, white pen, Susie saves the goat. Does Ralsei require saving, and is Susie doing it? I guess kind of. I guess Susie's kind of helping out everyone, though. That's mostly just really funny. Like, somehow Ralsei is an allegory for the thing that was, like, already Undertale. All Undertale fan content was already about. And Toby's like, yeah, I can do that, but not with Asriel. I'm gonna make a new guy who's fake Asriel. And you can save that one. Fuck yourself. Dante's Inferno was a biblical YouTube poop. What the fuck does that mean? Cause I'll get off this topic in a sec, but like I just know, like looking at. Oh wait a minute, we got lore here. $2 from Cooper Maxwell. Zoroastrianism was the start of the good or bad afterlife. Okay, I don't know shit about Zoroastrianism. Maybe that's the missing link. Because I just know that when you had like the early Christianity, it was just like a big arms race. It was kind of like the Deltarune fandom. Like actually, like picture a chapter just dropped. The chapter's name is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And everyone's scrambling to pick up the pieces. It's like, okay, everything we know is put into turmoil. How do we recodify this religion? And they're all still like Jewish, and they don't want to violate like the Jewish scriptures or anything, but they're like, they still have this new prophet to account for. Very difficult. So there's all these like weird fringe movements cropping up until they figured out what to do. So at some point in there, you just know that this idea of the radically divergent afterlives came up. And someone popularized it by writing very, very long tomes at each other, which is what they did back in the day. They didn't have Twitter, so they wrote tomes. And then it must have caught on, and it got picked up by some sect, which was adopted by a local monarch who had political power, in which the Holy Roman Empire happened. Anyway, I'm just like freestyling at this point, but it must have been something like that. This is my gut feeling. So fanfic can be pretty easily incorporated into the actual Christian canon if you go back early enough, because it was all people just figuring out what the fuck was supposed to be true or not. They didn't have a unified Bible. They just had a bunch of scattered scriptures. I don't think Ralsei is the one on the chopping block for the prophecy's ending, or at least not the only one, because he wouldn't view that as a negative thing. Oh, I'm assuming you're replying to the previous donation about saving the goat. If that's what it meant, then yeah, I agree. I've said this before, actually, where Ralsei might not even understand that his own death is that big of a price to pay. He wouldn't be that. But then again, he may understand that Susie would think so. Like, Ralsei may not value his own life, but I think he may be emotionally intelligent enough to know that Susie is going to flip shit, and so he would try to hide that from her, so it could go either way. I seem to be under the misconception Spamton doesn't want to go to the light world, he wants to go to the real world. How do you know that? You're under a big misconception. It's actually this. Supplies and no supporting evidence. Okay, fine. Whatever. The point I was making in the video was that it was ambiguous where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to heaven. I said it was like, that was the point. Anyway, I was afraid of what was coming, so the video took 6 months to make. Yeah, part 1 is, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. One of Toby's first sketches of Ralsei was the poor kid standing in place with no glasses and 1,000-yard stare. I don't know if I've seen that. Awesome. Vivi the Huntress, $2, thanks. Susie's blood on Ralsei's face feels like an omen. Could be, yeah, it could be. You're right. I don't know if that implies one kills the other, which one kills which, or whatever, but... Well, no, I guess Susie's response is you wouldn't let that happen. Maybe that's more to the point. If it was about, like, Ralsei causing Susie's death, then that would check out. Yeah. I love the rune. Wait, I almost didn't read this. Oops. The ultra kill comment blinded me so much I almost didn't notice TJ. Shoutouts to Toby. TJ Jedediah. Last place where I expected an Echo reference. Yeah, it would be the last place. TJ Hess Yoshi. I love the rune. They should make more runes. One that might confound and need some amount of deciphering. I thank you for your continued service to the rune community. Coincidentally, Chapter 5 comes out tomorrow. Fuck, I wish. $5 from Terroid, thank you. I'm not gonna stop thinking of the different YTP characters as the layers of hell now. Between this and Amara's count, we're never getting out. YTP character? You mean like Ouija and King what's his name from the CDI games? What's for dinner? Gluttony. To the Bolgias with you. King Harkinian. I always get mixed up with Baron Harkonnen. Fucking Dune has Baron Harkonnen and Zelda CDI is King Harkinian. Robotnik is greed. Pingus! This was a question about ice, but apparently that's in part 2. Thank God someone saw it. Someone saw the warning on my pinned comment. Caddy and Jockington will be relevant at some point. That's my wild theory. They could be. The Jockington's dementia is worsening day by day, though. I hope he gets to it before it's too late. I'm too busy to watch right now. Oh, but I wanted to ask an unrelated question. What are my thoughts on Jockington Goner? Ah, for fuck, I don't have thoughts on Jockington Goner. This is why you make things that are related to the video. Because I maybe don't have thoughts on that. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I'm gonna be super embarrassed if he mentions this in the video. No, I don't mention Jockington Goner. I don't know what that is. Damn. Gonkington. Your analysis strong. Your words funny. Thank you, Magic Man. I hope that part 2 will survive with minimal damage following the eventual release of Act 5. Act 5 of Homestuck. One of the best acts. Maybe the best act. Jockington's speech is deteriorating, which people think that is becoming a goner. Is that it? Like, I think I've heard something like that. I just don't know how that leads to being a goner. Like, the goners weren't known for having poor speech. They're all pretty articulate, actually. The old royal scientist, Dr. Gaster, there was no replacing his brilliance. The new royal scientist may work faster, but Dr. Gaster, what an act to follow, etc. They're not like, we do what the other can't always. I don't even know, how the fuck does Jockington talk in chapter 4? It's wild. Just being real, man. Like, oh, the bird guy. Okay, the bird guy I can see, because that literally is just a Gaster follower, but like Jockington, I don't know. The Japanese version of Jockington takes on Jevil's speech pattern? What the fuck? Okay, Jockington, I can't wait to know what's up with you at some point, but... Dude, I don't know. Devil is here. Yeah, what's gonna be in the 4th library book? The 4th library book is just like, it explains what Gaster is, just from the start. It's his experiment logs, he made the fountain. The 4th library book is just gonna say, by the way, Andrew Cunningham was right about the 3rd library book, trying to lampshade the fact that Gerson's dust was not supposed to be in Elvin's desk, and that was actually plot relevant. Just in case anyone missed that's what it'll say. He kept the 4th slot open in case he needed to clarify an earlier one. This was a well put together video that explores a lot of abstract concepts that many people, I think, rarely touch on in the Deltarune theory sphere. However, with the association of stars with the roaring night, I feel that Asriel narratively fits better to what you're setting up. Much of Death's Night doesn't really line up with the narrative that we have now, and I feel that Asriel has real potential and merit to be our star antagonist as the Night. Yeah. It's interesting that you think that just saying it doesn't line up with the narrative is obviously not really going to go very far, but I had a long conversation. I want to elaborate on this. I had a long conversation the other day with someone who was a Rudy Knight believer. It was a unique circumstance. And basically, I think it comes down to for the most part, you get the non-Death Knight people when they just, for whatever reason, don't like the idea of Death being the Knight, or if they just wanted Death to be something else, or if they're unhappy with the concept of them being the same. I think that's kind of what, like, assembling the evidence is retroactive and secondary to that, but whereas I was trying to explain, like, I was never invested in Death being the Knight before Chapter 3. Like, I was always very, very agnostic about the Knight. I stayed out of all the discussion about it. Death Knight, to me, was a viable idea back then, but only in the same way that Gaster Knight was, because we knew nothing about Death, and we knew nothing about the Knight, so, okay, sure, it could be Death. But I didn't give a shit about it. But, once we actually had some evidence to work with, like, there is a couple pieces of pretty decent evidence for Death Knight, then I started, then the fanfic part of the brain kicked in. And then I started thinking in terms of, like, okay, what could Death Knight actually do for the story? And I realized, like, okay, this is actually really cool. It went the opposite way, though. Like, I didn't want to start thinking about if it could be cool or not until we had something that would actually point toward it in the first place. It's interesting. Weren't I a Chris Snyder? Basically, that was, without anything pointing at, like, a special Knight candidate, I was either leaning toward, yeah, Chris just is the Knight, or the Knight is a bunch of people, and there is no one Knight. I thought either of those could be interesting. We didn't have any evidence that pointed toward Death being the Knight. Like, none of the Death Knight evidence that we have existed in Chapter 2, just none of it. And in fact, most of Chapter 3 sets up Chris Knight until it reveals, oh wait, the Knight's literally over there, they're not Chris. So yeah, I think, there was never any really good reason to think Death Knight before the end of Chapter 3, at least. Yeah, I basically, I mean, I don't know exactly. People use Occam's razor to mean different things, right? But in terms of just, like, if there's a simple explanation for something and it doesn't contradict other shit, then I'll take it. Like, that's fine. I don't need to feel like I'm constantly outsmarting the game. I just want to know what it's trying to tell me. I want to pick up on what it's laying down more than anything else. And so if it seems to be saying something fairly clearly, then I don't second guess it. Unless there is, like, contradictory information, and that's when it actually becomes much harder. Like, the angel has lots of contradictory information in what would otherwise be a pretty clear-cut implication toward one candidate or another. It's because it implies multiple candidates that are contradictory. Dollar from Definitely Not Caster. Thanks. We're fading into the void. Down to $1. No comment. Couriers are getting suspicious with the bombshell with Asriel is that he can't return home at this point because hometown's been cut off from the outside world. Interesting. Interesting. Because, yeah, you definitely... There's never any indication that you can leave Delta or the town of hometown. That's also very Echo, I gotta say. I mean, like, Echo reference. The, like, once the metaphysical thing starts happening, it becomes like a pocket dimension. No one can enter or leave. That's cool. I mean, that's kind of what you were writing about in Umarangi, wasn't it? That old fic where Asriel comes home to the Roaring, and it's just this fucking horrifying... horrifying sequence of images where he returns home to a deserted town and the sky is blood red. And he's just like wandering and notices nothing has shadows anymore, and he's like dissociating more and more than this. Ends up lying on his bed in the fetal position until the world collapses around him. That went hard as fuck. That would be just as good as them being trapped in a pocket dimension. To be fair though, in Echo, the idea of not being able to leave the town was also like, it was a thematic kind of allegory. It's like you're literally trapped in the town but it traps you like socioeconomically. It's like Night in the Woods, you know? It's like Night in the Woods, but scarier. So I don't know if Deltarune has that kind of thematic backing. Oh, pause to breathe for a sec. Roaring Night in the Woods. $5 from Sleepy Creature, thank you. Asgore being devil-coded could be used to tie him to a lot of interesting stuff in Chapter 5, plus indirectly tie him to Chris. Also, I miss Papyrus. Doesn't everyone? Asgore is devil-coded in Undertale for some reason. Goat monster with horns and a fucking pitchfork, like that's kind of the devil from the Bible, but I haven't seen a lot of Satanism involving Asgore in Deltarune so far. I could see him wanting to break the prophecy. He seems like in Undertale that was kind of his vibe, right? Like he made his own fate and was trying to escape it. It wasn't a prophecy, but it was a fate that he was trying to escape. And he also yearns to change things that can no longer be changed. Like he yearns for a different past or something, which that's kind of like trying to break an unbreakable prophecy in a way. He's struggling against things that he has no power over, basically. So there's a little bit of you know, it vibes slightly. I'm more tired today than I was last week. Yeah, thanks Samara for clarifying. Echo is a visual novel with furries. And mostly they're gay. This music is Omori Lo-Fi and Chill Mix. I'll just link it. I'll just link it in chat. There you go. Are they not mostly gay in Deltarune? Okay, I mean, fair point. Fair point. I mean, they're mostly gay men. That's unusual. Toby Fox writes lesbians. These are like Bara. It's different, okay? Courier, I think you may be delayed. You're replying to what I was saying about Umarangi, I think. But it sounded like you were replying to me talking about gay Bara furries. Similar ideas in the Umra story. What was the Umris story like? Oh yeah, the roaring coming and... In the Umris story, the roaring came as a result of Birdley getting Jack Nicholson in The Shining. I kind of read that as it was like the fanon collapsing on itself or something like that. I don't know if that's what you had in mind, but that's what it felt like to me. Was Umris was like such a far gone, metastasized form of fan extrapolation that it like. Because that was right at the end of the Chapter 2 era. That's when that fic was written. And it sort of felt to me like that was all of the doomed fan takes and all the doomed ideas and interpretations just being swept away in this final flood of ink for the new chapters to rise from. That I liked that interpretation quite a bit. It was cathartic. And Umris was like the poster child for that. The doomed old guard of Deltarune fan content. What was the fic called again? This was Umris the Leak by Courier New. Okay, where was I? That was the Azrael Knight comment. I really hope we get to see Ink Theory. These themes have been bouncing around my head since the latest chapters dropped, and I'd love to hear what you think about them. Yeah, me too. I hope I can fucking articulate this. I feel like Hell will be expanded upon greatly in the last chapters, as it's just a blank page. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to learn a lot more about Hell, and probably also Heaven. Why wouldn't we, right? It's like, just because we don't know about shit now doesn't mean the game's going to keep it secret forever. I think it wants us to understand. It doesn't want to keep us in the dark perpetually. It's just we get to have this little moment between chapters to marinate in what could be, which is a lot of fun. I cut myself off. The blank page to be written on by a white pen. You're calling Hell as the black page with the white pen. Sure. It's wild that there may be a grand monologue or dialogue that will help illuminate these concepts between the angel and Chris. There could be anything. They could tell us anything. That's the crazy part. Just remember, Chapter 5 could just state in words stuff that we've been speculating about hypothetically for ages. Like Chapter 3 just showing this is the night, by the way. Never underestimate the power of the new chapters to just recontextualize shit. Like, you can't really ever assume in too much detail what the game can and can't do based on what you have. The real Mike. Yeah, sure. Whether who stands in for the angel, Noel the player of the night, I hope Chris finally will be able to speak independently at some point, or it shines through the choice of the player makes of their conversation with the angel. So this is this person's fan fiction, I can tell, but it's a universal enough thought. I still need to study the conch. Maybe I should be Lord of the Flies again. What you want to do is rewatch that SpongeBob episode. I think that's more relevant. Ooh, oh, my voice is getting sore now. Ay. Give me a sec. I need to take a sec. I'm not gonna leave. Just let the brain reoxygenate. This is one of the nicest songs on the Amori soundtrack, I think. It's like a Remember to be Patient. Yeah, it is. I know Chris actually having dialogue is always controversial. I don't think Delta, was it Delta Traveler? I remember there being a fan game with like a fairly clumsy implementation of Chris like talking to the player. Whatever that was didn't do it any favors in the fandom's collective consciousness, I think. Oh, we're back to the Umris ending, more lore. I tried for that depiction of hometown as a sterile, hermetic environment. Oh, well, yeah, you did. I forgot about that, because you had the whole backstory about, like, Noelle and Chris's families all kind of died, but, like, they were stuck in town, but, like, Chris just metaphysically felt like they couldn't leave the town. Yeah, I forgot about that angle. And then Noelle wouldn't leave Chris there, so she was stuck too. That's very Echo, actually. That's even more like Echo than what I was talking about previously. There's a reason that the icon, the dialogue advance icon in Echo is an anchor. It's a very blunt symbol. It gets brought up pretty quickly. It's not trying to be subtle about it, but it's various people getting stuck in that town for various reasons, as it's just sinking. The intersection of all the crazy deep lore shenanigans Deltarune pulls while still being like this kind of melancholic Midwest emo vibe small town story. It's really charming. It's a really unique energy. People compare it to Twin Peaks for a good reason, I think. Because it's this really bittersweet kind of adolescent narrative, but also with like unfathomable horrors at the same time. And the horror aspects are pretty Lynchian. Yeah. Yep. Des is that game's very own Laura Palmer. The 1225 Easter egg literally fell out of The Return. Interesting. I haven't watched that much Lynch. I mean, I've watched Twin Peaks and I've watched Mulholland Drive, maybe? I've watched one David Lynch film besides Twin Peaks. So I don't really know too many of them. Yeah, I watched with my mom. I was just like, hey, I've heard this David Lynch guy. You want to watch a weird movie? She's like, okay, I guess. I don't remember what happens in that movie. Is the thing. I really don't remember much about that movie. Remember, a woman moves to Hollywood somewhere. A woman moves into a new place, and there's a clone of her. Maybe. That's basically all I remember. All the details are gone. David Lynch said it was crazy people wanted an answer to the Laura Palmer mystery because it was so much better as the mystery. Heh. That's funny. I don't know if I agree. David Lynch is entitled to his opinions forever, of course, especially because he's dead now and you can't argue with him, so I guess he's just right forever. Tubby Fox quoted Lynch? Someone said this. When did he quote Lynch? Because I'm not aware of that. Am I thinking of Mulholland Drive or Blue Velvet, maybe? It may have been a different movie. In some interview about his process. Damn. Blue Velvet is the Midwest one with the guy who screams. Okay, that doesn't sound familiar. Which one has the scary guy behind the Denny's or whatever? Was that Mulholland Drive? That's the really famous scene. Okay, that is Mulholland Drive. So maybe I watched that for that reason, because I think I heard about that scene and I thought it was cool. That's just Denny's. No, it was really scary. He can see you through the walls. You perceive his presence even though you can't see him, and you can see you through the walls behind the Denny's. And he's the scariest man in the world. He's really scary. Oh yeah, I agree, the Eggman scenes are super Lynchian. He doesn't do anything. Yeah, he's just scary. Basilius Basil comment. I see you in chat. Watch this already on Patreon and have saved my thoughts for here. A brave move indeed. The religious theming in the game is extremely interesting and confound. Okay, we can do it. The religious theming in this game is extremely interesting and confounding to me. How much of it is Mother 3 and Japanese occidentalism of Christianity filtered back through Toby? This is what I refer to as the JRPGism, the JRPG interpretation of Christianity, yes. And whatever the fuck his beliefs and understanding of Christianity is. Japan's relationship with Christianity is freaky. They seem almost completely ignorant of it and find it exotic and cool, but Japan also has a huge mistrust of organized religion because of some wacky, super murdery and abusive cults. It may also have something to do with the Christian missionaries that tried to show up and convert people, but I don't know the history. You see this in Japanese media a lot when you see Christian symbolism. I have not played Mother 3, nor do I, or anyone other than Toby or his close friends, know what Japanese media Toby Fox has consumed before and during making Undertale and Deltarune, and thus cannot derive how much his particular influence has on what the fuck anything is the way it is. But it's good to keep in mind. I usually short circuit that by just assuming that Toby's own views on Christianity will either be apparent in the game or irrelevant. I just want to take whatever's in the game at face value and not try to, like, if not necessary, I don't really want to tie it into external tropes. I'm fine with that. But once again, shout out to the Andrew Allenson calling Undertale a work of Protestantism. Classic quote. In reference to the Pope playing it. Like, I don't know why MatPat gave the Pope Undertale. It's clearly a work of Protestantism. Excellent. We're still on this. Toby was born into the American religious context, the most religious industrialized nation on the planet, and some of the wackiest theology in Western Christendom. And all of the cultural Christianity just seeped into everything. So what the fuck is Toby's theology and how he sees the divine? Has he actually read the Bible, or was exposure from books, TV shows, and comics, etc.? Does he know what a premillennial dispensationalism is? I sure don't, and if you need to know that to play Deltarune, I'm checking out early. I don't really think this matters. Does this matter that much? Do we need to know Toby Fox's denomination to... I think we can just figure out Deltarune's take on Christianity, and that can be independent of Toby Fox's take on Christianity as far as I'm concerned. Because it's not Christianity, it's just whatever, bits and pieces of it. These are interesting if ultimately unanswerable questions, but they're good to think about to see their influence upon Deltarune's narrative structure. Both intentionally and unintentionally. If you throw enough Christian symbolism into a piece of art, eventually the meaning starts to generate itself. With the most recent chapter, the church chapter, the prophecy which the game opens with each chapter is the center of the religion sentence. The prophecy which the game opens with each chapter is the center of the religion of Hometown and the very narrative of the game. And the JRPG god we're probably going to kill at the end of the game is the god of this church. If there is a god we're gonna kill, I mean, that's the angel. We don't know exactly what that even pertains to, or whether it's godlike even. I know you watched the Moon RPG video, but like, With the Night Cult Club increasingly shaping up to be an apocalyptic organization trying to actively fulfill the prophecy for either their own ends and a religious reasoning. Does it make sense? I've said this a million times. Does it make any sense to actively fulfill a prophecy? The point is that it happens passively. I mean, that's like apocalyptic cult, I guess, could imply that they're just irrationally trying to force it to be true, to happen now. We want it now. The rapture is now. I mean, it checks out, like, cults do that shit. It just doesn't seem very smart to me. I should continue. There's no way in hell that pre-associated symbolism the audience has isn't being factored into the game. Oh, this is referring to me saying purge your mind of what heaven and hell mean. Even just to subvert those expectations, those pre-held audience understandings of those symbols are going to matter. Toby Fox and his Western audience are going to have a shared language with which it would be stupid to not utilize in some manner. The only reason not doing so is the Japanese audience. I don't think we need to bring in Japan to justify, okay, the reason I said not to associate heaven and hell symbolism, or not to purge your mind of what heaven and hell mean in the real world, is because I knew people wouldn't. I can elaborate. Like, the influence of what we know heaven and hell to be within Christianity is already there. It's already taken into account. Like, the way we're thinking about Deltarune's heaven and hell has already been inextricably tainted by the fact that they are called heaven and hell. What I was pushing back against is a literalist interpretation of that, where you would look at heaven and hell in Deltarune, and they are not actually the same thing as heaven and hell. And, like, I think it is helpful, more so than it is not, to err on the side of just thinking about these things as if they are called, like, Gleep, Glorp, and Pubis. They're just, like, arbitrary concepts that we have to figure out. We know what the standing tropes are, but we have to figure out is what the game, how is using them, because that could be as different as it wants from whatever the real... This is what you were all saying up here anyway. Like, this is what I was addressing, is we don't know what Toby Fox thinks Christianity means to his game. We don't know how much he's pulling in, and we can't know it. So what we should focus on pragmatically is what the game is literally actually doing with these things, and not having to worry so much about whether it's connecting to Dante's Inferno or not. Because it's there, but I just don't think it's going to help that much compared to treating Deltarune as a closed system. Even though it's not true, but it works. It's more productive. What is, these are time-stamped. Can I figure it out on context? A tenuous connection, just because the darkness finds something holy or divine doesn't actually attach it to the angel's heaven or its church. This is when I was, don't I contradict this like a few seconds later? In this case, implying the dark is associated with heaven in Deltarune's world. Not quite as intuitive as... Probably not by coincidence, the holy fountains. Doesn't attach it to the angel's heaven or its church in the light world. The darkness consider lighteners as gods and worship them in chapter 1, so the fountain might only be sacred to the darkners. Maybe, if it was just king. The fact that it's in the soundtrack, though. Like, is the name in the soundtrack respective to the sole opinion of the Darkners? Or is it more generalizable? Because that is the only place this plays, and it is just very bluntly just called the Holy. Like, I argue for the relative idea of heaven myself, where the Darkners could just see the light world as their heaven, and the light world sees heaven as something else. But I assume at least at that point the concept would generalize. Like, if you can nest this, if this is a nested system, then any fountain would be holy because it points to heaven. So, like, if you can go down from whatever the angel's heaven is to the light world, we've never seen this, but like logically that would be via a dark fountain of some sort, or like maybe a fountain of some sort. So it's like, even if this is being called holy just because it's the darkners going to the light world, the darkness to the light world is holy, that still means the concept of going up a layer of reality is holy. I think we can generalize that. There's no reason not to, and that would mean that whatever is above the light world, also holy potentially. But what I'm doing here specifically is tying darkness to being holy. Does that come into question? Well, the idea you're getting at here would be that the fountains are holy because they come from the light world, which is like the opposite of them being dark themselves. I think that's just kind of confusing. I don't know if that's actually... Because, like, the power of the Lighteners is what generates the dark fountains, and they make the place dark, but because a Lightener created it doesn't mean that it is light. It itself is still dark. I don't know if this actually goes anywhere. I think, basically, by the end of the segment, I walk back the whole distinction between heaven being dark or light, or hell being dark or light, altogether, pretty much for this reason of, like, doesn't seem to be any one unilateral direction it's going in terms of heaven being exclusively dark or light, so... This probably comes out in the wash, because I sort of just abandoned this part of the analysis anyway. And the Titan works better. Well, yeah. Actually, I think the difference between heaven, Lightener and Darkner religion is important. They're supposed to be separate and comparative. Where's the Lightener heaven? The Lightener heaven, angel, and church. Then there's the Darkner heaven, holy fountain, worship of Lighteners. Without the separation, you can't compare and contrast the two belief systems. To get the allegory of Plato's cave? Wait, what? I don't know where Plato's cave came from. I'll say up front, I don't think the Darkners... Describing them as having a belief system seems a bit of an embellishment. They have the barest suggestion of seeing the Lighteners as godlike. There's no practice of worship. There's no... It's not religion, it's more just like one kind of belief that's just kind of a facet of their world. Trying to cast the whole thing into like a comparative theological angle, I feel like is almost the same as trying to do what I was talking about earlier, where you're analyzing the mechanics of Deltarune, like all the combat stats and who can make full screen attacks, is like, this is a load-bearing element of the story that's meant to convey information, whereas like, I think the religion in Deltarune is slapdash. I think that's basically, like, you don't want to overthink that too much. There is just enough theological specificity within Deltarune to articulate whatever idea Toby Fox wanted to articulate. I don't think he said it with the idea of making comparative theological world building for its own sake, and so I don't really trust that as a strongest foothold. A lower reality and a higher one, and one on top of that one. The Darkner prophecy is probably significantly different than the Lightener prophecy. But is it? There's nothing that indicates that. That's an assumption. Not that those contradict each other, it's focused on very different things. I'm assuming that the one in the chapter 4, we're seeing like the canonical form of the prophecy. But there's like, if this was something that I thought we were supposed to think about, I would have expected it to be lampshaded a lot more. The only reference to how the Darkners get the prophecy ever is just Rousey saying it came from space and time. Like, we have nothing to work with. It's just a complete nebulous void that we're supposed to fill in with our own imaginings. And so to extrapolate from that, like they must have gotten their prophecies from a different source and their cultures interpreted it differently and blah, blah, blah theology. It's just like that. The fuel isn't there to light that fire, I think. Or to start the engine, whatever colorful turn of phrase. I don't trust it. That's very messy. You have the Lightener's concept of heaven, you have the Darkener's concept of heaven, then you have the Plater's concept of heaven. The Form 2 concepts of heaven are for both characterization and to shape the Plater's perception of heaven and Deltarune with less universals than you'd think, high reality and light. Okay, this is getting pretty deep into the weeds, but it sounds like you also want Christian heaven to matter, which I do disagree with, and I remember arguing with Halfbird about this way back on the Delta cast. For as relevant as, like, yes, ideas about Christian theology are going to leak in. Any game that uses Christian symbolism, whether it's meant to or not, is going to encode ideas about Christian theology. I don't think you need to understand the Bible to understand what the fuck Deltarune's going for. I think it's going for a more specific story than that. And maybe, I don't know, people like to inject... never mind, that's a different line of thinking, actually, but... like, I don't care what ideas from actual Christianity are trying to infiltrate Deltarune. I really do not care in the slightest. What I care about is how Deltarune articulates its ideas about, like, its own meta-narrative, its own thoughts on, like, fiction and reality. And if someone else wants to do an analysis about, like, how there's actual Christian ideas and how that manifests, you can do that, but I don't really give a shit. And I really doubt that it's that important to figuring out what Deltarune's doing on a more specific level. The Ark, Noah's Ark, which allowed Noah to survive the flood, which drowned the world, also the Ark of the Covenant. I said this, though. Like, you have an agenda. I've identified the agenda of this comment. I get it now. I get it now. Christianity is important to... I get it. I identified this. This is in terms of, like, transposing a cultural, like, a myth, a trope that is propagated down from the Bible. Yeah, like, that works. And this doesn't form the idea of, like, the world being obliterated, but it is at least, like, you wouldn't have needed to read the Noah's Ark story, I think, to understand this is what it's getting at. Like, an obliterating flood at the end of the day is an obliterating flood. I brought in those references to the Bible mostly in terms of just, like, well, one, because it's there, it's like, it's interesting to point out that it's the same as the Bible, but it also intrinsically links it to heaven in some ways, which I guess is relevant. I don't know where the line is here, because, like, I was never trying to say there was no reason to, like, that knowledge of Christianity cannot be used to understand anything about Deltarune. It's just, like, you seem to be pushing for this greater emphasis or something, and I just don't really know where you want the line to be here. What about the Epic of Gilgamesh? I know it's chill on the Babylonian Flub tablet. I know, okay. Or was it Sumerian? I forget it was Babylonian. Might have been Sumerian. I watched the episode of the Irving Finkel talking about the tablet in the British Museum or whatever. Oh, you overreacted because you thought I was trying to remove all the Christianity. Yeah, the main deal, well, I've tipped my hand at this point where, like, I just don't have personal interest in analyzing legitimate Christian ideas outside of, you know, the occasional flood myth maybe, or elements of early Christian, like Gnosticism and stuff. I have some twinkles of interest in there, but for the most part, I'm not the guy who's going to make a Christian reading of Deltarune. That's take that for granted. But yeah, I was just trying to push back against the other extreme of people being closed-minded to alternate interpretations of what heaven and hell would be, because I knew that to analyze heaven and hell in Deltarune, you have to diverge very significantly from what they are in Christianity. So I just wanted to be preemptive about that. Like, it's not going to be the same in Christianity. If you were expecting it to just be Christianity, it's not, obviously. So that was just kind of getting that out of the way. And don't get too distracted by trying to chase making things the same as Christianity, because they might just be different. What is going on in chat here? We got Korean talking about Homestuck-inspired holidays. What the holidays are probably the most Homestuck-inspired element of the story. Absurd, an absurd element that becomes so pervasive and prominent that the absurdity disappears in the background. Oh, I know what you mean. They're all, the fact that they're all like fucking reindeer who are Christmas themed and have this dysfunctional family. Yeah, okay, that actually does make sense. Holy shit. I don't know what led to that conversation, but excellent. Good work, chat. Carol Holiday does have Mom Lalonde. What's the spoiler-free way of referring to Rose Lalonde's mom? That one, her. It's same character, kind of. I don't know. If the fallen star is directly linked with the dark waters with glass, and glass with the prophecy, and the angel wrote the prophecy, currently valid reading, then it isn't too far of a stretch to say the angel is a candidate for the fallen star. I agree. Okay, okay, I agree. That's nice. Or the candidate. Back this up with common understanding of Lucifer the morning star and a less common one of the angels being stars themselves. That's interesting. That's back in the day. Heavenly spheres, astral necromancy, buzzword. I know what you mean. But yeah, the Lucifer connection ties it to hell. Honestly, the fallen star just being an elaboration or an alias for the angel kind of checks out. Like, it seems like there's two ways to think about it. One is like you have an angel and a fallen star. Those are two slots on the mystery box, and it would be weird and contrived for them to be the same guy. But the other way to think about it is the angel is the one slot of the mystery box. We're trying to figure out who that is, and we've stumbled across this other angle on the angel, which is the fallen star description, which is a clue to figuring out how to fill that one slot. So there was only ever one guy. Fallen star and the angel point to the same thing. Just as valid, really. Because like when I talk about, I think Gaster may be the fallen star, I also think Gaster may be the angel, which kind of makes them all the same guy, which I don't know if that works. I kind of hope it does, because I don't know what else to do. But yeah, that doesn't inevitably make the angel Lucifer. I mean, Lucifer was an angel. There's nothing to say that the angel's not God. The angel's in heaven, probably, but does the angel being Lucifer contradict the fact that it's an angel? I guess technically not. They are the same in Paradise Lost. Or maybe it fell out of heaven. Do we know the angel's currently in heaven? New thought. What if the angel literally fell out of heaven? And, like, before the story. What would that mean? No one would know about it. No one would inform the church the angel's not in heaven anymore. You gotta stop worshipping it. Elden Ring? It's very, well, Paradise Lost, but it is also very Elden Ring. Fell into its creation. Okay, we're cooking. So angel's heaven. Angel in heaven. Assume it's Gaster. Assume Gaster is angel. Fell into its creation. Falls out of heaven. But made the prophecy, right? So Gaster makes the prophecy. Falls out of heaven. Oh, but no, he doesn't make wait for the prophecy. Hold that prophecy for now. I don't know what Gaster was doing, but he falls out of heaven. He falls down. While falling, he is the falling star now, like Lucifer, the fallen angel, Lucifer, the morning star, the fallen star, Gaster, right, cries bitter tears, makes rivers with his tears. He's very sad, but the tears, the bitter waters is actually represents darkness, which is it's like an authorial metaphor, authorial Gaster, and then from he's still falling, and then from the bitter water, from the darkness, it crystallizes, becomes linear. The prophecy is formed when it turns to glass. So from the boundless potential of the creativity of the dark fountains, i.e. the bitter tears, i.e. the water of the fallen Gaster star, a prophecy is formed, and that is the linear world of Deltarune. And it would, but Gaster now is fallen and is trapped, it can't access heaven anymore. He's stuck, and Gaster wants to break the prophecy, which, if the prophecy was created by this potentially involuntary or accidental, if it was an experiment that went wrong, say, if crying the bitter tears was perhaps some allegory for him making that first dark fountain and falling into it, and that's what became Deltarune, I'm freewheeling like fuck here, then he could have made the prophecy by accident. It could have been a failed experiment. And so then he's in this kind of trapped state as the fallen angel, and he brings in the player to create a new future with me. Break the prophecy. Am I implying Undertale is heaven? I might be. That is what it leads you to. I just made some bullshit. It's educated bullshit, though. It would take a huge amount of effort to package that into a palatable interpretation. But as far as improving it, that's basically the lines along which I'm thinking. And the reason it all sounds like bullshit is because this isn't taking into account the meta-narrative. The meta-narrative is smooths over all these cracks, right? Where you have the authorial allegory, you have the transition from like the prototype Deltarune, which may be Undertale, I don't know, into Deltarune. Like the contrast between Undertale and Deltarune is linearity, right? In Undertale, it was a game about you had choice, you could do things, and in Deltarune, it's lampshading the fact that you have no choice. And like the formation of a prophecy represents the formation of linearity there. It being Undertale is much harder to deal with than it being prototype Deltarune. It's much, much harder. Because prototype Deltarune could be kind of anything, and that ties more easily into like the Forgotten Man and Nowhere Island could be like the prototype version of the game that got overwritten to make the new Deltarune, and the flood of bitter water, i.e. the dark, i.e. the bitter tears, that's like a flood, that's like a biblical flood, which would obliterate the old world and create a new one that is now has a prophecy, it's now linear. So I've gotten way too deep. I went way too deep and I can't articulate myself anymore. Now we got Hindu creation cycles. I mean, maybe. I don't know if you want to go Morrowind and get like the Kaplas in here, but is it Kalpas? Kapla? I forget. But even without going to Hinduism, even in Christianity, we got the flood myth, right? We have an antediluvian world state and a post-diluvian world state. I don't know what was in the Christian antediluvian world state, but in Deltarune it was a lack of a prophecy. I'll bet on it. The original game where you can do what you want. Ram said it best. And that was an unformed version. And the other half of this, though, is that a game where you can do what you want can only exist as an idea. It can only exist in the creator's head. Because as soon as you make it into a game, then you've coded everything that it can or ever will be. It's fixed. It's linear. Like, in your head, it could be anything, but once you make it, you've chosen the one thing that is going to be forever. That's a prophecy. And that's the difference between darkness and glass that grows out. I wrote a lore pit post. Yep. Maybe the difference between lore pit posts and my videos is just effort put into making them not sound insane. Have you considered that? Have you considered that this is the only difference? That most of the effort just goes into making the same ideas not sound insane. Can we get an archived version for public use? What do you think? This is it's going to be a VOD. You have a VOD for that. It's self-archiving. Like Hilly Lamb's alias, Hui. Sorry, I'll continue. What a fascinating set of religious theming that may or may not be explicitly meant by the author. A quick overview through pop Christianity might be pretty fruitful in understanding what symbolism is meant to convey, or Toby is trying to overwrite one of the key touchstones of Western culture to communicate something very entirely different, which seems like more work than it's worth. It's also what every JRPG does, so I don't know, it's like, you said it yourself at the start, like, the normal practice within like JRPGs, which apparently is all that Toby's consumed for his entire life. He's made of like 80% JRPGs by volume, where the rest of humans have blood. This guy's made of like JRPGs, and that their approach is just to take Christian and gut it for parts and make new shit out of it, which I think is just as easy to imagine. But whatever. Just because Toby Fox maybe grew up within the cultural context of Christianity doesn't make that impossible. You have expectations from a Westerner? That sounds almost like you're like accusatory. I think you're assuming too much about Toby Fox's relationship with Christianity. That's all I'll say about that. Like, he could have grown up Christian and completely lost his faith, and he's been an atheist for 10 years and just occasionally references that because he went through the trouble of reading the Bible growing up in Catholic school. That's the type of guy. Unless you're actually whining about Japanese people misrepresenting Christianity, in which case... Cry me a river, dominant hegemonic world religion. Cry me a fucking river. I have zero sympathy for Christians whining about people not respecting Christianity. Jesus Christ, you have like most of the world's population. Just be happy. Okay. The tail is made of boobles. The contrast. The sheer contrast. The tail is made of booble. A dark star would be a star that shines darkness. Oh, we're talking about the elemental pair of dark and star. This comment's gonna be wild. Dark star would be a star that shines darkness, like Susie's eyes that shine bright and black. Oh boy, yeah, this is awesome. You did not discuss fire and the billion places it appears. There's no places, dude. It's this comment's awesome. And you made the connection between ice and glass in the opening, but did not explore it. Yeah, get that in there too. This is like a greatest hits of. This is so good. This is the greatest hits of all these comments together. It's like the compilation album. You did not analyze the monologue of the Eggman either. If Haven is the realm that comes from above, what makes hell? A ring is a ring, but it's also a ring. A standing ovation. Oh my god, I clapped. I have no idea what the fuck to say to that, but that's the best comment. That's the best comment on the video. I should pin that. I should get rid of the comment response pin comment. He's cooking. Okay. Yeah, that OST, that's good. Music stopped? Wait, no, it's the wrong... I can close that. More music, please. Okay. Time for this one. Only somewhat related, but when I first played Chapter 4, me and my brother stumbled into the Chapter 4 egg room. At least to me, I immediately thought it was explaining the genesis of the shadow crystals, and how they're both literally and symbolically representations of suffering or outward sorrow. This is the Forgotten Man's dialogue. Let's read the implication. Okay, the clear implication in my mind was that the Chapter 3 Shadow Crystal was the direct product of the knight crying and shedding tears, almost exactly atop the place where the black shard would be later fall. Otherwise, I just couldn't make sense of how or why we get both. Okay, well I can shoot that down immediately. I thought you were going somewhere else with that. If the knight just crying made the shadow crystal, as you're like just literally the knight, that animation where it cries kind of, and then that makes the shadow crystal on the ground, then you would find it after not beating the knight. Like, you only get the shadow crystal if you defeat the knight and you break off the black shard. Otherwise it would just be lying there and you could pick it up after the knight runs away anyway. Otherwise I just couldn't make sense of how or why we get both the black shard and the crystal. Well, why not though? Why is that a contradiction? Like, it's, you just get both. I mean, when does it literally drop the shadow crystal? Dude, I don't fucking know. I think it is a contrivance, honestly, because it only appears when you beat it. That's the insurmountable obstacle here. Oh, we got $2 from Mimic. Thank you. $2. Gaster. My brain is deoxygenating. I can't read anymore. Hang on. Give me a sec. Gaster is the word for star with a G. I mean, yeah, you're true. Aster means star. True. I remember people... Okay, this is some ancient Undertale crack theory shit. Vintage. People used to say that the text in Sans' dialogue box when in his boss fight, when he falls asleep and he says zzz, the text there is a different font that people claimed was a font called Aster. And everyone thought that was the deepest lore because it's like one letter away from Gaster. And it's like, okay, so this means everyone thought that the font that the Gaster was, the third skeleton brother, was the Wingdings font, but actually it's Wing Din G Aster. So it's like Wingdings and Aster. That's where like Wing Din G Aster comes from. It's awesome. But I think it turned out the font literally wasn't even Aster and they hallucinated it because it looked vaguely similar. It's like fucking exquisite work, Deltarune or Undertale fan. It's like not even the same font. Okay, but to the point, yeah, Aster does mean star in either Greek or Latin. One or the other. It's also a type of flower, which is named after star. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I'm spacing out. Oh god. Where was I? I recall hyperfixating for like a week in a notepad document, vainly trying to make sense of all the disparate thematic strands. Chris losing their hand being analogous to the hand of creation. I've heard of this. It's one of those things that I've heard enough times that it probably comes from somewhere, but I don't know. How that idea coincides with the white pen... How that idea coincides with the white pen talk and how it could relate to friend. Only Toby Fox games could drive me crazy in this manner. Yeah, I agree, dude. I don't think the location of the Knight's Tears and the Shard line up exactly anyway, but they're pretty close from what I remember. In any case, the thematic ties to Tears do imply a lot regarding the nature of darkness and dark world in this universe, which I'm sure your video will tackle much better than I could explain. Maybe. I hope. Thematic ties to Tears and darkness. The nature of darkness and dark worlds. I don't know how much. I'm sure part 2 will touch on that somewhere. Whoa. I'm getting all tired all of a sudden. Not even tired, it's just like I think I'm talking too much and I'm just kind of getting lightheaded almost. Oh, I bet it's because I just ate all that tofu, and then my blood's going to my stomach to digest the tofu. Ah, that would do it. That's what's doing it. Fuck. Wrong. Gas leak. Does everyone remember gas leak theory? Yeah, we do. My favorite part of the whole stream. The stream? I think commenter is confused. Oh, no, it was a stream. Yeah, the famous quote. Okay. Commenter knew it was up. Just made fresh popcorn. My quip interpreting skills are sharp, and I've got nothing but time. Dracula flow type shit. Clearing the schedule. Oh, here's where the ice comments might start getting frequent. The Deltarune Lap Fox guy. Excuse me, it's called Haley Labs now. No one's out here calling me the Deltarune Volp Vibe guy. That's all I'm saying. If Lap Fox, why not Volp Vibe at that point? Just go all the way. Why not the Mungio Dance Deltarune guy? Really like the Battle Thruple views of Heaven, Hell, and the Prophecy. The Battle Thruple. I just fucking ad-libbed that. Not ad-libbed, but it was just the first thing that came to mind when I was writing that. I was like, yeah, 3 things. It's kind of like thruple. Makes me think back to the Chris Triple Trucies in Chapter 2 and their current position of alliances between Susie, the evil-ass fountain makers, and the soul. The hope for freedom and autonomy. Oh, fuck. The hope for freedom and autonomy, a culturally imposed lack of freedom, autonomy, and something entirely else. Yeah, a source of control and also hope, something in between, you could say. That's downright poetic, but I don't know what it means. Is this heaven, hell, and the freedom? I don't know. This one's really confusing me. A source of control and what is the implicit object you're referring to? A source of control and also hope. Something in between. The problem is I don't know what you're referring to anymore. I don't think there was ever any one thing. The Triple Trucies? I don't know. Oh, does it keep going? A little bit. Ideas on this trio triangle battle thruple are still hazy, but I can't help but feel there's something important hiding in the soup of symbolism. So just vaguely trinities, just triangles, I think, hopefully. We got 10 Australian dollars from a flaming lily. Thank you. Don't know if my comment will get read, but following from dark equals dreams, you can also find fear of dark, titans, etc. And nightmares. Jevel, the weird root, the night fight, Eram, nightmare, and even Chris's trauma. Oh, this is talking about symbolism. Dark equals dreams I've seen, and I kind of agree. Yeah, that was something I didn't consider, but I could have. You could also find fear of dark. and nightmares. As a symbol. What is nightmare? Devil? A nightmare will awaken in your heart. It's the weird root. So, like, Noelle thinks it was a nightmare she had, I guess. The night fight. Nightmare Night. Wait, no, that's not in the game. That's Cucumber Quest. Was there a reference to a nightmare in the night fight? Maybe in the flavor text. And then Eram and the shadow guy. That's called Nightmare in... Well, Eram is like nightmare backward part of... This is so fucking stupid. Why is... This game is stupid. It's saying all this out of context. It sounds ridiculous. What the fuck are we doing? I'm gonna say a nightmare as a dedicated symbol. I don't know. Basically, anything that didn't get into the 9 symbols I picked, just... I just picked a bunch that jumped out at me. Like, I didn't really try to get every possible thing you could consider to be a symbol. It's just like my picks, basically. Okay. $6.66 from Definitely Not Gaster. Thank you once again. I think the Triple Trucy's commenter shattered while typing. Shattered. This isn't as shattered as this one. This is the best. Tail is made of booble. That's legendary. That has Edmund, you little fucker energy almost. I need to stretch or something. Could the tale of Hubby Bubbles? I see no reason why it's less likely than anything else. I stood up and stretched a little bit. Oh, Jesus. I could drink some coffee? I don't know if that's the fix right now, though. Deltarune is an endless, bottomless hall hell well. Endless, bottomless hall hell well. Bars of mirrors made of glass, ice, water ink, dark. Yeah, reflections of reflections of reflections. This video sees it for what it is, and I cannot be more excited. That's awesome that I reflected whatever that concept of the game was back to you. I guess just all the symbols being fucking overlapping to such a degree is what it's getting at, because that's very true. $2 from the Balding Pied. Thank you. Does that make you piebald? Isn't that a thing? It's like the piebald warbler. I can picture that being a bird. Off topic, but they announced Karen DLC. Oh, I saw that, yeah. Looks cool enough. It looks like it was just adding some little maps to climb on. It wasn't really like a story DLC. The $500 donation finally faded away. Took a few hours. Rain World reference? I can't believe Andrew foreshadowed that 4-hour Rain World video he's making after this one. I streamed the game. I streamed it, dude. You gotta follow the streams. You gotta. I thought about making a Rain World video once. I did, but it was because another video pissed me off and I was gonna, like, make a soft, like, a sub-tweet refutation of it. It was a bad idea, and you could tell because I lost interest, like, immediately when I thought about it for longer than, like, a couple days. I've got a good filter for that. If an idea is stupid, I will lose interest in making it long before ever actually getting close to doing it. It's very safe. What was the subtuning video? It was one of the Jimmy McGee videos about Rain World, and just like glazing the shit out of how it doesn't tell you anything about the movement tech in that game. Rain World is a morass to argue about with people who like the game, because it's like it's a game that makes nothing but controversial decisions, and like kind of by definition, anyone who is able to even fucking play it and not just quit is going to be fucked up enough to like really think some of those weird decisions are good. And so it's kind of the same deal with Dwarf Fortress, I found, with like so few people have the stomach to like learn Dwarf Fortress that by the time you do, you're gonna defend every fucking weird bullshit decision it makes because you're the guy who had the gumption to learn it and actually like it. But there's some things in Rain World that like really do annoy me, and I think people give a lot of unfair credit to because like they just happen to mesh with it, whereas like from a game design perspective, it's like for every player who like happens to have a good experience with this weird choice you made, if there's like 20 people who just like never notice it or it fucks them over, then like how much praise does that deserve? I mean, that's sort of how you get a cult classic, but I don't think the way to make a good game is just by alienating everyone. Just literally paying no attention to who you're going to alienate. There may be a middle ground. There may be things you can do that in fact make the game more accessible that basically have no downside. And it annoys me when people treat this like it's a huge deal. It was kind of like the... It's not the same thing. This wasn't what the video was about, but it reminds me a little bit of the old, like, Dark Souls chuds. That used to be, like, the conversation in games analysis, was should Dark Souls have difficulty settings? It still is in some way. Like, that conversation has not stopped at all. But, it used to be way more popular, but people would make such a fucking racket about how much it would ruin the game to have any kind of any ability to modulate the difficulty, and then over time that take sort of softened itself into, well, it doesn't have difficulty settings, but it actually does because there's build variety and stuff, and you can cheese the game, and that's its version difficulty settings. It's like, okay, whatever. But the point remains, there used to be people, and there probably still are some people who act like you pissed on the Bible if you suggested that there would be any way to make Dark Souls easier. Because that would trick the foolish masses into cheating themselves of the true gamer experience. That the person writing the post is always, that's what they did, and they feel really proud of themselves. And they're like, anyone else who doesn't play it the way that I relate to it and found it meaningful, they don't understand it, bro. They're not really playing the same game. You know, it became, so there's this toxic sort of infinite vortex of this discourse just forever. But when you become so myopically tunnel visioned on what you had a good experience with in a game, and this precludes you from hearing other people saying this is actually a bad experience for more people, most people don't like this thing, and then you go, no, you want it to be for normies, you just want it to be mass appeal, you want to dumb it down for the idiots, and it's like there is middle ground there. It may be possible to suggest things that make the game applicable to more people, the 20 people who aren't you, and also don't immediately render it into dog shit. This is possible. But when people get puritanical about it, it really gets on my nerves. People just assume that like you had such a profound experience with this absolute jank fest of a game that like any change to make it less janky would be ruining it, because I remember the jank being really intrinsic to my relationship. Not even trying to speculate on like if you would have had just as meaningful of a relationship if that jank wasn't there, but you just associate it with being part of the quality because the game was already just in general a good experience for you. Anyway, I could go on. We have a $10 donation from Definitely Not Gaster. Thank you. Pre-break, you mentioned cheese theory. Can you elaborate now that you have forgotten the context? Also, what do you make of the gash weaves down as if you cry text in relation to bitter tears? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The gash weaves down, I think, has to be a reference to the Mystery Man sprite, i.e. probably Gaster. There's nothing else that it points to, absolutely nothing else that it could relate to that I can think of. In relation to the bitter tears, that would imply the Gaster is the fallen star. Like, if you wanted to interpret that as evidence, then yeah, what it points to is Gaster equals fallen star. That's easy enough. The link to me is that the cracked conch actually brings that to mind. Just how to describe it, where the identifying feature of whatever this thing they're getting at is, what we assume is the Mystery Man sprite. the defining feature is that it has a crack or a gash. Don't take that out of context, but like the cracked conch and the gash that weaves down across your face. And it seems to me that this is all orbiting around the idea of Gaster, the Mystery Man. It could, in fact, there's an alternate sort of left-hand path I've been considering relatively recently, where you could even, and this is like the really scary fandom apocalypse, where Toby Fox divorces finally the Mystery Man sprite from Gaster, like it's not the same guy. And I think the way to do that, the one possible way you could do that is if the Mystery Man is the Forgotten Man. Because there's a lot of stuff that's Gastry about the Forgotten Man, and there's a lot of stuff that's Gastry about the Mystery Man sprite, and like that overlap could lead to Mystery Man is the Mystery, or the Forgotten Man is the Mystery Man sprite, and the cracked conch then becomes a reference to the Forgotten Man specifically. Because I think there's a lot that actually links the cracked conch to the Forgotten Man, and so if the conch being cracked was a reference also to the Forgotten Man being the Mystery Man with the gash that weaves down as if you cry, for example, that would be cool. But I don't know. I haven't been able to fully disentangle that yet. Oh, man. There's a remix setting in Rainworld to turn the karma gates off. Oh, you poor, poor fool. A remix setting. A remix setting, you say? All of Rainworld since the original update, anything in the Downpour, the more Slugcats expansion, that's all not canon. That's not real Rainworld. How dare you talk about what the remix does? Anyway, I'm strawmanning like an absolute fiend here. The actual not Bobby Broccoli, the Jimmy McGee video, all it was really saying was it was just dumping a lot of praise onto how the game does its bullshit. Like Rainworld's movement system, for those who don't know, it's like a pseudo fighting game. It's like combo based. You do like contextual input strings, very intricate and difficult contextual input strings to do advanced movement. And otherwise you can just waddle slowly. That's all you can do. You can waddle slowly. And so all of the game's movement variety comes from this weird sort of pseudo like Street Fighter system. And the game never, ever, 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 even slightly, even as a hint, tells you to try this or that it's a thing. It just never tells you. It's not even that it tells you that there is a system and then it leaves you to explore it. It never even suggests that there is a system to explore. The way you discover it is, I shit you not, by accidentally pressing random buttons, and then something weird happens and you try to recreate it. Of all the things, if there is a hill of Rainworld that I will die on being dog shit idea, it's that. Because all of Rainworld is... You can argue that any part of Rainworld is a terrible idea. You can make a bad game design. Like, good luck. The whole thing is bad game design if you want to be that guy. The point of Rainworld is not to be streamlined game design. It is a high-friction, brutal nightmare experience for weirdos. I get it. But that crosses the line for me, whereas like I would have gone this entire game just not knowing it had a movement system. All of this depth would have been lost on me. I wouldn't have even had a chance to experience it if not for like some fuck on my live stream chat just spoiling it for me. That's how I found out. Someone in the live stream chat had to spoil it. And I'm like, okay, I enjoy the game much more now because of a spoiler. Why could this not have been achieved? Was there no better way to achieve this? This is the best possible way. This is very important to the game's design. It's integral to the philosophy of Rainworld that it was required that someone spoiled a mechanic in the live stream chat in order for me to start enjoying the movement more. Wild. Completely fucking wild. Okay, how much is chat scrolled down? There's another donation, I think. $5 from the Mimic. Not even the Mimic, it's just Mimic. Thank you. Toby Fox is the kind of writer where you can never tell whether he's just making a silly joke or a simple plot, or if it ties together half the story. You can sometimes tell, but it's hard. Yeah, that's why it's hard. Everyone I think your sort of fingerprint as a Deltarune pundit basically boils down to where you draw the line between jokes and deepest lore. I think if anything, if you could boil it down to one characteristic that would like classify anyone who talks about this game, it's basically that. You just say what is a joke and what matters, and that'll dictate essentially what you think the game is about. Okay, scrolling over all of the Rain World. When I get ranting like that, by the way, I usually end up just like looking out my window to like summon the thoughts to my brain. Like I'm not looking at chat, so I can miss a lot of stuff that happens if I get on long rants. Wait, Video Cult is a new game? Airframe? It's kind of the same. I mean, it has the same like weird movement jank. Because Rainworld's movement system is cool. It was difficult to use, but like that's really I've never seen that before. Like just having these sort of really contextual combo strings that do all these different inputs that they're not available. There's no button to do it. That's really cool. I wish it told me, because I just thought it was boring. I just thought it had a boring movement system. It's so sad. And there was this whole argument that like actually letting the player discover this organically is a perfect ludonarrative consonant mirror to the being a juvenile animal that is learning to move around and exploring its environment. And that's total fucking bullshit. If you want to mirror what reality of like learning how to navigate an environment is, in real you have like kinesthesia. You know what your body is capable of. You implicitly are aware of what you can do with your body. In a video game, you don't. You need explicit awareness of what your verbs are, like what buttons do what. It's like trying to experiment and become a gymnast if you had no sense of touch and were blind. Like it makes no sense. It's like such a bullshit copium argument. Just retrofitting anything to make it seem like a meaningful decision. Fuck you. Fuck off. Do I have the same feelings on Void Stranger? Oh, I don't really have... I played Void Stranger, then I realized it was going to be way too... demand way too much of my life force to get through it, so I just kind of gave up. Simple as that. I don't really have any strong feelings on it, because I don't really know how bad it gets. Yeah, the player discovering it for themselves is the goal, but it's the obvious counter-argument is what if the player never discovers it? I feel like I would be that player, whereas like I'm not mashing buttons. I don't just open a game and mash buttons, like no one does that. Like the slightest hint that there's a puzzle to be solved here would have been helpful, because like you can't interact with this cool discovery system if you never fucking discover it. It's super satisfying if you figure it out. It would be... The argument that you're making is essentially that it would be less satisfying if it gave you, like, some hint, any hint, just the barest bones, like anything. Just anything. The satisfaction should be exploring the system, not accidentally doing a button input. The satisfaction is going to be there when you're exploring the system, regardless of whether you found it by mashing buttons or whether there was some vague indication that you should try mashing buttons. This is the fallacy I'm talking about, where you assume like any change to improve this would ruin it. It would ruin the satisfaction, the meaning, the catharsis. Like, no, it would be the same. They could change it, and you would have, if you played it for the first time like that, you would not even have noticed the difference. It would have been obviously just as good. Like, it would not have... Playing it in the current state did not improve your experience. You think it did because that's just what your first exposure was. Okay, $20 from Captain Viridian. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, that is my biggest gripe with Rainworld. Oh, we're talking about Rainworld now. Yeah, I got Rainworld donations. This is a new demographic. I gotta milk them for donuts now. Even though I have completed many runs, I really haven't used the movement system much. To me, it's just a little too precise and inconsistent for me to use when death is so punishing. Yeah, critiquing the actual implementation of the movement system is its own thing. It is very difficult to use, but I would be perfectly willing to slot that in line with like Rain World is a janky game for masochists, fine, but just give me access to it. Give me access to the masochism at least. Like it's a more casual game until you realize that. It's there is less depth until you. It isn't even about making the game easier. Not knowing just makes the game. I can't even fucking describe how little I understand this. Did someone say Rain World? Oh, hey, Seeks. Yeah, Rain World. We're talking about rain. The thing with Rain World, though, I think the devs just don't give a shit about feedback. I think the only way that a game like Rain World could exist is if the devs just ignored all the feedback they got. Because the first thing anyone would tell the developers of Rain World is, don't make this. They would say, make a different game. They would say, change like literally anything about this game being actually like clamping your dick in a vice to play. So, I mean, they dealt in absolutes and got a result, but like there were casualties of that process. Okay, we need to stop talking about Rain World. We need to stop. I got out of the tunnel. That was my Twitter account, don't get it twisted. My completely baseless speculation is that Gerson's line about the Song of the Sea is going to be repeated by someone who doesn't interrupt it with their own Susie jump scare reveal. Alright, I'm not sure I can picture even what this is getting at, but speculation is speculation. Your videos are maybe one of 3 Deltarune channels ever that immediately reduce lore, white noise, and improve quality of lore fandom discourse. That's great! No one's ever described it like that, but that's really my goal, is like I hope that I can release a video that is like improves the discussion of the game. That's like a grandiose goal, but that's what I hope for, honestly. It's like I hope that I can make discussion of the game less annoying in the wake of this. Because I know theories do influence discourse like that. Like I've gotten enough comments that are just essentially coming in from another video and parroting like, hey, have you considered this? Like a ridiculous number. I've used to complain about this a lot. It's like sometimes not even relevant to what I was talking about. It's just like some specific take and there's like 30 of the same comment. You're like, okay, you know that some other video dropped and they're all just parroting this. So if it's possible to annoy other people by doing that, it's probably also theoretically possible to anti-annoy people by by directing the state of the stochastic discourse engine in a productive direction. This is my fantasy. You know it's going to be Deltarune Theory when the title is called Theory. True. Please don't scrap the project. It's not... The project gets scrapped if it needs to be scrapped, okay? Like, I'd say it's not in my control. It literally is, but it also, like, isn't. You don't get it, dude. The project will be scrapped if I need to scrap it. It's tautologically defined. There's no further explanation. And so he hath returned as cold water fall from the sky. Who will call the girl who snows? Penumbra phantasm is the friend inside me. Now wing my ding and let's gaster blast our way to chapter 5, because this next experiment seems very, very interesting. What do you two think, my pink and gold friends? Now Mike, the who's it's, the what's it's. Cancel my Chris and uncancel them. Edit Pluie. What do you think, chat? Do I give the heart, or is this like a lore pit copy pasta? I need the thumb up or thumb down. If this is a lore pit copy pasta, it doesn't get the heart. But if they made this up, then they get it. Just delete it. Delete the comment. It's too forced to be a masterpiece. Yeah, it doesn't have the sauce of the other one for sure. That was authentic brain rot. The tail is boobles. I do like now wing my ding and let's gaster blast our way to chapter 5. It's a good one. Is the tail is boobles replacing the soul represents pain? Maybe that's why ice seems to be pretty important. Yep. The majority is very similar to ideas I've seen twittered on various videos and Discord servers. I mean, that's if you want to give a Deltarune person a panic attack, then compare the originality of their thoughts to everything you've ever seen on a Discord server. So I'm not offended, but I know. I'm aware. I know that nothing I've ever said is original if you are in the lore pit. I am very, very aware of that, just so everyone knows. But connecting light with hope, and especially the mystery tear glass with the prophecy itself, is a very intriguing perspective. I've long thought that the night and titans are made from the same dark energy that the fountains spew out, and that this would then be the same thing as the glass grown from tears. If it, in the sense that it grows from darkness, then yes, somewhat. If this glass is the same as the prophecy itself, would that suggest the night and titans are themselves made of prophecy? That's an interesting idea. That would line up with the them seemingly being agents of the prophecy guiding it forward. But if the dark fountains are made of this prophecy stuff, I don't think the dark fountains are. You were saying the titan and the night, because those are both like either glassy or petrified in nature. I thought that's what the logic was. That would also suggest the dark worlds are inextricably tied to prophecy. No, you've jumped the ship, the shark, the rails. You jumped the rails. The dark fountains aren't inherently prophecy-like. Perhaps the world being made of inky stuff is an allusion to the story being written in ink, metaphorically. Yes, okay, we wrap back around, but the night being made of the glass of the prophecy, fun idea. Don't really know where it points to at the moment, but fun idea. Saving this in my Deltarune doc. What does that mean? What is this face you're giving me? What? Don't put me in your document. A whole video, like a 4 GB video in a Google Doc, just like the raw binary and the text file. Like what? This is the topic I've always wanted to see more people cover. A few weeks ago, I tried to make my own deranged conspiracy corkboard that was originally going to be more centered around the idea of iteration and nested narratives, but turned into an analysis of a similar set of symbols as this video. Well, that's a good thing, because iterated narratives are exactly what I'm going to be going for in part 2. I got really bogged down trying to figure out whether heaven or hell was associated with light or dark, so the idea that they both have both makes a lot of sense. Okay, that's interesting. I'm actually glad to see that my own sort of line of thought has been replicated here, because I had the same thing. Like, you get bogged down in heaven and hell, and it seems like you should be able to tie them with light or dark, but then you end up thinking like there's not really a clear pattern in the end, and then you backtrack. One thing that I found I was hoping would get more mention of, it was fire. I've got fire back. The one recurring idea I couldn't make sense of. The dreamers are associated with fire. In Undertale, The mantle holder uses fire and brings attention to Chris's eyes. The burning eyes is a thing. Ralsei can use fire in theory. There's a good bit of it in Chapter 4 Dark Worlds. Well, I guess there's like the flaming ghost enemy. But Susie has a bunch of fire stuff. Her axe is burning for using magic. Oh, that little particle effect it does. Or, it's not a particle effect, it's baked into the sprite. I don't know if that's fire. I think it just could be ambiguous energy. Because it says, like, in the power menu, as previously discussed, like, attacks with dark energy. It doesn't look specific enough to be any one thing. It's just kind of like a glowy effect. Flames on her roller coaster. And a bunch of Gerson dialogue burning. Like, maybe? I don't know. No matter how people seem to phrase this fire through line, it always just seems like it's either reaching or preemptive. It just never really seems to be that convincing to me. I think this is Toho Jazz now. Nice. Ready for the copyright claim. Now we're in Volt Vibe time. It's not Volt Vibe, it's Toho Cafe de Toho. Is there let me check the database if there's a Haley Labs Toho remix at all. It would be like Bad Apple, right? I don't see an apple. Wait a minute. Toho brought up a result. It's in the 2014 to current selected research album, which is the longest album. It's just a bunch of random bullshit. There is one. Holy shit, this goes deep though. It's called Toho Troubadour. Fuck knows. We need to listen to this. Hang on. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh yeah, that was Necrophantasia for a second. This would be, if you sent someone on a scavenger hunt to manually look through the Haley Labs discography for this song, this would be the hardest to find. This album is just like, has 100 tracks and they're all just random shit. I've never looked at this ever since I listened to it the first time. Yo, 20 bucks from Uberculosis. Sick, thank you! Thank you, the song's got me hot! No, Strike 3, have you watched the new Half-Bred Chaos video on ERAM? No. No, I haven't. I mostly heard people complain about that video, like, damn, it's just a Necrophantasia remix. It seemed kind of like outdated, or like couched in Chapter 2 thought. That sounds funny. It sounds like people say like Marxist theory with Mao Zedong thought, with Chapter 2 thought. But I talked to Half-Bred over DMs recently, mostly about that video, and they were saying like, yeah, damn it, I didn't know that people use Secret Boss to mean the boss of the Shadow Crystal. I thought it was a more general term than that. I was like, damn, ooh, dude, ooh, you blew it, ooh, it's rough. It's not oh, it's UNO, and I always mix those two up. I know like 3 songs from Toho, and I mixed 2 of them up. Okay, we've heard the song now. Marxist-Leninism with Chapter 2 characteristics and Mao Zedong thought. More donos. 10 bucks from Sophie. Thanks. Long-time caller, first-time listener. Okay. The new video is slick, and these streams have also been fun to listen to at work. Also showing my friends your Umar streams that has been humorous. Yeah, excellent. Please spread the Umar propaganda. Umar's culture is dying. Actually, I'm okay if Umris dies. I mean, you can't keep every meme alive forever. The fact that Umris' send-off was theoretically like the actual roaring obliterating its universe in the Courier Umris fic, that kind of is awesome. I love that. But they are still good streams. I saw reference to PCM Screed up there. What conversation is going with PCM Screed? That is like the new the currently being produced album only available to Discord patrons. Oh, it's the picture of Finn farting is the best album. And then you say no, PCM screen will better. It is actually really good. I love the new music that Im's been putting out. They've been just live streaming it, actually. I've sat in on one. It's crazy. Their workflow is fucking batshit, but I swear to God, they brought up a synthesizer on like Windows command line. And swear to God, it was like a command line program. Because they're working on some laptop from 2002, just like the jankiest software you've ever seen, and like every different instrument in the song is its own app that has to be like rendered out and then dropped into a sequencing timeline. And then they're like, yeah, we need a synth arpeggio, and just open like command line. I laughed my ass off. It was so good. Okay. Oh, there's so many donations, man. Oh my God. We got 12 and 25, 1225 pounds from Gamer Pinecone. Thank you. Deltarune has such an increasingly large amount of mysterious characters. Gaster, Forgotten Man, Des, and Eram. It does. I've identified this problem. Yes, there's a lot. There's too many. That it seems really difficult to fit them all into the narrative sensibly. Yes, that's it. I've complained about this so much with Molly. There's so many. It just keeps adding mystery fuckers. And it's like, how many fucking mystery guys can be relevant to this narrative at once? It's why part of the reason I just kind of I don't think about Eram so much is because like it doesn't fit. Like I don't have space for him. Oh. Hometown Bank has declined Not Gaster's credit card after donating 400 times. Excellent. I should bring the music back. Was Halfbird in chat? I see people speaking as if Halfbird is here, but I don't think they are. Wait, is that what 100 gex sounds like? You thought that was... I've listened to 100 gex. I don't think they sound like that. I remember having this conversation before where I was describing my relationship to hyperpop, and I was like, I think the problem anytime I don't like hyperpop is because I like the hyper, but there's too much pop. Does that make sense? Like, I listen to hyperpop for the hyper, and the pop is like a byproduct. It's like a waste gas that comes off of it, you know? Unless it's wall socket, in which case it's some weird exception. Listen to Digital Heart. What do you think I do? Why do you think I listen to Heavy Labs all the fucking time? It's just the hyper. I finally found hyper, no pop. That's it. You figured it out. Yeah, and I know. It's all in there. Breakcore, digital hardcore, speedcore, anything with core at the end, unless it's hardcore punk, that's too pop. Only hyper. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Extra tone is just speedcore with good marketing. Oh, no. Where was I? I've gotten lost. I was talking about hyperpop and Toho. Oh no. It was the fire. Yeah, I don't know what to do with fire. I don't know what to say at this point. I've given my fire speech a lot of times, and like it doesn't jump out at me as that significant, even though a lot of people say it is. It might be, but just right now it just doesn't really tantalize me. Holy fuck, :3. Thanks. I don't even know what that's responding to. The numbers problem is why mystery character consolidation is so appealing. Yeah, you get it. What if the angel and the fallen star is the same guy? What if we could just staple Eram onto Image Friend's pointed tail? It's all the same guy. The mystery character consolidation program. "5 minutes in and I'm already relieved this video released at noon. If I started watching at midnight, my sleep's just gone." I mean, it's only an hour, but... Or are you saying that it'll keep you up at night? You'll finish the video, then you'll be like shaking in a corner for 5 hours. Damn. Honestly, I'd be okay with watching part 2 of this analysis without the context of chapter 5, even if it releases after. See, that's the thing. I know people would be okay, there'd be people who would want to watch it, but I wouldn't want to make it. It wouldn't interest me. I couldn't... It takes so much effort to make these, and like that, I need to power that somehow, and that comes from knowing that I'm actually analyzing something meaningful about the game. If it's just like going through the motions, there's no chance in hell that I'm gonna do that. But don't be apocalyptic. I'm probably still gonna do the video. Probably. It depends entirely if I lose motivation. That's the only thing that kills it. Maybe I'm too delta-pilled, but I'd like to see what would happen compared to what we get. But then I'm just consuming the video, so it's mostly up to you. Yeah. If needed, would you release part 1.5 if there is a massive evidence that just needs to be justified that would fit into this part versus part 2? Like, if we get more information on stars, it would fit better. I don't know exactly what you mean. Either part 2 happens or it doesn't. That's the answer to any related questions. Either part 2 happens, or I fundamentally decide that I cannot make part 2, and so that then it has to die. That's it. 50% chance. I either do or I don't. Dinner is solved, and my life might be different by the time I finish eating. I hope it was a long meal. It was different in a disastrous way as I realized my supposedly thorough ass had never clicked on the conch before. Yeah, everyone picks up the conch with Susie and throws it, and then there's no more conch. You fucked up. You fucked yourself. There's no coming back from that. Opens the video, then immediately gets hit with Molly Star's voiceover. Already have confidence this is going to be a classic. I'm glad people love the Molly. Instant production value. Just jingle Molly Stars at them. And be like, oh, I know you want device 34. I know you do. And then she never appears again. Yeah, you can pick up the conch and throw it and it just breaks. You have to like come back later to actually interact with it. The prophecy that mentions the girl with hope thrust on her heart is actually about me, and that's why the soul is moderately related to hope. I am the girl. It's possible. It's possible. This is about, and this is an accessibility issue though, because if those who aren't girls, they're no longer able to play the game and have the story make sense. Hashtag accessibility. Is there not an inherent connection between stars and heaven due to the presence in the sky? I mean, yeah, there is. It's just... I think if it wasn't highlighted, then I couldn't figure out anything to do with it. That's kind of just what it boils down to. Like, there was a lot of connections that I could have made. I could have found some argument for them, but like, I think if they weren't there, those are just implicitly the ones that I didn't know what to do with. I included the ones that were useful. Like, stars relate to darkness because they're in the dark sky, and stars relate to heaven because they're stars, but just connecting the symbols together themselves wasn't usually that helpful. The exception was with hope and light, because those are really tightly entwined, and with all the fallen star shit, where like there's an actual physical process that links these. Like dark and water are synonymous, and then you have the fallen star creates water, creates glass, so that's all very explicitly linked together, but just drawing like subtle connections between symbols was not really the goal. It didn't tend to help very much. I know I'm committing the sin of taking external symbology and applying it to Deltarune. See, maybe I did emphasize that too much, because it wasn't supposed to be a sin. It was just something that it may be educational to suppress in your mind to reach new conclusions, defamiliarization and all that shit. This feels like a significantly smaller stretch. Well, it's not a stretch, it's just, yeah, it's something I didn't really elaborate on. Cooper Maxwell's here with another $5, thank you. I never got why people need ERAM to be a disparate thing. What does that even add? Just another ominous dude with meta-knowledge. Well, I don't know if I need it to or need it not to. I am somewhat agnostic. I'm neutral on these things. ERAM-related things. It does seem like a mysterious guy, though. I don't think it's the same as a Forgotten Man, for example. I don't know what character I would consolidate ERAM onto, if that's what you're saying. I don't need it to be separate. It's just there's no really clear narrative pointing toward it not being separate. So by default, I just think of it as a guy. It would be nice to consolidate them. It's just not really that easy, unless you're going to make a bunch of wild assumptions. Oh, I got hiccups. Fuck. Do I have any more tea? Oh, I do. Another group of spooky guys, maybe the play, yeah, where like, if we take the Shadow Mantle thingy and Friend and the mystery for Forgotten Man, like maybe they were roommates in college and that's why there's so many of them. I don't know. It almost kind of, okay, this is just me doing Boss Baby vibes, but like, it's been a while since I've referenced Echo, so I gotta pass, right? In Echo, the visual novel about furries, aforementioned, there's supernatural elements. Not a huge spoiler. It's a ghost story, basically. It's a spooky story. But what surprised me was that there wasn't just like a villain. There wasn't just like a Slender Man, a Babadook, a Boogeyman. There was like a whole fucking zoo of them. Like all the different routes had like their own unique Babadooks that just kind of popped up. It was just kind of infested. That's what Deltarune's starting to feel like. Like there's no one weird supernatural source of the negative vibes. There's just they're kind of scattered around. There's options to choose from. Like Phasmophobia, sure. But yeah, there could be even more factions to this. A Black Log situation. I think that is probably the direct inspiration for Echo. Was like the Black Lodge. It felt very much like that. Because it doesn't do anything that specific, it just creates an opportunity for crazy shit to happen. So, I don't know how, like, Shadow Mantle, John, and Friend, and the Pointed Tail are connected, but I feel like vibes-wise, they easily could be. I don't know if that extends to them being literally the same guy, like, stapled onto each other's asses. Okay. The intro with the mist was very cool. The mist? Oh, the music, yeah. My question is, why is rain bitter water? If anything, rainwater is less bitter than most water because there's very little minerals. Obviously, tears are bitter because of the salt. Well, they're salty because of the salt, but if the bitter tears were actually bitter, then why would Susie think they're rain? I think this, well, the easiest answer to give is that it's a reference to a biblical passage. In the book of Revelation, just one Revelation, there's a passage about a star called Wormwood falling to Earth and rendering 1/3 of the water bitter and deadly. So fallen star and bitter water is like a pretty clear reference to the book of Revelation, but it's unclear why in Deltarune they'd be bitter, or what exactly that means. That's still a valid question to ask. Wormwood is a sick-ass name. It is a sick name. It becomes a bit less impressive once you realize it's literally just named after a plant which is bitter. It's just a bitter like root or something. And it's like, oh, wormwood plant. Sounds cool though. And that's the stuff they make Malort out of. I got to reference Malort 2 streams in a row. Wormwood is not a planet from Outer Wilds, no. I haven't read the Bible. Does it have good world building? I think it's actually rather poor, and that's why there's so much apocryphal material that focuses on that so much. Like Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost and stuff give you the world building. There's also some like apocryphal Jewish literature, like Merkaba dissension practices that go really hard on the world building. The 7-layered palace of God and shit. And you have to plug your asshole with cotton, otherwise you'll fart your soul out at the sheer sight of the holy angels. That's real. You'll fart your soul if you look at the angels. You gotta plug it up with cotton. So if you want world building, yeah, go look into Merkava literature. I'm not doing that. Okay, fair enough. You will die though. There's a big chamber where a huge tidal wave comes toward you, but you have to know that it's an illusion, because if you flinch, then like Gabriel kills you with a sword or some shit. It's just like that over and over again. There's a lot of security. When I referenced the 7th Hachal in the video, that's a reference to the innermost layer of the palace where God's chariot throne exists. It seems unfair. Well, you're not supposed to be getting into heaven. Like, you're making an unreasonable demand of God in the first place. So it seems like the Hebrew mystics got, like, really self-conscious about the fact that they were, like, imposing upon God. And the way they countered this was just, like, to make it really, really hard to do. They just kind of kept adding on, like, more obstacles. Just to, I think, divert criticism from, like, why do you just get to go and meet God by, like, meditating or whatever? Like, only God should be able to choose when you meet him. And you're like, well, you're not supposed to, like, you shouldn't, you can't really, but like, but if you like really know what you're doing, then like maybe like I could do it, but like, I don't know if you could do it. It's like unlocking Luigi, is what I'm saying. Andrew, Hebrew mystics, Cunningham. I think there's a lot of references to, like, if you do it wrong, then you just, like, burst into flames in real life and die, or, like, your head explodes. Like, literally your head explodes, I think. Was that a reference to... There was, like, some rabbi who, like, misinterpreted the Torah so bad that his head exploded. He just literally died instantly because of how fucking cringe his take was on the how to interpret his religion. Like, the old school Jews were, like, hardcore about getting your fucking media literacy in line. They did not fuck around. That happened to my buddy Eric. It could be worse, though. I think the guy who got it worst was, he went to the innermost throne of God to look upon it. He did the whole Merkava pilgrimage. But when he got there, it was like God's break or something, and it was Metatron sitting on the throne instead, because Metatron's allowed to do that for some reason. And then, I forget this guy's name, but he saw this other being on the throne of God, and for the briefest moment, his heart thought, the thought entered his mind that there could be 2 gods in heaven. And that just fucking obliterated his soul. Like, he got fucked up worse than anyone ever has in, like, the history of the world. They didn't have eternal damnation. That wasn't a thing at this point in the religion. But he was, like, uniquely among all humans ever, like, permanently severed from divine light. Like, he could not repent. He could never recover. That's the only way to do it, though. You have to doubt monotheism. The worst possible thing you can do is question the monotheistic nature of the religion. It tells you where their priorities were. He didn't even die, by the way. They let him live, but like his soul was just like gone. But then the story continues that God got mad at Metatron because, like, look what you made me do to this guy. He was just trying to come up and see me, and now I had to obliterate his soul. And so then he beats like Metatron with a stick or something. They whip him because he misled this poor rabbi, and now his soul is destroyed. Who is Metatron? Okay, well that's actually... Metatron, I think, was like a super angel who came from a man named Enoch. And I forget like the whole family tree. I think Enoch was related to like Noah, maybe? Like a distant ancestor of Noah, one of those guys. Old Testament. I think Enoch had an apocryphal book of the Old Testament too. Like the book of Enoch itself is apocryphal, but like back in the day there was no strictly codified like apocrypha versus canon. It was just like different scriptures that people put different amounts of stock in. So you had the like Enochian believers who thought that Enoch was kind of like Jesus, I guess, where he was taken up by God and made into an angel because of his purity or something like that. And that angel was Metatron, and he became like the super angel and the scribe of God or something like that. Yeah, basically, like my OC Enoch, he was the first person to go to heaven, something like that. It wasn't heaven though. It was this was early like Judaism, so they didn't have like the Christian heaven. It was the Chahalut, I think it was called. The palaces. Enoch is canon in Ethiopia. Yeah, there's probably still some modern like splinters of those old religions still sticking around. Toby references this at the end of pp.exe. I believe you completely. I will not look further into that. Silent Hill 1 talks about this? Of course it does. Shout out to Silent Hill 1. Some people started to worship Enoch / Metatron as a second or lesser Yahweh, thus the story about the rabbi getting a soul. Yeah, that's it, because the reason for stories like horror stories like that, it's like when you're in woodshop and the teacher tells you some story about like a guy getting his hair stuck in a lathe and his face getting torn off. It's to scare the shit out of you so you stay safe. So when they bring in a story that's like some horrifying fate, you just know it's because you had a bunch of these little upstart rabbis starting to get polytheistic, and they're like, we can't be having that. And like, this is what's going to happen to your ass if you start entertaining dangerous thoughts. You know that's why that was a story. Exactly. And which, it's probably the same reason that like the doctrine around hell and damnation became like more and more extreme over time. It's just like, they needed a bigger and bigger stick to keep people religious. That's basically what hell is, I'm pretty sure. It's just like, how can we scare the shit out of people to keep them under the thumb of the church for as long as possible? And they invented an infinitely long stick, and it still didn't totally work, so, eh. Does he explode afterward? Oh, no, Jockington. I don't know what Judaism has to say about Jockington. I'm not a rabbi, I just watch Esoterica, okay? Yeah, hell and Satan isn't originally biblical, I'm pretty sure. You had, I think, the old rabbinical concept of Ha-Satan, who was... I forget exactly. He was just like a lawyer who would like accuse you of sins, but he worked for God. He wasn't like against God at all. He was just like kind of an agent who would accuse you of sin. But Satan, Satan, just means the accuser. So it evolved from that concept, I think. What an op. This is all very interesting, but I should probably read the Deltarune comments. Okay, this is fascinating though, hang on. The IIRC, they made up that suicide was a sin because they made heaven sound too cool and people wanted to get there ASAP. I've always thought this. I've always thought this about Christianity. Like, if the logical extreme, unless you explicitly define, like, suicide you can't go to heaven if you kill yourself. Without that, the meta just becomes killing yourself. Like, like, I don't say that just to be edgy. Like, honestly, that's the conclusion you reach. Like, what other conclusion is there? If, like, because the more, like, Protestant, like, extreme versions of Christianity tend to boil away mortal existence as just, like, kind of a ticket to get into heaven, right? So, like, if you could figure out the minimal requirements to, like, get in God's good graces, get baptized, believe in Christ, then just pop yourself right in the dome, that would be the meta, unless they had to, like, axiomatically define that that doesn't work. It's like they're patching a broken strategy. They patched, yeah. Like, that has to have been what happened. And I wish that I knew more about, like, I'm thinking of this one video about the history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Metagame. One of my favorite YouTube videos. Unfortunately, I never got a second part, as far as I know, but it just went through, like, okay, here's every Yu-Gi-Oh! Set, here's all the broken cards, and here's what they banned. I want that, but for medieval Christianity, like post-Jesus, all of Christendom. I feel like you would understand so much about Western culture just going through that. Like the patch notes, what the church had to roll out to stop the dissenters, to stop the splinter sects. And then the splinter sects, they broke off to, you know, protest the meta, basically. Because I don't think you end up with a civilization that believes in something as, like, ridiculous and extreme as eternal damnation without a lengthy history of, like, toxic meta patches to get there. Like, the meta is fucked nowadays because people kept pushing it, and now we're stuck with this, like, infinitely, they just basically went infinite with it. They just made an infinitely scary concept and, like, bludgeon you with it now. Which is, it's like a degenerate meta. It sucks. They used to have probably more nuance back in the day. Which maybe is why, like, really early Christianity interests me. Whereas the modern form is very fucking... It's just, as Lovecraft would say, decadent. Yeah, we're Pascal's Wager is just like the new... We bottomed out. We raced to the bottom, now we're Pascal's Wager. Okay, now I really need to stop talking about this. Yeah, but first we should blame definitely John Calvin. Definitely blame John Calvin. And now we move on. I don't know whether bitter is the answer. Not counting jokes. You should take jokes seriously. Please! I had to look at 200 lines of dialogue to pick out the ones that weren't jokes. I looked at them all. This was an afternoon for me. Do you want to see what happens? You want fucking... like... Look at this shit. 259 results. 80% of these are Susie's just saying, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I had to look through all of these. It was a pain in the ass. I didn't even have the new version where it lists them all. I had to just Control F and just sort through them one by one. Do it again right now. Okay, so this commenter has a couple references to hell that they think were not jokes, and okay, let's find out. If Caddy plays ukulele, pulling the strings, okay, and if it's an anti-blessing for Planet Hell, it's almost certainly some kind of obscure commentary on Image Friend. Almost certainly. Okay. How do you even get to Image Friend? Most things Caddy and Katie do foreshadow Friend. How do you get to Friend from this? I don't even know how you get to Friend from this. Oh dear. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know what you mean. It's because they're a cat. Okay. Pint-sized Kiwi made the friend amalgamate. I actually just saw that I was
Weird. Looks great, Steve. Okay, Image Friends.
I love this thing. I was just happened to open the lore pit one day and I saw this creature and I'm like, I need to use this in the video. I need to find a way to use this because this is so fucking perfect. This articulates an era of theorization better than I could possibly with 1,000 words. It's so good. It's this is Roy. Good video, very well made. I only have a few critiques to point out, mainly regarding the first half. If you're taking Alvin's word as true, this is about comments about heaven, I think, then heaven would indeed be connected to the afterlife. He mentions that Gerson being buried with an object connected him to the divine. Yeah, maybe. There are ways of, like, there's afterlives and there's afterlives, right? Like, you could say that your spirit is committed to the divine in some sense, or you could have, for example, extremely codified literature about exactly how you go to heaven and what heaven is like and how many layers there are and what to do when you get to the room with the tidal wave. Not to say that you're not wrong, but not to say you are wrong, but I guess the deeper point is that it doesn't. The church not worrying about the afterlife kind of is the same as there not being an afterlife. Afterlives are only of concern to the living if they are a concern. Does that make sense? Because if you get to the afterlife by being dead, so if you're alive, you shouldn't have to care about it unless you have to care in order to get into it. So effectively, the presence of an afterlife is equivalent to the presence of doctrine regarding getting into the afterlife. Holy yap. Your connection to Spamton's Rings narration and deaths would normally be very tenuous, but there's actually direct evidence for the idea via Noel's reaction to the puppet scarf. I forgot the puppet scarf. I fucking forgot, yeah. If you try to equip the puppet scarf to Noel, the one you get from Spamton to be clear, which is made from Spamton's like puppet strings, she will say that it's like guitar strings. Fucking excellent point, and I can't believe I forgot to include that. So sad. So that whole like little knot of symbols about like desks and guitars and Spamtons and phone calls in the night, there's a lot there. That's not trivial. It's not throwaway. It's just very, very, very hard to think about. So I kind of gave up a bit early because I just didn't want to make that section any longer. But yeah, there's real meat to that. And I should have brought this up earlier when I was talking about the like Spamton, or not Spamton, Gaster versus the Knight being the puppet master of like the secret bosses. Like that's a really relevant piece of evidence. Like what matters more, the strings being green, like the Gaster color, or the strings being guitar strings? I wish I'd thought of that. Fuck. It's like that blows it out of the water, honestly. Number 3, on the topic of Heaven's Ring, given how it looks fountainy and is banishable in the Ralsei Legend cutscene, there's a tie between it and, are we talking about the Angel's Heaven? Like the big fountain-looking thing? There's a tie between it and the fountains. There is then a direct, strong connection made between them by how the third chapter 4 Dark Fountain literally rings and calls the heroes. Yeah, I apparently was the only one who missed that. So I think tying it to phones is a bit unnecessary and peripheral with more pressing. So you think that's more pressing? I argued the exact opposite earlier. Where like phones are the more relevant and immediate connection to things, as opposed to the general concept of ringing. Because I just don't think that it would have been the using ring and call. Describing a sound as a ring is very weird. That's not something you do by accident. There's a lot of words for generic sounds, and ring is not one of them. So I'm pretty sure the phone call tie-in was at very least intentional. This might be reserved for part 2, but I'm mildly surprised the fallen star wasn't just seen as the equivalent to Des or the Roaring Knight in this video. Well, I've talked about this at length now. I take this for granted. You're surprised that Plato wasn't invoked as the angel. Well, I've gone over all this ground by now pretty thoroughly, I think. Whereas, like, I was initially of the mind that the fallen star was probably the knight, but for various reasons, it also gets you a lot of good juice if it's Gaster, and also player angel doesn't make sense to me because of the links between the angel and the prophecy doesn't make sense. The player is not in any way responsible for there being a prophecy. I don't see it. Unfortunately, the mic room has a lot of important symbolism that ties to the key ones listed here. Yeah, Pluvia's Rain, I missed that. I just forgot. Where you take cats to a shelter. Side note, the easy thematic answer to why Carol has some sort of opposition to the rain is because it's a force that clears things away and she conserves things and bronzes snowflakes. Ah, I didn't consider that. If you take the rain as, like, in relation to an obliterating flood, like a restart, a scratch, then yeah, that does actually oppose Carol's whole vibe. Good point. Bad Hat having angel cats? It does. Temptation of Michael being a line that acts equivalently to that one Ram joke. Temptation of Mike? Wait, what is the Temptation of Michael? I don't even know what that means, like, in terms of, like, it's something religious, I assume. I thought Michael was an archangel. Why is he being tempted? It would be remiss to not bring it up in some form. I know. But also, I really don't want to counter-argument. You resisted the temptation of Michael, but what does that mean religiously? I thought that was a reference to something. Replace Mike with Jesus. But Jesus was being tempted. Jesus wasn't doing the tempting. I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know if that checks out. Sometimes an archangel may see a little snack on the shelf. They should indeed. Yeah, the archangel Gabriel stole a fucking pile. It was cooling on my windowsill. I hate that bit. Go back to heaven and spank Metatron some more. Stop eating my pies. Jesus tempted them to not do sin. Oh, Giga Brain. Giga Brain. Oh, I'm not arguing that Temptation of Michael is in Deltarune. I get it. That's fine. That's easy. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that actually is a reference to anything religious. Like, there's no specific thing that seems to be referencing. Okay. Good comment, Roy. The West has risen. Yeah. One point in regards to the White Pen group is that chalk turns to light candy. What is chalk from the literal white pen? Honestly, the chalk coming back and being deepest lore, I wouldn't even be mad. That would just be kind of sick. The chalk being deepest, because it's a writing implement. It's a white pen. I hadn't considered that, but like, that would be fair play, Mr. Fox. I would shake his hand. The white pen of chalk. Like, at the end of the story, the fucking roaring washes over them, then Susie just vomits up a bunch of chalk slime. like Mario Sunshine, she just vomits up a bunch of chalk, and like, Chris, we have to spread this around. Come spread my puke around. That's how it ends. It's like avant-garde. It's the most controversial ending of all time. This is the fever dream. What Toby Fox dreamed was vomiting chalk into a black void and recreating the world. Brilliant, a visionary. Susie's idea? Okay. She vomits the one really big chalk, like the fry coming back out of Spamton's mouth. That would be a fever dream. People often ask, how weird could anything be that it would come from a fever dream? Like, that's an option. Okay, let me drink a bit more tea and keep reading. Fuck no, I remember the fry. It was a good one. What do you mean part 1? I think you can guess. To me, the story of the fallen star reads as something of a creation myth for the world of Deltarune. Yeah, that's my vibe, as in the planet that it resides on. This would line up with the idea of the prophecy being created by this star, as it would sort of act like God's divine plan in Christianity, but for the Deltarune religion. I mean, yeah, basically. It's what a prophecy is in the end, but anytime you have determinism, you have a prophecy. Anytime you have a prophecy, you have deterministic fate. They're two sides of the same coin. But as I've said a million times, the main thing I tie the prophecy to is just the fact that the game has been coded. Like, it exists in a fixed state in the real world. There's only so much content. It is, by its very nature, fundamentally deterministic. Just because of how it was made and what it is. This begs the question of exactly how much the people of Hometown or the world at large know about the prophecy. And how much of the Dark World, the version of it, can be accurate to its original version the star created. It drifted over time, you're saying? I mean, it could have. But that's almost irrelevant, because the only times you've actually, as the player, have gotten exposed to the prophecy has just been direct from the Dark World. It's been Ralsei, or it's been the prophecy murals in the Chapter 4 Dark World. We never really hear the bastardized Light World version of it, except for maybe when Caddy reads it at the church sermon. But like, that's the barest of bones. It's like, there are heroes and the angel has a prophecy. Like, that's not even new information. Well, Ralsei lying about it is separate, I think. This is like misinterpreting it. Organized religion kind of getting it wrong over time. Crack theory. Could Ralsei have anything to do with the fallen star? Yeah, but... It would make sense insofar as an explanation for Ralsei's special nature as a Darkener and how he knows so much of the prophecy to begin with. Ralsei Fallen Star. I have never considered that. Let me think. Water with its tears from the Bitter Legend group. I don't immediately think that's stupid and wrong. Like, Ralsei is very, very mysterious in terms of where he comes from. He knows the prophecy. He does look kind of like a crybaby. Where did he fall from? But yeah, he's kind of special. I don't really know how much I want to riff on this, but like, this thought just occurred to me, and it's like one of the most deranged things I've ever thought in terms of Deltarune, where like, do not quote me on this. I do not believe this is true, but just for a second, just imagine, end game reveal, Ralsei takes off a second hat, and underneath, he was Gaster the whole time. Ralsei Gaster. Has anyone thought of this? Like, he fell down, he fell into his experiment, and then he became Ralsei, and then he lost those memories. This is stupid as fuck. Gaster is a furry. Dude, you ever fall into your own experiment so hard that you become a fake version of your boss's dead son? That's awkward. We hate that. And he's green, dude. You just wake up as a furry, and also you look exactly like your boss's dead son. And you're like, why? And also you're transgender. he wakes up and he's a closeted trans femme furry forever now. Damn, that was some experiment you just did, Gaster. What the fuck? What you were even doing? Ay. Alright, let's never mention that again. But okay, this person was saying a fallen star, I'll say. There's no evidence yet. More speculation. I mean, I guess I'm mostly surprised that, like, proposing Ralsei as a candidate for the Fallen Star isn't, like, immediately contradictory, because Ralsei is actually that mysterious. Good job, Ralsei. Why does this song always just sound like Scarborough Fair? Can Zun explain this to me? Zun, why did you rewrite Scarborough Fair, you hack? I'm so happy for Andrew, he finally got the collab he always wanted. I think this is referencing Courier New. Or maybe just the Patreon credits? I don't think, it made me kind of sad, not a single person I saw. I do read pretty much all the comments, not on stream, but like as they come in I read them all. I don't think I saw anyone that was hyped at like a Courier New voice reveal. That was a world first. That was cutting edge. Nothing else in this video was going to be cutting edge in 10 years except for that, but no one noticed or cared. Unfortunate. What do you think of love finding its way to the girl? I keep saying I just haven't thought about this enough to have an opinion. Or maybe it's Sebastian Wolf? Maybe that's the joke. I don't know, dude. You gotta specify. What do you think of love finding its way to the girl being ambiguous whether or not it's in all caps? Oh no. Oh no. Level of violence. I haven't thought about this. I've never even heard about this. Yeah, one of the voices was Courier. It was the random McCarthy quote later. I just thought for sure there'd be like that one person in the comments who would have read 1 by 1 in 2015 and would go like, "What? That Courier?" I wish that moment would have happened. That would have been cute. It's fine though. I'm not upset. $10 from Arden. Thank you. Thoughts / clarifications. Is Conspiracy Gang pro or anti-roaring? Conspiracy Gang, pro or anti-roaring. The mention of Carol's preservation theme reminded me that we don't really know. It'd be weird if both factions were aligned. I've never thought that any faction wanted to cause the roaring, really. It doesn't make sense, because it seems so easy to do the roaring. I've heard some pretty convoluted takes that are just basically to justify why, if the Knight wanted to do the roaring, they haven't already. Like, you need to get pretty convoluted to justify that. Because Ralsei seems to imply that just making the Titan and leaving it would do it, right? So, I don't think either party actually wants the roaring. I think the prophecy is the only thing that guarantees it happens. Which is kind of how prophecies work usually, right? On the old legends, like, no one wants the prophecy to come true, but it's a prophecy, so someone somehow has to fuck up and do it. And it's usually by trying to stop it that they do it by accident. So I think it's probably just as likely as anything that the Roaring Knight group chat Conspiracy Gang are trying in their own way to stop the roaring from destroying the world. They just have some weird way of doing it that we don't understand yet, and is sort of at odds, but not actually with the heroes. They're kind of backseating them, if that makes sense. The prophecy ends with the world being saved. I mean, it does, but they may still be stressing it over how to, like, achieve that. Or maybe they just don't want the roaring to happen in the first place. I don't know. We don't know fundamentally, but I don't think their motivations just boil down to, we want the roaring. That seems... They would have done that already. but okay, now to talk about fucking level of violence. That's not a thing in Deltarune at the moment. They don't have it. I think it's really clever if the girl is Noelle. Oh, and the weird route? I guess the weird route, yeah. Love or love, doing the same thing twice to the girl. I mean, it kind of vibes. I mean, that is essentially just the genocide route again. That is what love would be. Level of violence. Chris denies her the real love Susie will otherwise provide. Oh, just implicit Suzelle. Nice, nice. Not controversial, but like just sneaking that in there. Replacing it with violence. Just wondering what your thoughts are on the topic. I mean, it doesn't sound totally stupid. I mean, it sounds like something. Again, I have a deep dearth of knowledge, or not even knowledge. I just haven't thought about the topic of the girl and the love very much. You spilled a pina colada on a knitting bag? Damn. At least it didn't have Campari. That shit stains. What does love have to do with the symbolism video? Nothing. It doesn't have to have anything to do. People just leave comments about whatever the fuck they want. Wow. Where's Gaster's theme? Fucking single issue voters, I swear to God. Darkstar weapon damage, Gurn. We're getting into the... No, it's too early to be getting into like the late stage incoherent comments. These are like early stage incoherent comments. Like what are these? It's 2030. Deltarune Chapter 7 is out. You make it to the end. After defeating Mr. Wing Ding and his merry band of titans, Susie turns to Chris and says, "We may have had some bumps and hurdles, but I'm really glad I was able to share this Deltarune with you." Suddenly, from the shadows, a new figure appears. "Build my machine," says Bendy. It was a Bendy joke. I can't even pretend to laugh. I'm sorry. Not funny. Didn't laugh. To the pit with you. 2 minutes in, and I have been visited by an insane idea. 2 minutes? Where the fuck did you get in 2 minutes? I was still in the intro. Thinking about the old song by the sea. What if the song is the ocean of... What if the sea is the ocean of ink Gerson talks about? An ocean of ink. What, Onion-san just used to live there? And that's... So Onion-san just references, yeah, back in the sea, but what they actually mean was an infinite plane of black ink that they just regard as normal because no one's ever called them out. Okay. The ocean of ink Gerson talks about. An ocean of ink, with which a story might be written. Yeah. An ocean of ink. Yeah. I think they're just using the video's title as a prompt. I don't think this is actually anything. They just read the title. They just read the title. It's a bubble from which an old song bleeds through. A song or perhaps a story, an old story whose presence can still be felt even through all the ink written on all the pages. What if it's Undertale? I mean, like, a lot of this is vaguely aligned with what I was thinking anyway. It's just funny that they extrapolated all this based on, like, the first minute of the intro and the title of the video. Why not? Pop off. I don't think Onion-san's probably was there, though. Yo, it's like an octopus has ink. Splatoon ink theory. Song from the Sea is Booble. Good video. Okay, we have 2 cents about angels and whatnot. Since you alluded to it when comparing to Undertale, but I don't think it was completely mentioned. When did I compare anything to Undertale? Maybe if Undertale had an angel prophecy, I guess. Oh, it's really big. I gotta piss before reading this one. Piss time. We can have more different music though. Play piss. Like, no shit, this album I was playing before was 104 tracks long. It's terrifying. I think it's 150 minutes. That's like close to 3 hours. You just want some Quick Brown Fox? People like the Quick Brown Fox, right? Aw, hello. This is the final album. Adorable. Okay, BRB, gotta piss. Yo, I'm back. We just finished Pop. Nice. It's a 3-minute, 44-second piss. I got some licorice too. Yummy. Song has a yellow Gatorade vibe. Yeah. I'm gonna eat licorice for a minute. And listen to the good music. Could be a bit quieter. This is pretty loud. The last two Quick Band Fox albums are like by far the best two. There was like a pretty big stylistic shift since the earlier ones where you get like the big black. This is the final one, and it's my second favorite. The Wanderlust, I think, still takes the cake. That's like maybe my favorite album on the entire Discog, like between any alias. Originally, I liked Nerves Ending better, but Wanderlust just grew on me more. This has urine and MRI vibes. Well, this is speedcore, but it's like weird speedcore. I don't know if this style really exists anywhere outside of these two albums, honestly, where it's like you take this extremely aggressive, abrasive speedcore genre, but then you apply it to like really emotive, like melodic content as well. It's like a hyper emotional speedcore. It's trying to express the feeling you get when you take the Wario MDMA pill and feel every emotion until your heart gives out. I can't really think of any other music that is similar to this. There probably is, I don't know about it. Well, melodic speedcore, I'm sure is a genre, but it's a whole vibe. I'm still eating licorice. Sat down, put Wanderlust on loop, wrote PHP for 3 hours straight. Is PHP a programming language? An Enderwinder headphone cable? I think that's relatable. Assuming PHP isn't something that I didn't understand. I would often put these albums on with coding RAM. One more song, one more. There's a lot of licorice okay. What type of licorice? It's the soft Australian shit. The slimy stuff. It's not Adventures with Tweezy, it's Nerves Ending. It's slimy. The black shard is actually just a really hard salmiak licorice, fuck yeah. Surprise lyrics, though. You missed the name. This is the Quick Brown Fox. Nerves Ending. Have you tried salmiak licorice liqueur? I think I tried to... No, I didn't make it. I thought about making it. Because I had Sambuca, that's a licorice liqueur. And I was like, dude, love if you put the salt into it. I didn't try it, but I would be the kind of sick fuck who would drink it. Something about this fucking music though, it's so simple and poppy if you take out the ridiculous rhythm. It's like it was precision engineered to like efficiently appeal to me as well as possible. Cause like if it's just poppy and melodic, I'll be bored. If it's just rhythm, well, I'll usually be entertained to be fair, but I won't be as entertained. But all you gotta do, you stick this like really, you know, pop crowd pleaser ass fucking synth lines over the most insane melodic bullshit or rhythmic bullshit you've ever heard, and suddenly I'm jumping up and down like a maniac. It simply works. It sounds German? Don't make me. You don't know what I can inflict upon you. It's not German. It's not a Mungyo Dance stream. I think I downloaded Mungyo Dance 3 and got it to work. I couldn't get any older game to work. I have played it, but the music wasn't this good back then. 2008 or something. It's vaguely Caramel Dancing. Caramel Dancing isn't quite as hard as this. We made it. We shall return. I have just enough tea left to wash the licorice down. For the final time, that was Nerves Ending by the Quick Brown Fox, if you want to know what the music was. Okay. There was a big comment. Oh yeah. I was under the impression that the angel was supposed to be the player, which would then lead to the conclusion that the angel's heaven was our light, our world lighter than light, mirroring Gaster's, and how Ral says, darker than dark comparisons. Yeah. Standard player angel playbook. When making a dark fountain in the dark world, a titan is made, so when adding more light to a light world, i.e. the soul, maybe an angel is made. I've never heard that before. How do you add light? Because it's not like sending light down into a deeper world doesn't really seem equivalent. It's like you would have to generate the light in the lower world and go higher. Or try to go higher. Sending down the soul doesn't really do that. It doesn't feel totally equivalent to me. It's like if it's a question of direction. Because coming from the light world and then sending darkness down into a dark world makes the Titan. So to do the opposite would be like coming up. It doesn't fucking make sense, does it? Like a darkener coming to the light world and using their hope to make a light fountain, and then an angel appears in the light. If you actually mirror the process, that's very confusing, actually. Or using the Unleash Act. Fuck knows what that would do, yeah. I don't think Chris can do stuff like that in the light world, though. Like, you weren't even supposed to be able to use save points. And then that got overruled by playtesters. all the fucking casuals and tourists who weren't going to spend 17 hours on the first day after launch strapped to their chairs pissing in a bottle to play it all in one sitting. Not worth talking about in my opinion, but I'm not selling the game. Might be forgetting some key dialogue or small details that debunks this, but I personally can't come up with and haven't seen another reason for why an angel's heaven would be banished. Wait, how are you saying it'd be banished? It's like if it's being generated by a light fountain, you could go and seal it? I guess so? Light fountains. This kind of makes sense. Like the angel's heaven does look like a fountain in the prophecy. Whatever's being depicted there looks like a fountain. If we accepted heaven as pro-prophecy, then maybe that would mean banishing angel's heaven would mean overcoming the prophecy. But since that was part of the prophecy Rousey gave us, and he's pro-prophecy, that doesn't sound entirely plausible. Well, the prophecy could prophesize its own end. That's fair enough, I think. That doesn't require being anti-prophecy. $5 from Definitely Not Gaster. Once more, I thought your credit card got locked. Oh well. If this works, I must warn you that the Backrooms has entered your chat. They are friendly, so it is probably fine. I hope the Backrooms has lots of money to give me. The movie's probably doing pretty well. Can Kane Pixels join chat and donate another $500? Is Kane Pixels present? Please give me money. Kane Pixels specifically. Oh, there's the Backrooms. Kane Pixels is 20 years old. He is 20 years old. Okay, this is a meme. This is a meme. Why is it a meme that he's 20 years old? The youngest director in history, the youngest human ever born? $500 Backrooms. He is 20 years old. He's 20 years old. Kane Pickles, reportedly the first director to attain freedom. Kane Pickles caught making. The youngest man to ever be male. I mean direct, if you don't count student film. The poor child, 20-year-old child. I didn't realize this was a thing. $2 from Gaster to say, I mean not Gaster, to say I've hacked into the hometown bank and solved it. Excellent. The first director to be young. Okay, enough. We're talking about sealing the light fountain to banish the angel's heaven. Also, circling back to Undertale, the angel in that game, if I remember correctly, was also connected to the player. It was a bit less obvious since it wasn't extremely clear-cut. The player isn't the player narrative. Yeah, basically. So in Undertale, you had the angel. It was prophesied that the angel who had seen the surface would free the monsters from the underground. That was the prophecy. A lot more concise than in Deltarune. And Gerson points out that you can either interpret the angel freeing the monsters being breaking the barrier or killing them all, you know, quote unquote, freeing them. It's almost like the game has two routes. But the things you can actually cast in this role are Azrael, because Azrael becomes Flowey and then kills the monsters repeatedly in a time loop, but also breaks the barrier at the end of the pacifist route. So he does both and he saw the surface. There's also Kara, basically for the same reason as Azrael. Like, whatever role Kara has in Undertale, they're along for either breaking the barrier or killing the monsters. Or it could be the player. Or Frisk. It could be the player, Kara, Frisk, or Azrael, basically. Because all of us have seen the surface. So that's the deal. $22 from Not Gaster. The man is rash and he is bold. He is 20 years old. Sick. Usually you would think of the director of film as an older adult, but what is fascinating in this case is that he is a younger adult in this position. Thank you, Chillin, for the cogent analysis. As Real Dreamer, it's not him. Everyone knows I stole that joke from Joseph Anderson, right? Just like 1-to-1, I ripped off that whole segment from Joseph Anderson. Gerson said the angel would make the underground go empty, either in reference to releasing the monsters or releasing them from their lives. Yeah, I guess the only question left from that angle: does the angel, the player, side with the prophecy or against it? Well, again, it's not the same prophecy. The angel in Deltarune could be the player because it was implied to be someone who would free the monsters and had seen the surface. That's very easy. But it sounds like in Deltarune, the angel is the thing who made the prophecy, which is capital A, authorial allegory. I can't really get past this. Would our choice to side with or against the prophecy even matter? Susie initially said our choices don't, but is that supposed to be taken the same way as Flyway's Killer Be Killed? People say this a lot. Or is it more that she's challenging that way of thinking herself, only to realize it was correct? I hope things go well making part 2. I'm stoked to see where the theory ends up going, and hopefully chapter 5 doesn't completely annihilate it. These analyses and theory videos are always a delight. Okay, there's 2 edits. Yeah, people talk about the player in Deltarune like it's not literally themselves. Yeah, that's such a common trap to fall into. You talk about some abstract concept of a player. Just say me. Just use first person pronouns. Don't get it twisted. Then you end up saying a shit like, I think I made the prophecy. And you're like, what? What did I just say out loud? I am the angel and my desire is to have my heaven sealed. My prophecy, my Deltarune. Oh, the Gaster says that part, though. Or is it, okay. Upon rewatch, it might also explain the Noelle stuff. What with the weird root stuff going on and whatnot. What? I don't have an explanation myself, but it seems to fit the running theme of Noelle's presence, letting us do things we normally aren't able to do. Snowgrave and the whole sequence in chapter 4. Also, whatever the fuck was going on when Susie asked what happened between Chris and Noelle, where the game goes red and the rain stopped. That was fucked up. I think this is all very weird root, though. I think this, but yeah, you can use Noelle to break the game, it seems like, to some degree. I agree with that. I'm sure there's probably some counter evidence I've forgotten, but it seems stable enough. What are you actually, what was the original point you're arguing for? It might also explain Noelle stuff. What is the it? I've lost track. Just the angel being... Noelle being the angel? I'm not sure. And then, okay, $10 from Oxidiate. Thank you for that. If Gaster... Oh, I thought you put an H in there, but you didn't. I just fucking Okay, if Gaster is the angel, then the Noelle/angel connections make more sense considering how many thematic connections Noelle and Gaster have. It could be setting Noelle up as a prophet of sorts. That actually makes more sense than I thought. I think I went on some rant on the previous stream, didn't I, about Noelle being an angel because she is like... No, that was a player angel reference, where like Noelle is angelic because the player is a gamer and Noelle is the closest to replicating the player in universe. But, I mean, for Gaster, it also kind of works, like, you're not wrong. The whole idea with Noelle being, this is sort of me quoting myself from the Gaster video, but like, Gaster is the secret, Noelle is the secret hunter. Like, she is a glitch hunter in a universe that is a video game. and Gaster is the thing that, you know, the secret hunter would find. That creates a pretty, like, kind of abstract but intimate connection between them, I think, that I think is interesting. So, I mean, that would be cool if you want to get, like, my fanfiction bones tingling. Yeah, make Noelle some sort of fucking prophet of Gaster. That sounds sick. Please do that. But also, why the angel wings? Why the wings? That's kind of weird. I think you're off base there. But maybe Gaster has wings. We don't know what he looks like. Ooh. Ooh, what if Gaster just has wings? We also got $2 from Not Gaster again. Somebody else's Deltarune shines bright with your... Yo, his name is already Wing! Oh, it makes too much sense! Oh! We're really making... we're cooking here. Gaster is the angel, who is also Ralsei, and Noelle is a Gaster-type being, and that's why she has the angel connections, because she is enough of a gamer to find friend and cat petters. It's working, it's all coming together, it's all coming together. Toby and Hussey be talking about Home Alone because Noelle doing that? Fucking Macaulay Culkin. I love how that implied Andrew Hussey's sense of humor is just defaults to make a bust of a celebrity in an inappropriate place. It's like they typecast themselves so hard by doing that. It was perfect. Oh, where was I? Right, I couldn't figure out what this was exactly getting at, but, edit 2. I watched a bit further, and Alvin talks about the angel assigning a difficult path to Asgore. This is pretty hard to argue against outside of he misunderstands what the angel can do. Yeah, this is like a really load-bearing piece of evidence. Like, most of the reason that I'm yapping on about the angel controlling the prophecy is because of that one obscure line of dialogue from Alvin. Because that either implies that, like, the church is just wrong, which is possible but misleading, or the angel is just implied to make the prophecy, yeah. The best argument I'm able to make being that instead of writing fate, the angel is the one who witnesses it. Maybe the angel is who he's actually talking about, with the fallen star being the one who created the prophecy, and angel, or the player, is just meant to be the one to witness it. It kind of clashes with the idea I saw in the comments about Chris being the fallen angel. Different than the fallen star. Fallen angel, fallen star, and angel are all different. But they might be more akin to the morning star than a fallen star. Too many stars, dude. Oh my god. The whole constellation up here. What are we? The Milky Way? Which I feel would be better fit for King's Lightbringer line. I'm probably splitting hairs, but I'm bored. Right. Can I unpack this at all? Splitting the angel and the fallen star and having Alvin being misinterpreting what the angel does and the real thing that makes the prophecy is the fallen star. I guess that gets swept under the umbrella of the church is wrong. Yeah. I think this basically, I don't know exactly how or why the church is wrong, but we have to metagame it a bit. This is where I default to the sort of metagaming it, where like, Toby, why would you just write a line of deliberately misleading dialogue about something we already didn't know the answer to just to tell us the wrong thing? So we thought we went from not knowing to thinking we knew, but you just told us the wrong thing. And I kind of promised, I made a solemn vow that like if Toby just told us things, I would not try to catch him out. I would just believe it until it's proven otherwise. So I'm just going to go with this line would not have been added to the game if it was not meant to actually tell us, give us a clue about how this works. That's the MO. No, it doesn't create mysteries. You create mysteries by withholding information. That's just lying. That's just saying something that is wrong and then there's no point to that. You don't achieve anything by doing that. It just makes people stop thinking about the mystery but then they're wrong, and then you get to tell them later like, haha, you were actually thinking the wrong thing because you trusted me. It's like, bro, okay, fuck off. Another $2 from Not Gaster. Wong Dong Jaster is the Roaring Macaulay confirmed. Yes. It's a reference to the inconsistency of the Bible. That's the thing, though. Elden Ring can pull that off. Deltarune is not being Elden Ring. The whole spectacle of Elden Ring is like how there is no ground truth, there is no reliable narrator, there is no one truth you're meant to arrive at. It is just a task of like vainly trying to squint into the abyss of history and find some glimmer of the real narrative, while being doomed to fail. It's like an archaeology simulator. Deltarune isn't that avant-garde archaeology simulator. It's just a narrative, and usually when you include information in a narrative, it's because you want to give the player access to it. So I've belabored this point far too many times by now. I need to stop repeating myself. Deltarune is an avant-garde archaeology simulator with no nerd. Good. Okay. The Roaring Knight is also placed directly over a depiction of the angel in Chapter 4. Oh, is it? As well as its character design following on the same school as Undyne, Neo, and Asriel, angel-shaped. That's a reach, bro. That's a reach, bro. But okay, what about... Is it parked in front of the angel mural? When is the angel depicted? And that's the Deltarune, I'm pretty sure, right? It's just a picture of the Deltarune, which is a drawing of the angel, but like... The Deltarune is spammed well enough that it could be... You could also describe that as the knight loitering in front of a depiction of the prophecy, for example. So I think that is motivated reasoning. Medita, Neo, and Undyne the Undying look more like the Deltarune itself, not just the angel. Oh, they're referencing like Asriel's final form is looks at the Deltarune? Because yeah, that's a thing, but that's not like just the angel. The angel's only the dot and the wings. The triangles are not part of the angel. The album line seems tiny, but it's the only line we have about it. Like, you can say it's a bit out of the way. There is one line, but like, this wouldn't matter so much if there was literally any other way to like push this fucking balance beam one way or another, right? Like, there's already like a lot of vague like insinuation that the angel is behind the prophecy without directly stating it. That is just the one thing that kind of tips the odds, where it's like, okay, we have at least someone as directly acknowledged. Angel governs fate. We can run with that. Like, that sort of just needs to be the de facto understanding. 30 shekels from Eald. We'll go with Eald, thank you. I wrote it in my own comment, but I don't know if you'll get around to it. The point is that the angel's heaven is the same as hell, just from a different perspective, and that it's the roaring. Heaven and hell, the roaring. Okay, but this is when if it was a comment I would ask about why, though. It's like, that is an idea that is possibly true, but it doesn't really have value independently of the evidence that led you there, I guess, which... I know you can't fit that in the narration. I can't guess at the reasoning behind the Tale of Hell prophecy essentially being censored before release. It's clear that Toby was banking on his audience knowing about unused prophecies, considering he directly quoted the Coldwater one in the winter newsletter. Did he think the pointed tale was too on the nose? Well, I don't think we can assume this. I don't think the winter newsletter, he may have just written the thing and then not used it, then used it later. Like, we don't need to be picturing Machiavellian planning on his part. But I think, yes, Toby does, if he's not an idiot, he does assume that the fan base has access to his dynamiteable assets. He has to know that we're looking at this, at least. Do you think a pointed tail was too on the nose, considering a video like this had to be made? There's clearly no shortage of unknowable esoteric bullshit nestled in the annals of the story. I don't know. It's baffling. It is baffling, because it's like he gave us the information and then rendered it non-admissible. It's like in a court trial, like, we have undeniable evidence that points toward the culprit, but like, we can't legally admit it because it's not used, but he still gave it to us, so like, we know but we can't prove it. It's like maximally frustrating. $2 from Not Gastard. The angel is the chatter who kissed a girl at Pride. Yes. Have I watched Petscop? Yeah, actually, I was really into Petscop for a while. Something I want to point out, that the King's Lightbringer line in Latin is Lucifer. Okay, yeah, I was informed at this point. That's good. And it's also the Roman name for Venus, which is often referred to as a fallen star. Does it? I think it's the morning star. I think you made that up, actually. Hang on. Let's fact check that. There is a quote, "How you have fallen from heaven, morning star." But that's just a reference to Lucifer again, but the Wikipedia page doesn't have any reference to literally calling it the fallen star. But yeah, I mean, it's tied in there. Combine that with the fact that Chris grew up wearing devil horns, and I think we have pretty solid evidence for who the fallen star in that book is. We're saying it's Chris? Because of the devil horns? That's like the start of an idea, dude, but, like, Chris ties into the general symbolism of hell, but, like, there's other things that tie into hell more. Like, we have a whole tale of hell. Why not just say that's the fallen star if you're just gonna zero in on the Lucifer parallel? Oh well. Do I want to chat about your write-up now? I gotta read the comments, dude. It's not really not a good time. I've never seen something in a live stream chat that just asks, "Hey, do you want to chat about this?" I mean, like, thanks for being upfront, I guess. That's streamer, you want to chat? That's just funny for some reason. Let's call a meeting. But, no, unfortunately I only read long chat messages if I'm forced to because they give me money. I had a thought. The Knight and the Titan, the final bosses of Chapter 3 and 4, could be considered a hellish roar and bubbling from the depths. The Knight and the Titan. The Knight is the hellish roar and the Titan is bubbling from the depths, but the hellish roar bubbles from the depths. You can't just split the sentence in half and, like, make them personify each half as different guys. I'm not sure about that. Because the quote was, the hell's roar bubbles from the depths, and it's like, we have the two brothers, hell's roar and bubbles from the depths. Not sure about that. Right after the part that Queen foreshadows Queen, the final boss of Chapter 2. I don't think this is actually going anywhere. It's like, the dirty brother. Fan artists assemble? Just in general? Or is this a reference to the video? Maybe? I used a lot of fan art. Shaking. No green stir. Yeah, no green stir. Don't you dare make assumptions about what I do in my own cloister. Cutting motion. Something is interesting. What is interesting?
The wording is rather specific. The ring of the call.
Telephone parallels. I was excited when this popped up. It's absolutely been worth the wait. The editing on this one is so excellent. I need to rewatch it a couple times to get these ideas working in my head. But you did lay them all out in some really helpful organization. I'm definitely on board with the idea that the soul is supposed to be akin to weight, the weight pin of hope. I've also had the thought in my head that water as darkness, as ink, as fiction writing was an important aspect of the game for a long while. That's good that some people have thought of this. I figured it must not be a totally alien concept. It's right there for you to pick up. So I'm really excited that you explored it further. Regardless of whatever craziness might happen in Chapter 5, I hope that you finish up with your own thoughts. Me too. This music, I swear it gets louder over time. Like the later albums are just louder. Shut up a little bit. Well, it doesn't invalidate the angle of the glass being the prophecy. I would like to note that the Chapter 3 Shadow Crystal is separate from the Black Shard. I did make note of that. I didn't assume that it was the same, and that we see the knight, i.e. a fallen star, crying just before the fight. From the tears grew something which looks like glass, and that's where the Chapter 3 Shadow Crystal comes from. But you only get either of those if you beat the knight. I said the same thing to a previous comment. If it just cried out a crystal and it was sitting there in the snow like a dog turd, you would have tripped over it regardless. But again, we're analyzing the pixel location where it cried before we're thinking about, like, you just don't get it if you don't beat the knight. I think that's the more pressing issue here. Got Ram a few hours ago. Nice, shoutouts to Ram. The knight picks it up after it beats you. It's like, oops, dropped this. I guess. I guess I can't deny that. It could be possible. Forgive me for I have cook. I want to touch on the fact that your editing style and the way you present your theories is beautiful. I can feel when I'm watching how much intention and thought was put into each choice. Oh god, yeah. Too much intention. Agonizing thought. Between the visual gags and the on-screen music in the background, if you're putting a lot of thought and time and effort into the presentation style, it shows. And if it's just kind of something that happens when you make videos, you have an incredible natural talent. No, it takes fucking forever. It takes ages. You're a big inspiration, thank you. $2, definitely not Gaster. Who the fuck is Ram? That's a good question. Really good question, actually. I twerked hard. Yeah. Glazing theory. Light and dark and hope and dreams. Yeah. So Deltarune isn't an alternate universe of Undertale. Bendy and the Ink Machine. Oh, fuck, I don't care about Bendy and the Ink Machine. Reference Splatoon. Make a good reference. Jesus, there's a band in Splatoon called Ink Theory. It also makes a lot of sense with Darkness's ties to escapism. It definitely seems like everything related with darkness wants to follow the prophecy. So maybe Toby's making a comment on how living in pretend worlds make you helpless to fate, and light or reality is the only thing that can change it. I don't know about that, dude. I mean, I've gone on at length about how Deltarune seems to have largely abandoned the nascent theme of escapism from the earlier chapters. It's just kind of dead now. It hasn't really touched it in a while. But assuming it's a prophecy, the thing that protects you from it is nothing, actually. You either put your head in the sand and it happens, or you fight against it and it happens. So we'll see. I don't like people coming at my buddy the prophecy's ineffable kind of inevitability, you know? People always like, oh, you just need to break the prophecy. Just break it, dude. Five head, break the prophecy. I'm pretty sure the prophecy is the code of the game. Like, I don't think we're breaking that shit because Toby Fox doesn't know how to let us break it. It's not actually possible. This is the telephone again. Excellent. I blew Anjurma Edit's mind. Great video, but I hoped you would cover some important motifs like eyes, fire, ice, and trees. And I wish this had kept going. Like, it would just expanded. It would read more. I clicked on it, then it was just like a scroll, just like nouns. Like that one footnote in House of Leaves, just like, oh yeah, the egg beater symbolism. Yeah. I think I've seen this all before. I think these have all been shouted at before, at least. Trees are weird. Eyes is a bit less weird than fire and ice is everyone's favorite. I love nouns. Okay, if you edit the files, if you edit the game to make it do things it's not supposed to, then yes, you've broken the prophecy. You are able to do that, but that is also what it would take. You just have to make your own game, basically. The inherent presence of the prophecy isn't a deliberate constraint, it's a limitation on how much content Toby Fox has put in the game. Like, that's what I'm getting at. It's not what's there, it's what's not. Like, you can't break a hole. You have to fill it in with something. Which is just adding your own content. Another $2 I'm not gassed you. Toby Fox's coding was too bizarre to truly alter. People do it regardless. They can't be fucking stopped. Where was I? Okay, Spamton is here. Stars are also tied to hope. As you mentioned, it was the hope of a lightener which created the Neo body and gave it power. How is this? Okay, so hope goes into the robot. Why did it have a shadow crystal? Because the dashed hopes of that lightener were a fallen star that birthed the crystal. So this goes backward then to say that stars are tied to hope because a fallen star is a dashed hope? That's not the most compelling. Because, okay, you can do it for the Spamton robot case, fine. But, does it work for the other ones? Do we know what specific hope of Jevils was dashed? Do we, like, where's Gerson's come from? It just appears. Whose hopes had to be dashed for that? The night maybe generates them. I don't know about that, but like, just making it work for the Spamton case isn't really that compelling. The tears of any lightener become a shadow crystal? The fallen star is the collective of all lighteners, literally the friends you made along the way. I don't know about that. I think I may just prefer it to be Gaster. Or maybe the night at worst. Like, if it's not Gaster, I'm going in and it being the night, put it that way. Night as fallen star, it works. It's compelling. That's a pretty good plan B. It also ties to the idea of wishing upon a star, which is given emphasis in Waterfall and Undertale, but the Fallen Star mentioned the book weeps. No, the Fallen Star mentioned weeps because its hopes were shattered, hence why it's fallen. It might. Speculation. But wait a minute, if you're saying earlier that a fallen star was the shattered hopes, but now you're saying there is a fallen star whose hopes were shattered, and that's why it's fallen. This is tangled now. It should be noticed that the book of the fallen star reads like the Bible excerpt because it is actually referencing the Bible. Yeah, no, Wormwood. The explicit... I'm pretty sure I sort of lampshaded this in the video. I say it sounds like the Book of Revelations. I show the picture of the fallen star and all that shit. I talk about the biblical flood. I think that was in the video. Whether this refers to a lightener like death or falling into darkness is up for debate. I didn't mention Pluie. Okay, I should have mentioned Pluie. But yeah, okay. That was mostly all very old ground. We have darkness represented by something liquid, and the prophecy represented by something solid. Water being malleable, ever-present glass being hard. Yeah, you get it. Okay, that sets up the whole part 2. That's all you need. Okay. I would argue that Friend and Eram's connection to the sword root... Where did you get these from? When did I mention this? Essentially is the in-game tutorial on how to break the prophecy. It's a relatively concrete example. What? Eram and Friend break the prophecy. I don't think they do. It's not prophesized that you lose to the knight, but... I don't... there's, like, the argument is just missing here. I don't know what they mean.
We haven't yet seen any concrete examples of the latter.
Oh, of heaven, or no, hellish things breaking the prophecy. That's what they're referring to. I suspected, conjectured that hell would be opposed to the prophecy. And they're saying that Eram and the tail do it? But, like, I don't... Whatever this take is, I just don't know what they're getting at. Like, this is... requires machinery to explain what you mean. Is this assuming the weird root breaks the prophecy? Oh, so they're just assuming, like, I've already internalized that. That's a tutorial for the weird root. The weird root breaks the prophecy, but we don't know if the weird root breaks the prophecy. And the part that Eram is doing isn't... That's not the weird root part, even. Like, the tutorial part is just dragging the well around. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. $2, I'm not gastric. You didn't notice Shadow Andrew mention sword root. Shadow Andrew. Shadow Andrew. Shadow Andrew. No, I didn't. $5 from Chun, thank you. Has there been another lore hyperfixation piece of media you've had that you eventually gave up on? That's a good question. I think the only other games that I've been, like, really invested in the lore of, I was into Elden Ring lore for a while. I watched, like, a lot of Elden Ring lore videos, but I don't think I ever would have really tried to wade in and do it myself, because that game's just it's a clusterfuck. It's nightmare difficulty. I know it was a joke. I was trying to get the joke. Okay, sometimes the puzzle is getting the joke. Okay, but I was also really into... Why? I'm blanking now. It's all gone. Lore games. The short answer is that there's never been any games I've even within an order of magnitude or 2 orders of magnitude, have come close to being as captivating as Undertale and Deltarune. Like, nothing else really compares to that. Like, I get into other games and I'm maybe obsessed with them for like a couple weeks, but then it goes away. That's usually what happens. Like, I was really into Rain World for like a while, but it just kind of went away. These ones don't. Do 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 do. Okay. It's a bit odd not to mention the ideas of fiction and reality are heavily associated with dark and light. Part 2. I already made my first video ever was already saying this, so I was like, do I just repeat my whole first video, or do I save this for part 2 when I'm actually going to be talking about all the other meta-narrative concepts? Part 2. Lighteners come from the real world and the player's footprint. Soul can emit light. As a whole, it seems like the further into reality you go, the more aspected to light you become, Homestuck terminology. Darkners, on the other hand, are supposed to be fake. Well, yeah, okay, I know all this. You're mansplaining it. But I guess you need to know that I made my first video to know that I'm aware of this. In this way, Deltarune's idea of not losing yourself in fiction or completely abandoning the magic of stories becomes readily apparent through that one verse of Raise Up Your Bat. You're getting escapism from Raise Up Your Bat? Two opposed sides of the player's soul. The player's real, light-driven world, and one of the game's fake, dark-driven world. Your soul acts as the arc through which darkness of the story, letting the light of reality cut through the fiction of Deltarune, but it also acts as the mark by which the energy of the story can influence the real world. I think you just sort of word saladed through that. Like, you're not actually paying attention to the meaning of the words. You're just kind of shoving square pegs in round holes there. Let's break this down. So we're trying to get, like, escapism theming from this. Two opposed ideas of the player's real world and the game's dark world. Got it. Your soul acts as the arc through the darkness of the story, letting light of reality cut through the fiction. Does it? What does this mean? What does light cutting through the fiction look like? What does this correspond to in theming here? You're playing the game, so you're a real entity experiencing it, but what is inside the arc? You're bringing the light through the darkness? Like, these actions have no conceptual analogs. It's meaningless. But it also acts as the mark by which the dark can influence it. Since when do marks, dictionary definition, mark, a thing that lets a thing influence something else? That's not what that word means. By which the dark of the story can influence the real world through its influence on the player. It's like you've taken a cogent statement, which is like, yeah, there's an interplay between, there's a mixing of reality and fiction inherent in playing the game, and you've tried to map it onto something that absolutely does not fit. And in doing so, I've made it seem like your point is nonsense, even though it actually does make sense if you just explain it in any way other than this. This is like anti-evidence. That's actually interesting. This is the first comment I've really like fucking ragged on like that, but that's just like such an impressively bad way to explain that idea, where it convinces the viewer that you don't know what you mean. Okay, sorry. Even a little deeper into this, Gaster as the darkest being there, assumption, is practically non-existent. Even within the story, or maybe I get what this is going for, even within the stories of Undertale and Deltarune, he's beyond a fairy tale. He's darker than the darkness of these baser fictions, meanwhile the player is beyond the light of Hometown. As you implied, the white pen is our hope for the game. Yeah, most of this I would throw out. All the baggage about like trying to map it into an escapism allegory. I feel like, again, that's all sort of been shriveling up and withering since Chapter 2 ended. Some of the, like, the basic ideas of just nesting reality, that checks out. That's all just, you know, classic device theory slaps the roof. But Gaster being dark, being more fictional, that's kind of interesting, but again, I think the idea of, like, the really dark, super dark world has been fucked up by the Titan. Because we used to think you could just go down deeper and deeper forever, but now it's like the Titan stops you, so I don't think we can assume as easily anymore that there's just, like, you can get darker than dark and just become more and more fictional. The closest we have to that is, rather than the actual Titan summoning fountain, it's like the Tenna video game that is actually fiction within fiction. And there is actually a very interesting allegory you can wring out of that, which I ranted about a lot last stream, where, like, does immersing something in 2 levels of fiction make it any different than 1 level? And I think the answer is basically no. That's what it's supposed to be anyway. Like, it's kind of poking fun at the silliness of that concept. Like, making fiction within fiction, it's still just fiction. It doesn't get less real. But, does that describe Gaster, though? Gaster isn't fiction within fiction. He is simply very obscure. Like, I know what this is going for, but I'm not sure it actually maps perfectly Especially because our example of fiction within fiction is it's literally a game within a game. It's something that is deliberately poking fun at the idea of like just abstracting it more and more into like stories and stories and stories. So Gasser doesn't really fit that actually. Yeah, I don't know about that. I have a bit of tea left. $2 from Not Gaster. Escapism implies you can escape. This is false. I see a comment immediately below that just saying, wait, where'd it go? Escapism implies you can't escape, otherwise you would simply escape rather than ism. Yeah, I think that's the more coherent point. If you could escape from the thing that you're trying to escape, then you wouldn't have to indulge in escapism. Oh, the tea. I'm not going to be able to last much longer. We're coming up on 8 hours, but I'm feeling rough. I'm tired and my throat hurts and I'm running out of tea. The guy no one invited. Oh, this is when Mystery Man appears. Yeah. I'm surprised, unless I missed it, that the discussion of Hope didn't mention the girl or the prophecy. The girl of the prophecy, with Hope crossed on her heart. I mean, yeah, again, if it's not clear, a blind spot of mine is girl lore, prophetic girl. I don't really know too much about her. But I did at least... I made the icon for Hope the crossed heart. I hope that would be at least some indication that I had that in mind. Obviously, it's a whole mess to figure out who she is, but considering it uses the iconography of Hope crossed on a heart, I figured it'd warrant at least a mention. What would I have said about that, though? Actually, there is a girl with Hope crossed on her heart, and it seems like it's Susie, but it maybe is not. I talked about Susie having hope. I showed that it was crossed on a heart. I don't know what ground there was really left to cover aside from paying lip service to the fact that there's ambiguity about the identity of this prophesized girl. It wouldn't have led anywhere. There was a donation? Wait, what? I didn't miss a donation. Did I skip a comment? I don't think so. There may have just been a one guy. I don't know. Someone in chat said like Eald had a comment, but I don't see any missing comment. The only other topic that I think could have been discussed is ice. Yep, we know about that. You mentioned a three-way Venn diagram of darkness, water, and glass that the shadow crystal falls in the center of. While darkness and glass is probably the prophecy panels, and darkness and water is the fountains, the midpoint of water and glass would be ice. Now we are getting Trinitarian. A little bit. We gotta fill out the graph. I imagine that it just got cut because it's so heavily tied to the holidays. It's in part 2. There we go. Even besides the content, I really like the visual and music choices. We love Homestuck music. Homestuck music. You could argue that the soul can't be the white pen because it's red. Could you? Would you argue that? But because the fact that it glows white with power, wouldn't a pen that writes in white ink be accurately referred to as a white pen? Yes. Okay, thank you. You diffused your argument. It was dangerous for a sec. A red pen with white ink, I think you would contextually refer to as a white pen still. I'd be pissed off. I was like, hey, pass me a blue pen. You have a blue pen I can borrow? And I get handed a pen that is made of blue plastic but writes in pink ink. I'd be like, bro, fuck off. That's really funny, actually. It does glow white, yes. You could argue that the soul... no, wait, that's the same thing. Back at it. I love symbolism. As a symbolism lover, I love this video. Wonderful analysis. I absolutely love the idea you propose about the source of light in the soul being Deltarune launch hype. Or phrased more palatably, the suspension of disbelief from device theory. Just putting that out there. Appeal to authority, device theory said it. It brings me back to my very early days of trying to figure out this game in Chapter 1, when the idea I most strongly believed was that the determination extractor was literally a prototype of Deltarune and that Gaster designed before he realized it was much more efficient to extract determination by manifesting an entire world for people to care about. What the fuck? That's some crazy shit. That's some Monsters Inc. shit. Cool. That does sound like a Chapter 1 theory for sure. Just create a new world. That's kind of what fucking Crosscode was about. Wasn't that kind of like what Crosscode was? Or, like just create an entire new, like, race that you can abuse them for, like, extract a resource. That's also that, that Casualties Unknown game that I saw that, Dosh Doshington made a video on where it's like... Apparently it's a rather... controversial game, but not for particularly coherent reasons, but I think the story involves just like an evil corporation just grew a whole race of just like fucking DeviantArt furries as test subjects, and that's who you play as. There's no real reason. Yeah, we just wanted a bunch of people who didn't count as humans so they wouldn't have rights, and we could exploit them like. That's what the shit that Gaster's doing. I did try playing that game, by the way, Casualties Unknown, and like it interested me, but I literally can't play it. It makes me queasy, because the whole thing is about like super in-depth like medical system and like injuries, and it's like the nightmare scenario. I would pass out if I played that for too long. Gaster would not delete the Evo charts. God bless Crosscode. What a fucking ending that was. I don't know if I'd count the Crosscode streams as my best in general, but like definitely the final few. Maybe just the last one. That was awesome. That was a pretty long series. Almost disappointed the intro wasn't you doing the stream voices. But I guess Raspy Gremlin Ralsei might have taken some gravitas out. Yeah, well, one, I knew that like my voices are not designed to be taken seriously. If they're more just for fun. And I knew that if I wanted to go for a somber vibe, I would have to, you know, bring in some enhancement talent. Well, not enhancement talent, that's the term for when you get people to lose so you look better. I have to bring in talent. So yes, but also, as I said, I just wanted to flex by bringing in all my fandom connections. I thought it would be cool. It was cool, right? It was cool. I did Zato pretty well. Those are pretty normal, but like, they pointed out pretty well. Trying to do the Ralsei voice, not the best. Not ideal.
A journey foretold exactly by the prophecy. Exactly foretold by the prophecy, Chris.
What would it have sounded like? Maybe I should. Let me do that right now. I'll give you like the Schneider cut. I need to duplicate the tab. Aww. So we mute the video. No, back. Not device 3. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And so wept the fallen star, making rivers with its tears. Isn't that rain? I did say that one. The earth was covered in water. Then slowly from the bitter water, something grew. An ice age. It looked like glass. It's like when we ate snow. Well, the world changed. Society was developed. I made the whole adventure some big old blasted line from A to B.
Journey foretold exactly by the prophecy.
The bell's ringing now. Seems we've reached the final round. For the tides of fate are drawn close, and soon an ocean of ink shall wash across the pages.
Listeners, can you stop it?
Oh fuck, my voice is... I can't do it. Okay.
I look forward to creating a new future.
With you. And my Forgotten Man voice the same as the Gaster voice. Cringe fail. $2 from Not Gaster. Your voice is nice. No joke, it's just lovely. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I'm glad you like it so much. I'll keep talking like this then. This is my real voice. I did speech impediment training as a child to speak in any way other than this, literally. I'll accept yourself and talk like this now.
Do.
Straight into my veins, yeah.
Thank God I needed a long video to watch. So there's always device theory. It's not that long. It's not that long. Better than Iceman. I don't know who that is. The fuck is this? This is a song. Wait, what do I do with this? What do I sing this to? No indication of the tune? You're gonna like Lord of the Rings me here? Why? This is like a 2016 Gaster fan cam song. It's like... There was that like really old Gaster fan song from Undertale that always comes to mind where it's like Dr. Gaster. Da 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 da, Dr. Gaster. I forget all the lyrics. And I thought I hallucinated it, but I managed to find it again. I think it still exists. This is a Charlie Kirk meme? Okay, I don't know what that is. That sounds scary. I'm gonna skip that. Whoa, where was I? Here. Andrew make video. Are you ready for the White Pine season leak? I don't know what that is. Everyone's... Across this line, every comment is just abysmal dog shit now. There's no coming back. There was only one of you, then you split the world in two. Yeah, that's the Gaster song. It was so random. It had, like, the tune was completely original, had nothing to do with Undertale. It was just like someone wanted to make a Gaster song. Dr. Gaster. Why is this so familiar? I probably just heard it on Toho Jazz, but... Dun 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 dun. I might just be remembering the song sounding like itself, in which case, fuck me. I think I am. No Jockington's beard. I hope you know your videos are so carefully and crafted. And they're really impressive analysis and reflection skills. I always feel so embarrassed reading these ones that are just like complimenting me. Every time you upload a video, I jump up to show my friends your content, despite them being uninterested in what your content surrounds. Wow. I'm so impressed and inspired by how daring you are in pursuit of knowledge. I'm blushing, and I hope you know how much the nature of you contributes to how awesome the content is, not to mention your original work like RAM. Deltarune is incredible on its own, but you really bring something special to it that didn't exist before. I hope to one day be as crazy and determined as you. Cheers to another mind-bogglingly good video. Oh wow, that was so nice. There wasn't... It was just really nice. Well, that makes me happy. And what do you know? $2 from Definitely Not Gaster. It's been so long since Gaster heard this. Heard what? If you really want to make me feel good, you gotta call me, resolute in my dogmas. What was the line from Umris that cracked me the fuck up? Birdley's like, Susie is a strong girl, resolute in her dogmas. This had what I wanted from an Andrew Cunningham video, something that goes through the facts before the guy falls off his rocker with Gaster speculation. Yeah, basically, yeah, that's pretty much it. Hi Andrew, I still enjoy your videos. One of these things that brings Undertale atmospheres back, if you know what I mean. That's good. Reachieving Undertale's atmosphere is a fucking... tilting at windmills most of the time. I don't think I have any questions, but I assume I can ask if Chapter 5 will be released in fall. Do you think it would be enough time? No, even in fall I don't think I would finish it. Like, or maybe, like, I could. If it was, like, late fall, I could, but I just don't think so. I can't make myself believe it's going to be that late. I think it's going to be, like, pretty soon, relatively speaking, so... But I would like a date, because, like... Whatever, It doesn't matter. I'm not going to rush is the point. I haven't started the new video yet, but like I will soon at this point, and I'm just going to proceed as if it's going to get stopped. I'm not going to try to rush for a deadline that I don't even know what it is, because that's going to be extremely stressful and probably pointless. The Goner Maker is a printer. Thanks. Is this going to be big? Not that big. There haven't been as many, like, Giga essay comments this time. I know there's been a lot, but, like, in previous videos, it felt like every fucking comment was a Giga essay. I think this is the last song. We used the whole stream playlist. Maybe this is the last one, actually. But this one has a lot of comments, so I guess I'll read these two. Because I am getting tired. It's been 8 hours. Hit shuffle on your Bandcamp collection. Can I? I probably could with Music Bee. I've never tried that. Like, just randomly playing... Just putting the entire Haley Labs discography on shuffle. There's over 2,000 songs. How would I even do that? I've never tried. I should stop thinking about this. Okay, there's the 10th element in addition to the ones you mentioned, which is dreams. Dreams have been a counterpart of hope since Undertale. In Deltarune, just as hope is connected to light, dreams are connected to darkness. The last dream item from Undertale is described as the goal of determination. What does determination create in Deltarune? Dark fountains. Huh. Yeah. The math does math. That's actually... It's fucked up that they're quoting Undertale lore at me that I don't even know. That's fucked up, because like to do... I think you have to check the description of a last dream in your inventory after beating Asriel, and then you get that. I wasn't aware of it. Which disgusts my past self from 2016. The last dream from Dark Fountains. Okay, Noel and Birdie assume Dark World itself was a dream, closing the loop. There's also the big elephant in the room, which a lot of these comments about dreams don't even mention, which is like, well, one, Toby Fox conceived the game based on a dream. Two, Gerson talks on the bench. His Gerson bench says that gets his best ideas for stories from dreaming. And also fucking the Penumbra Phantasm quote. We can't leave it out. At the edge of shadow where dream and reality meet. So it's been there since the start, yeah. But I've never heard too many people really talk about it until I feel like now. I think I created an impetus for them all to come out and state this explicitly. Because I hadn't really thought about it too much. From dreams, we can also look at the newsletter line that introduces Sean with a description of dusty magic that trickles like broken dreams. This is the newsletter that I deleted from my mind, apparently, because people keep mentioning stuff from it that I'm like, fuck, why didn't I know that? Dusty magic that trickles like broken dreams. But I thought it was fallen hopes. Or here's like the $1 million question. Do shadow crystals arise from A, the tears of the fallen star, B, fractured hopes, C, broken dreams? Which one? It's like, I don't know what it's like. It's like Deltarune. Considering the Neo body, Sham's connection to the shadow crystals, and Spamton's rotten glass, it could possibly be that shadow crystals form from broken dreams, hence why there's only one in the Neo body. Metaton's discarded his dream of his ideal body. Yeah. But the body already contains hope. So we have two different comments that are alternately saying the shadow crystal in Spamton Neo is because of the hope that got poured into it and then got shattered. The hopes were shattered. That made a shadow crystal. This comment is saying it's because of the dreams that went into it, and the dreams were broken, and that makes a shadow crystal. But also at the same time, dreams are implicitly being cast as the opposite of hopes because one is darkness and one is light. Fuck, this is stupid. I don't mean this comment. I just mean like, god damn it, Toby. Hopes and dreams are a pair, but light and dark are antipodes. Why did I say it like that? That is a word. You can say that, but it makes me sound like a nerd. It means opposites. Another $10 from definitely not Gaster. Has this guy eclipsed the $500 at the start yet? Who's actually donated more this stream? I haven't seen behavior like this since Algae Satchel in the election trucking streams. I think the story with that person was like they found a fucking, like they got an inheritance or like a trust fund and were just bored and just kind of dumped it on me in live stream. Did I make that up? I don't know. Funny. I inherited my dad's fortune. I'm gonna donate it to the first Twitch streamer I see, BRB. Just patiently, methodically dumps his entire fortune onto some guy doing a fan fiction live stream. Okay, let's read the comment. $10, thank you. I must apologize, Andrew, for I have not been truthful with you. I know you'll be shocked by this, but this is a guise. I speak in hands except in Super Chat because it does not support wingdings. Know this. Colon, and then it cuts off. It just stops. Know this. Word limit exceeded. Oops. Oh well. I'm looking for a second part. I don't know if there is one. I think it just stops there. Excellent. Do 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 do. We just have to wait for another donation. Okay. Okay, we gotta wait. It's got to go through a few revisions first. They're sending it to their editor. Did I get through this one? Yeah, I did. And we have hopes and dreams are opposite, but also exactly the same. Figure it out. Figure it out, asshole. Okay, I shouldn't expose comments that I'm not gonna read. It makes people upset. Okay, this is the last one. Something else regarding the Song from the Sea. In Chapter 3, the second game board ends with two-ish lovers standing at the shore, creating a bridge of light that leads beneath the waves to where a song is played. Oh, Chris, remember December. Lyrics are come follow me to the dark, with your heart as my mark, which will guide you. Oh, I can see why this got upvoted. This was actually a pretty novel idea I hadn't seen. The two lovers. Wait, were the lovers relevant or just the bridge? Because the Song from the Sea being Atlantis, that's been mentioned before, but I thought the lovers were relevant for some reason. Like, love finds its way to... I think that's what I assumed it was getting at. Was like, as part of the prophecy, love finds its way to the girl, and then that creates the bridge, which then leads you to, like, the depths or something, which would be sick. If, like, people have been speculating about a Lake Dark world since forever, and if the way you get there is, like, they somehow dovetail that with, like, the game's, like, romance subplot, like, whatever fucking pair of characters ends up, they just, like, kiss sloppy style at the shore of the lake, and then a fucking rainbow comes out, because they're so fucking gay, it just generates a rainbow. Like, imagine that. Just imagine that moment. And it'll be Pizza Pants and Asriel. But... And then, like, alright, I guess we get to go and find your dead sister now. It'll be like Susie and the Well snogging at the lake, and they have to go to the fucking Marianas Trench after that, fight the horrors. That would be sick. Chris and Birdley, sure. It's got to be gay, though. Guard 1 and Guard 2. You think they would have triggered it already? They're already standing by the lake, right? We get to go fish Dessa's corpse out of the lake. "666 from Not Gaster. My editor keeps telling me to stop speaking in all caps. Fuck you, Jerry. Anyway, never stop being creative. You inspire many. Goodbye." My final message, then he just disappears into a cloud of vape smoke. Thank you, Not Gaster. Wow. Never stop being creative. Green is a creative color. Uchimama. I think that's a good place to end it, right? That seems like a good place to end it. Da 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 da. No, 2 streams were never going to be enough. I knew this from the start. It would take like probably 5 streams, if not more. It would be a ridiculous number of streams. Just absolutely untenable. So yeah, we're not going to do that. But I will check if there, for some reason, has been any stream art. There wasn't last time. Oh, there is some art from the previous stream. So Jake28 drew this. I think this was a donation. This is Alfie's 75% dark, 25% light fountain beverage. I forgot the context for that already. God damn it. What's a scary Gaster? I want to show that off. It's probably not for the stream, but Ideas guy made that. Good Gaster. This counts as stream art by Shady Oak. Yeah, we all know who that is. I'll just start sharing random Deltarune art. Why not? Mine Zap has a cool friend. Kind of looks like he's wearing braces, actually. This is stream art, I think, from Alabria. Not Gaster. Here is $2 to say some bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, basically. And this is, can I still do it? It's been a while since I've tried to read Wingdings. Giastaflabrebber. It's Giastaflabrebber. Okay, I recognize that. Thank God I picked up on that soon, otherwise I'd be in the weeds.
#1 brevity enjoyer.
Oh, was that the guy who was like, this could have been edited down further? The best take. Just like condense the video into a slurry, then inject it into my spinal column through a, give me the mind spike. Not from the stream, just wanted to draw a mouse. Oh, you reminded me, mice. I was playing Amina the Hollower. I played it a bit. Because it looks good. It's kind of cool. I like Shovel Knight somewhat. And I like Mina pretty well. It doesn't appeal to like the retro game neuron activation. I don't experience neuron activation from retro game, but even despite that, it's pretty fun. It's nice to just play something that's just lavishly produced. It's like you scraped it off the ceiling of the Vatican or something. Just the top of the line pixel artists, the finest musicians, Jake Kaufman, to make the best game of 1989. You know, it's nice sometimes. No Moskiff. No Moskiff. Prophecy if it was good. I have no idea if this is stream art. This is probably unrelated to the stream. It's by new user, turn all women into cubes. That is the name of the user. All right. Cube. What is this? Believe it or not, one can make stream art of a comment response stream. This is a video. What the fuck? What is this? Fuck. Heaven and Hell Ramblings warning. How long is that? Oh! It's long. Fucking excellent. I just remembered, I think I saw an edit of that without the fucking animation, and it was already really funny. How long is that? Oh! Fucking wonderful. That's a computer player Will who did that. Oh! How long is that? Oh! It's excellent, excellent, excellent. Gaster art for Gaster Day. There was Gaster Day? Yo, look at him go. That's so sick. I love that. That's not even stream art. That's by Dort. Dort made this. Dude, that's literally what happened, dude. He fell down, and that's all the water he cried out. He went, and like cried all that water, and then it formed an entire universe, and he's like, fuck, this stinks. That's like Signalis looking. It's really cool. What the fuck is this by Ori? It's not stream art either, but it's cool looking. I can't tell what it's depicting. It's cool. Lilac has made the youngest person ever, Kane Pixels. Backrooms Kane Pickles becomes the youngest director ever to score #1 opening at domestic box office. That's Pickles Kane. We have rotating. Wait, okay, this could be a stream gif. This is a different one. It's slow. This looks like a fucking the minute hour animation. That's awesome. Look at him go. I need to put this in stream somehow. Okay. I need to, is it rendering my Windows Explorer? It's not. Okay, that's good. Conspiracy Corkboard. Up the pictures into the GIF folder. Andrew rotation. I'm gonna rename it to Tesla. I don't want to personify myself as Tesla. Sick. And now it's transparent, so I should just be able to drag and drop. Yeah, look at him go. It's so big. It's gonna like lag my stream. Look at him go. It's like I'm falling down a staircase. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Hang on, hang on. Will it work? Fuck, it didn't. It's a WebP. It doesn't support WebP. God damn it, OBS. I just need a screenshot of this. Now, surely one's a real GIF. This one is shitty enough to be a GIF. Save, 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 save. Save the image. Yes. Yeah, dude. This is high art, the good content. Learning to BLJ. Maybe I can be next to Sweet Bro here. I always think that Sweet Bro should be called Hella Jeff and vice versa, but I'm pretty sure that's Sweet Bro. He looks like a Jeff to me. Keep stalling. Big is working on something. Okay, what can I stall with? Come back, Firefox. Return. Okay, I need to move this shit. I could like put them in a sub object. Wait, how do I do that again? How to use OBS? Group them. There we go. Fucking over here or something. I don't know. Jules is confused. There's no more stream art, but we have Des Zatos. Or no, Deltarune Zatos. I probably looked at these already in the Zato stream, but they're kind of sick. They're from Ori. And then Noel with the fucking... It's not actually a nuclear bomb. It looks like one. Oh, hi, Chris. That works really well. Nailed the style. Okay, how long do I have to stall big? What am I stalling for? What am I stalling for? Why is there no more music? There should be music. Oh, here's a fun one. I think this is for a Doom mod. Mirror the Rolling Andrew. I feel like this music's actually really good for the... Hang on. Isn't this some sort of like animation meme of all the characters rolling down a hill together while music plays? We've reinvented that. What if, is it better if we mirror it? Let me test. Flip. 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 How do I flip it? Flip horizontal. There, oh, that's better actually, yeah. I love this. I'll just apply screen shake to it manually. Do we have any word from Big? Do we have a Big in chat? I'm stalling as hard as I can. It's uploading. It's a video. I have to stay. God, this is a sick song. I've tried to use this song in videos many times, but something about like the EQ, the frequency content of the song just always clashes with my voice. As far as I know, MSX is making a new, like, sometime this month, probably quite soon. They're releasing this huge, like a Doom mod, but like the kind of mod that's basically just a new game in the Doom engine, which they've been doing for years and years. It's like, I'll probably try it. It sounds interesting, if nothing else. Yeah, End of Star Child. It's not a Doom mod anymore. Well, it's in the Doom engine at least. You're reminded of how you fumbled a 6'8" baddie at the Pokemon Sacramento Regionals 2 years ago. What the fuck reminded you of this? Big has posted the video. Just in time, the song is over. Stop, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. What the fuck is this? Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, no, the GIF is in the way. Fuck, the GIF is... hang on. Go away. There we go.
Behold, the power of an angel!
Angel revealed, finally. Finally we know. Thank you, Big. How wonderful. Jesus. Look at the stream right now. This is a fucking disaster. Bring back the... Excellent. Just shrink this down a bit. And we're good to go. Alright, well, this concludes the however many we've done annual, not annual, comment response stream, part 2. This will be the final part. I know it's disappointing if your comment hasn't been read, but I have other things to stream. These are very tiring, but I did my best. Alright, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the very generous donations, especially that fucker with the half K. I don't know if they're still here, but like, what the fuck was that, right? No, we're not done. We got $2 from definitely not Gaster. Just wait until you meet the Stairs Darkener. I feel like there should have been one of those by now. We're gonna get there. Oh, bye-bye everyone. There's 4,000 comments left. Yeah, there's a billion. It's gone up. It's like the ant walking across the rubber band. All right. Night everyone, thanks for being here, and we'll do more probably Esoteric Ebb Probably not tomorrow. Streaming 2 days is never a good idea. It kills me a little bit. So next week we'll get back to the ebb. And one day we'll do Soul Blazers. One day, trust.